kwaso. Yo, on in Nanka Saturn and Web 3 to 7 p.m. Giving it to Bamasu on Akwantufuo radio. Yo, Akwantufuo radio. A photo 7 December put the man on you. Akwantufuo radio. Papa smiling, awareness in my one more. Akwantufuo radio. A photo 7 December put the man on you. Akwantufuo radio. Papa smiling, awareness in my one more. Yo, from here to foreign, you give us a reason to listen to radio. Papa smiling, and yebo.
Eye pamaso. Eye pamaso. And Penisa, yes, Sumanian Safonian Sumana Montaigne, and no confess a crumwa or Timubi. Could say by Papa Smiley in the bed of Fatanasi. Obey you, chum, my moon some. A man woman some, and in some polo. No mercy for the cripple. Papa, you chamony uncle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome to Banaso. A place where the sun and Ghanaians come together to shape the Ghana they hope for. Rising as co-creators and catalysts in making Ghana a better place for all. Oh Ghana, our home, our pride, the dream still lies deep inside. Through every hand, through every heart, the change we see begins with us. Together we rise, together we build. Oh, Bamaso, the time is now. The Ghana we hope for starts with us somehow. Yeah. No blame, no fear, no weight again. Let's use our voice, let's use our brain. With heart and faith, we take a stand to build this nation hand in hand. Call it Build Ghana. We will do it now. We will bring the light. The people's power, wow, wow. We will make it shine. You and I combine. Celebrate by my soul. By my soul. Yeah, the bobo, you know. Together we rise, together we build. By my soul. The time is now. The Ghana we hope for lives in us now. By my soul. Where did the discerning come to think, to act, and to build? Together we rise for the Ghana we dream of.
Seriyo, eya sendra Another beautiful day here in the United Kingdom, London to be precise. And we are live once again on Akwantufuo Radio, Abrabofa Radio, as well as Akwantufuo Radio GH, with another exciting edition of Bamaso. Also streaming on our social handles at Akwantufuo Radio. Just search for at Akwantufuo Radio on all social handles and you will certainly find us there. Well, as a recap, it is always important to remind ourselves as to why we are here. Yes. There's forgetfulness on all of us. So sometimes we may forget. We may wander around a little bit as to why we are here. So it is in order for us to remind ourselves as to why we are here. And that is to figure out, as Ghanaians, what we need to do so that we can co-create and also be a catalyst in the making of a very beautiful Ghana. That is the reason why we are here. As I was talking about a catalyst yesterday, we should always be mindful of the fact that our actions and our inactions also evoke certain actions and inactions in people. And if we all are conscious being, knowing very well that we are part of one body that we choose to call Ghana, then we should consciously seek to evoke the very best out of ourselves. We should consciously seek to do that. We may have the best of ideas. We may have the best of intentions and what have you. But if we don't know how to use wisdom to apply those knowledge and ideas, we wouldn't be able to evoke the very best out of ourselves. So our dream, our obligation, our task here is to figure out how we will be able to become catalysts to bring out the very best out of ourselves. And you know, even if you want to use yourself as a reference point, there are certain things people do that evoke a side of you that you don't want anybody else to see. Likewise, we should also be conscious of what we are doing to others so that we will be able to evoke the very best out of ourselves. It sounds very easy, but hey, it's a very challenging task. It demands a lot of work, a lot of wisdom must come into play so that we'll be able to become catalyst for each and every one of us to bring out the very best and not to continue to destroy ourselves as it happens quite often. So if you are here for the first time, for whatever the reason may be, I'll urge you to come knowing very well that you are, most importantly, a Ghanaian. Anything else, they are all secondary. They are all secondary. All other identities are still under the identity that we choose to call Ghana around here. Well, that is our reference point here. So we will use that as our primary source. And if there is any other identity apart from you being a Ghanaian, remember, you are to use that identity to build on your identity as a Ghanaian. As simple as that. And I'll remind you once again, there is no identity that is bigger than the fact that you are a Ghanaian. There is no identity that is bigger than a fellow person being a Ghanaian. So if a lesser identity is to cause you to disrespect anybody that shares the same identity with you as a Ghanaian, what you are telling yourself, technically, from a wiser perspective is that lesser identity that caused you to disrespect the person who shares the same identity with you as a Ghanaian is more important than the fact that the person is a Ghanaian. For this, perhaps, maybe we may have to throw this to ourselves to explain how we understand that statement. We may have to do that. You see, when we take it to other levels, just as Brother Ishmael was asked some time ago, which of the race is superior? Is it the black race or the white race? And his answer was very simple, the human race. That is to tell you, no passport, no citizenship, no occupation, no office even the office of the President of America. No position in this life is bigger than the fact that someone is a human being. No position, I will tell you categorically, no position in this life is bigger than someone being a human being. So if for any reason, any other identity is to cause you to disrespect another fellow human being, just use the same analogy that I used earlier on and answer that question. So the very moment we come here and we are using Ghana as our reference point, we got to treat ourselves with respect, utmost respect. For starters, because we are Ghanaians. That is what matters most. And for whatever direction that we may choose as to acquired identities, secondary identities that we may have put on ourselves, they are all avenues with which we are to advance our primary identity, we being Ghanaians. So I'll urge you, come to work on you, to explore more of your awesome self, to explore more virtues within you. That is all that brings us here. Today being Thursday, we call it Reflective Thursday. What we are talking about now is all about the reflections. We did reflect already, no be so. That's all. That's what we do here. We cause ourselves to be able to reason beyond the ordinary. Something to take away so that, hey, this was said on Bamasu today. Contemplating on it further. This is coming in, this is coming in. That is what we do here. We cause ourselves to reason beyond the ordinary. So remember, don't let anything lesser of someone being a Ghanaian or you being a Ghanaian cause you to disrespect another fellow Ghanaian. You are not making the best of all choices if you do that. To this effect, I humbly welcome you once again to Bamaso. And just wrong kasi the mu do the mu api enkoma ba bia wo bia sam pempen so wa fidie ne da Akwantufuo radio. Arapa radio na Akwantufuo radio GH. Say Abefonten time Facebook YouTube ne de keka ho na Akwantufuo radio. That is where we are. Ya bay let's just say Drew Bamaso ye beto ato adwene bi no ya hwede ye betumi adwo. Ama ye my Ghana. Ye. Oh my Ghana. Yes. But chairman say hold the file, say hold the no two ways. You see, yeah, me catch that, and you know, say, how people say, how are you? Was a not too bad. Not too bad. Say, I said, say, not too bad. Nature say, oh, I say a year. I say, what was say a year. Oh, but I say. Okay, all right. And if it's not too bad, yeah, not just a good me boy. I didn't know good no. What I say. See how the mind works, you know. It's just fantabulous. The very ones who have studied how the brain or the higher level of the brain, the mind works, you know. They choose words appropriately. Right? And instead of saying not too bad, you know, how are you doing? Oh, fantastic, amazing, exciting. The reason being that, and they say, the very moment you wake up, the very moment that the elements are still breathing you, the elements are keeping you warm, the elements are keeping you nourished, restored, purified, and they are keeping you stable around here now. The day is already good. Now, working with that, philosophy, no. Maybe I will be, and it begins with good. Everywhere that you are, it begins with good. But this is the more interesting part. It is left with the choices that we make, the decisions that we make, the actions that we take. That makes the good of every situation better. And yes. Even if you want to go by scripture, I will say, oh, after everything that God created, and he said, everything is good. That is per scripture. And you look at it very well. Yes, everything in life, no matter which way you want to look at it, it is good. What is left with how we will put our interpretations to it, how we will be able to guide ourselves, the that down your home, your position your home here and there, so that the good now you want to better. Assembly no. Yes, Ghana is good. And what the aka and they say a better down your home. Na good now you want to better. You see, interesting part of it, and it says, "Why fa onyama do 2 year, one that down who year, na or actions and who year, one win year, good no cry na or one na feel no be always said there be good no reduce you and you're correct, and you're correct, and also ever said wako another allegorical story in the Bible or say hey." To them that have no, so when you what they have no, it will be taken away from them, and it will be given to the very ones who are using what they have. And no, and pempens why away. And the very thing that we have, it begins with good. I wasn't here build up on it to make our place better. No, it finds its way getting into people who would be using it more appropriately, and then we go back asking them for some bits and bits to consume. So what you say, cousin? Into your actions and inactions, and then they do some pempens, you know. Into Ghana, Nemum. If we are able to plot ourselves very well, guide our actions very well, it will be much, much, much better than it is now. I say, no. Into Ghana, Nemum. The I can see a better to your ye. You better to your ye socially. You better to your ye psychologically. You better to your ye physically. You to your ye financially. Or if you want to go into the higher realms, spiritually into I will say to your ye. There is always a spirit that is behind every nation. Well, if we decide to go in there, and yes, you see, you're brainwashing, we look down upon even our ancestors. We disregard them. But you see, you can change the name of the rose, but you can't change the fragrance. And in other words, Brother Ishmael will tell you, whatever name that you give to the rose, it gives you the same fragrance. Right? Now, Insan say, in the Western world, they know this secret, Omono, Omuyebu, Omudi Omudi Senti. Intinka of a chum. Or quality or Yawunu Bruni, Anna bo correct, abra bo correct, and Bianca friend Saint Johnny, Saint Johnny, Saint Johnny, and then gave a friend. I had the friend ancestors in Tino. You're doing say any saint in your pet. They know. So we need to even give reverence to the very ones who have come before us. We need to do that. The American children say, "Ye jumedi aye die nara. Ya namo ye tu nara nina edi ye kuwie say ye pese ya namo esisi ye. Said ye beya enija ewo ma Ghana mu no ebe bruso. That is what we are all seeking around here. Baby I drubia no enije ni bitima abeka ho. Enti said never be PM wa ha. Brand never dwene say Ghana ni. But you be as a Ghana ni. Na yehwe kwan a wo nso obetimi afa. Ayewa fa mu de. Na uwie eno a kwan a obefa obetimi ayi eye enema papa afiri wo fa twum api aba na ono so aye ne de. Kwan a obefa so obeyi ne papa afiri president Mombadi mu api aba. Kwan a obefa obeyi ne papa afiri bo chairman mu patron enchiara no me chiara no samsafo wofa buadi be ma bene wa kwabna make said hwehwe kwan a obefa ubeyi and papa free ni mu apiaba. Aye. You see, aya meka na adeɛ bi a I've discovered say ɛbɛboa. You see, say ensuo ehuru ya ohwɛ mu a unhu wanim yie. Ya ahwɛ kora unhu wanim. Na say ensuo no calm down. Na ohwɛ mu a ohwɛ mu a utimi hu wanim. Uhu wanim. Aye. Uhu wanim pa. Unim de kyerɛ wo. Calm down. What I say? Calm down. Now calm down. You will find a true reflection. Your true inner values will be able to express itself. So, I ever can watch them that for. I was just listening to the playback of me bomb I say when I even leave the scene I do listen to whatever happened, and then I try to get back on and some of the course one. So we will be able to address some of the few issues. Obekai, and maybe a chum, Yebusaya who say, as we are critical of others, if we become critical of our owner, what will be the possible outcomes? Okay. So near referee said yeah, or Pendada Mahama a kind idea, and the Obekai pass. And maybe a chum, we had a discussion on that topic. As we are critical of others, if we were to be critical of our owner, what will be the possible outcome? So okay. Now hear me there. Say as it stands now, and Yanumbi are very, 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 very critical as to how this government is managing the affairs of our dear nation. Oh, I'm so glad this is happening. They are being so critical. Very, very, very critical. Even to the extent he say, they are so critical, say, anything ambiguous should be taken away. And if you are making a promise, the promise should be devoid of every ambiguity. University na communication skills. And one of the things that destroys communication is ambiguity. And we were being taught how to frame our sentences, construct our words, as our messages are among other things, so that it will reduce the degree of ambiguity. And if you think truly, partner, many of the promises are, politicians, are full of ambiguity. Now, anytime we be ambiguity, now say they themselves have created an exit window that will give them the easy exit when they are caught pants down. And I am there, say, and you are very, very, very critical, so critical of, and there may be a cause war. Now, yentimim koyechi. Yentimi nkwaechi enkosesa niema oho na emom yentimi kwaechi ne yekohwe niema bi ayaye anko yie, so that we will build upon it in the future. Enti said the amount will be critical of others in the present time. No, if they were so critical of their own in some time ago, and for no position. The way some people are very critical of the present administration, if they were so critical of their own when they were in power, they be in command opposition. Then you know what? Now they were so critical of the opposition now when they were in power. Out of their critical analysis in Tino, or metimia ba bemuno, I pray that you don't leave that virtue. It's a cycle. You don't leave that virtue. Continue to be critical of your own. Continue to be critical of your own, not for the sake of your party per se, but for the sake of Ghana. The sake of Ghana. Be critical of your own. And when you do that, perhaps you can stay on for quite some time. And no manage home. Oh, say one more critical no manage home pa. Manage home. But hey, I wish you knew that. Some years ago, to be critical of your own as well. Well, yanku anymore. And Chiana Kano, Yanfani in our mum. Yanfani in our mum. Namen commending Abra Menchia, Akukudam no. Oh, Dr. Zazadintu. And as I everybody akone Dr. Ebenezer Amufaboat na ne papa yonti. For the good works, the good example that he set. Nananketia. Ebondinda. Yebebonidinda. Gamanche, you dey? Oh, I need champo. As you say, oh, Akwantufuo to come there around. Hey. Yaba de ani yaba. And then reflective Thursday. Tenase, yaba reflection. Yaba reflection. Reflection pan yaba be. Inti poso. Na yenkuti enyumba akomra. Na enyuma yekuti obi say ene da nyum na ye boy no. Na ni je ho pa eye when we speak no. Na ni je ho. Yeah, when we speak. Na o say this time around na nyum ni sia. Mema wafa twumberima because my Sunday lyrics na mo fa twum. Do wafa hwe what's up no so my Sunday ama. O see sia. Na wo ba no. Ye be mo waken kan lyrics no. Ohun. Said you offer we see your pronunciation. Said you see ohun your tonations no. So ohun. Em say onana no suan kakra. So ohun. Said you see bobo words no that down no so ohun. Woman ye juicy, nice and beautiful no. Ye ba no we read lyrics ni nyina de amaye na sa sink within our soul na de aye adwuma corruption ade high empire, and we are wanting to find ways with which we'll be able to break the problem of corruption to digestible units so that we'll be able to eat. You see aduano ade ma esi wanimu a untimi hwe aduane ni nyina ngu na de oya yi was no grasa or better friend kakra. So obedin kakra. You take it in portions and in portion. You be hunu adi aduane na wie meboa. Omo pre omo ho edi aduane no guru sankrofo no bo hu ana they are putting pressure on their intestines, their organs. Omo ha wo omo ho. Enti problem kase bia no said ye bia no when you break it down to digestible units, you are able to solve the problem. And when it comes to the issue of corruption, we'll be able to break it down to digestible units so that we'll be able to solve it. And whatever, and you listen nearby, you best no working kind lyrics no at the amaye, ya fat emotions too, so never feelings a kahon. Yaba, you better one comedy so.
It doesn't start loud, it starts small. It never looks like theft at first, just something passed from hand to hand. A favor here, a quiet nod, a rule we bend to help us stand. We tell ourselves it's harmless now, just trying to survive the day. But every line we softly cross moves truth a little further away. We don't shout, yes, we don't say no, we just let it happen slow. It's the silence we keep, the things we don't say, the moments we look away. It's the comfort we choose when truth feels too hard and courage is costing too much to pay. It's not only the hands that steal, but the eyes that close and never feel. The silence we keep keeps corruption alive. We criticize from a safe distance, pointing fingers at the high and proud, but ignore the ways we benefit when injustice works for us somehow. We call it help, we call it smart, we call it just the way things are. every time we justify. We lower truth another bar. It's easier to stay unseen than risk becoming in between. It's the silence we keep, the deals we excuse, the fear of what we stand to lose. It's the price we avoid, the line we erase to keep our small piece in play. It's not only the ones in power, but the quiet consent every hour, the silence we keep keeps corruption alive. Maybe courage isn't shouting loud, maybe it's refusing to comply. Maybe change begins the moment we stop feeding the lie. A question asked, the truth made clear, a line redrawn. Where we stand, the system only breathes because we give it breath by hand. Let the silence break, let conscience speak, let honesty make us uneasy. If corruption lies where truth is weak, then integrity starts with me. It's not too late to choose again, to see, to speak, to try when the silence ends. Corruption fades and something better finds the light. Change begins.
Your friend has been a child. Meet here and Akwantufuo Radio.
We are radio, and this is Akwantufuo Radio.
And you were there on say Rura Sulumu. Oh, and you were cano crazy. Oh, a cano cray. It is the absolute truth that is happening. A cano Corinthian rural veins moon, rural so numusa. That's what I say. When we speak. Young call for Jumbermas. Wafa. And yeah, Mamas Wafa. Mr. Ho Chi Minh. And you know, I was saying Kagum say Uchi and Kawina club could be passing champa and then about Kofa over.
And Kofono Edwin for 1 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Oh, sir, but we are not governing ourselves. 69 years.
Yeah, so Oma reasons here, Oma doing on.
Oma reason. I am me mom, I'm a free woman. And me fault a catch him say, oh, about 5 p.m. She says, so I bought Ghana 16:50, 2 minutes to 5.
That's right.
Say 500 bars. I don't trust them. I mean, definitely. 6. When you look at all these things, we are not governing ourselves well. That is why I get annoyed when people come and say, hey, guys, 69 years old, young quiet no. And the empire is stop a pine B. Say, Minister for Communication, Minister for Information, government, they cannot tell us anything. If Saturday we be but one more dream the pahu. The flyer paper to will be a dog, say be a year that from this time to this time you'll be off. They respect democracy working.
Yeah.
You have the advance and you probably a party, they don't even understand democracy, respect for the rule of law. And that's what we did party that is about that. No communication. And you still follow this party, MPP, NDC, when they don't have the common sense to communicate to the people who voted this MPP, NDC to power. And for idea by the damn woman about Jimmy, woman Jimmy. What is the meaning of Minister for Communication? Minister for Information. The pure too much stupidity. It's very bad.
No, you see, what
their Bible is doing is wrong.
You see,
Yes, sir.
you say, for to use your anger and your anger to use you, two different things. Me sure so ya we wa. I say oma o anger use a different thing, and I will use anger as well two different things. Another thing altogether. It's messy. Let us use our anger. Don't let us be used by our anger. Very very important. Now you see, yeah na oka and ya no more be a woman to reason to a level, no right? Me kind say omo reasoning na condensed, right? Condensed. Say eja oye black coffee now hwe milk guma me kai say me black coffee man crofo na me the milk guma omutimi ka kire me say oh milk nim me fa bi nka ho me say to boase just stay so numu ansa na wonumu wi a ne say milk ne nyi na afa ka kire me I'll add more. In many instances, no na milk womb. So it's okay. Eti said the TBN and you they are not reasoning up to your level. No more reasoning they are condensed. So we find a way to reduce the condensation. Right? We are reducing the condensation. Eti ebanesa in do a matem. Say about damn sama na say we just want to reduce their condensed reasoning. Na fi wo mahunu say oh there be baby a was say yensu yedwene efa no yentimi nko ho yi, right? Enti someone is helping us to look at things from another perspective. That is what we are all seeking to do. So that we want to evoke something consciously out of ourselves. Ofa yenfa no to one mpacho say say lyrics no meboa.
So yes.
Excellent. And yeah, will be a din. Said I say, I can story no so now king Mr. Wa ye besi eti. Me try recording that too. It no. Yanko.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. It doesn't start loud, it starts small. It never looks like steps at first, just something passed from hand to hand. A favor here, a quiet note, a rule we bend to help us stand. We tell ourselves it's harmless now, just trying to survive the day, but every line we softly cross moves truth a little further away. We don't shout yes. We don't say no. We just let it happen slow. It's the silence we keep, the things we don't say, the moments we look away. It's the comfort we choose. When truth feels too hard and courage is costing too much to pay, it's not only the hands that steal, but the eyes that close and never feel. Feel the silence we keep keeps corruption alive. We criticize from a safe distance, painting fingers at the high and proud, but ignore the ways we benefit. When injustice works for us somehow, we call it help. We call it smart. We call it just the way things are. But every time we justify, we lower truth another bar. It's easier to stay unseen than risk becoming in between. It's the silence we keep, the deals we excuse, the fear of what we stand to lose. It's the price we avoid, the line we erase to keep our small piece in place. It's not only the ones in power, but the quiet consent every hour. The silence we keep keeps corruption alive. Maybe courage isn't shouting loud. Maybe it's refusing to comply. Maybe change begins the moment we stop feeding the lie. A question asked, a truth made clear. A little red drawn where we stand. The system only breathes because we give it breath by hand. Let the silence break. Let conscience speak. Let honesty make us uneasy. If corruption lives where truth is weak, then integrity starts with me. It's not too late to choose again, to see, to speak, to try. When the silence ends, corruption fades and something better finds the light. Change begins when we speak. End of the line. Change begins
when we speak.
When we speak.
When we speak. Offer, wow, can kind so how do you feel? Wow, can kind, how do you feel?
Well, I love many parts. It comes in several sections. And I'll start with the last line. Change begins when we speak. For as long as we keep quiet, we are condoning, because we have a simple saying in life, say, silence means consent. If corruption is staring at our face and the whole society is silent, that means we are consenting, we are enabling the corruption to continue. But when we begin to make noise, then the people playing the game of corruption, they say, hey, they are talking. We have to change, otherwise there could be some consequence. So yes, I believe in that line of change begins when we speak. That is a very powerful line for me. I believe in that in sociology. That's very true. And there are similar examples. Let me go to the next line up there. Where is this one? But it runs through the whole lyrics. You see?
On say na but I'm not near can't say we criticize from a safe distance. Eti emra na wo ka say uhu say o ti trotro mu a police ni na bribe na wo kan un say emra mu free honom no and other passengers no share says what mo kept me wa
kasa
and only say they are criticizing at a safe distance.
But now here I love this line as well. Let the silence break. That means we should begin to talk again.
That's right.
Let conscience speak. Let honesty make us uneasy. Conscience. When the people begin to talk, when we begin to protest, but if we don't, then again, silence means consent. Consenting means you are enabling that corruption, that stupidity to continue. But the moment we start to speak and make noise, in forms of protest, dissatisfaction, then consequences building up, the people will have to sit up and then change in their evil ways, or else there will be some dire consequences. Consequences. So and it runs through the entire lyrics. There are several of them.
That's right. That offer can we say no? Say it's the comfort we choose when truth feels too hard, and courage is costing too much to pay. Say, we say, say, say. Wako Ghana. So now you need to go through the right channels to get certain things done. But the right channels now will be fun. Who on one? Who will here be about 3 weeks? Oh, to get it done. And also be out the 1 week now. I'll cost a Okoya Sadi and Ghana. So 1 week we won't even go through the process for 3 weeks now, right? And then say, if you choose your comfort in that particular case, what do you have to do? You have to grease the palm of someone.
That's right.
So on you have to grease the palm of someone. And you know the yen will be a share womb. So I will be a share. And if we want corruption to ease a little bit and also to reduce, we all have a role to play. The silence we keep. And you will want to be at least for the next 28 days. Aye, a more pa. You offer any to us way. Yeah, break ice na wie dia yentoa so na ene baby a opese wo ne e reflection no me dia me di kai me aye reflection ni bi baby a opese wo de sa afa no fa fa ho no
Okay.
yenko.
Okay, that's it. Let me can, because it bothers me a lot. Because I have the spirit of excellence, I have eyes for good things, and I know what a good thing is. I've seen it. I've lived a long time. At age 17, I passed through the mail a lot. I know what is good. At Dentina, you were one country, the Republic of Ghana. You were by 1.0 nipa bebrebe to do A, B, and C. You pay your taxes also. Dear, I am a buffo pan say electricity. We live in a world where electricity drives society. And as human beings, we deserve a dignified life, which largely is driven by electricity, which is available in Ghana. It just said the way it is managed is so poorly done. Why, sir, by 10 o'clock this morning, not electricity on the whole Tema West, a cut off. And the annoying bit, the cut off, it's not so much my headache. I'm going to can to me cut off, and now system bit to me cut off. But woman is so proactive, say they allow communication to work. I don't see a tool in governance, communication. BBI Wabruche be and they communicate. Either it's written, a signboard is put there, or they put a flyer through your door. They put a letter through your door because engineers would have thought through. They planned it from yesterday. Many sources say suddenly and you know. So even if I know most people would want to say ABI maintenance, and then they decided from yesterday say Netema West. We are doing some maintenance. It has been pre-planned by the engineering department. So sanity there, more pre-planned there. Then common sense dictates. Then you inform the people. There's about 300,000-400,000 people in this enclave of Accra, and yet I'm here. I'm not going to work. I'm here. I'm a pensioner. There's no communication. Radio bien you let be one bien area ha a megaphone. They can say, oh. Lashibi, Lungwa, nothing of this sort is happening. Nothing, no level of communication. There are several ways of communicating to the people. Either you say we live in Ghana. Said digitization. Nearly everybody is holding a phone. So you put the information on their phone. Because electricity company, one can say ECG is gone fully digitized. You can buy prepaid electricity on your phone and the comfort of your home. You don't need to travel, leave your home to go to ECG outlet to go and buy prepaid. What if you have your phone? So you transfer money, then they send you. So, I mean, the tools are available. And yet, they are fooling around. They could have communicated to me and everybody else through this digitization, the same format with the top prepaid, and then my top prepaid. Yeah, and then my phone, so my top electricity, 100 cedis on my phone, my transfer Momo account from my Momo, I call Omisaka, already be token a brand, make key into, but because the light is off, meter, baby, I make key, a token, it's off, just the lights in the back. But there's no communication, say the lights will be off from 10 a.m. up to, as they say, 5 p.m. So they say about 13 minutes past 5. We are still in darkness, can you on the mind? So this is annoying. I see it's very stupid. A incompetence, a laziness, and it's completely unacceptable to me. This is not allowable in the 21st century. Not at age 69 of Ghana's independence. Not at a time where the politicians are disturbing our ears of the age of digitization. And yes, we have digitization. I've just said, I don't pay my top 100 Ghana cedis prepaid on my phone. My phone, my transfer from Momo, Akoma ECG. One more amame token. Token the can say make key and number be onto my phone. But because the lights are off, baby, I make key in a way dark. I cannot key them in there. I've got money. I was sitting that. My money inside. One more in your hand. No, must top up, and then I've topped up, but I cannot key them into my meter because the lights are off, and there's no communication. To me, this is it's a huge problem for me. Very stupid, very irritating, very annoying. And I'm not happy with it.
Okay.
And when I say this, this government, both of them, MPP and this woman, they play that stupidity all the time. A coup for the time it happened. Bahama time is happening again. Two of them, they are playing stupidity to the people of Ghana. And yet we pay them. This is somebody's job to communicate to us, say, from this time to this time, this enclave of Tema lights will be off.
Okay.
That person is not doing his work.
All right.
And yet the man will,
you break your problem down. Say, a break your problem down to digestible units. And see, this particular problem is a problem of communication. Yes, sir.
yes, right.
Well, other bits of it may come into play there, but young Shasi and can free say it's a problem of communication. Now, you see, ideally, when we are giving jobs to people, they need to be assessed for us to come to that understanding. Say a reasonable understanding. Say nipa yedi adwuma we man unim the demands of adwuma. Meboa.
Ideally,
and I also a friend is saying
accountability works.
and also a kind of prof. And I kind of meritocracy.
That does not exist in Ghana. Now, 69 years, there's no meritocracy. They give the job to party boys. Stupid people, party sycophants are giving the jobs. So there's no accountability. They are all a bunch of idiots. And then I have to suffer. Why? Why do I have to suffer? Because you choose not to give the jobs to people who understand what is accountability and respect for the rule of law. These are the pillars. Yeah, society. Remember, I've told you several times, in the early days, the whole world, in the Greek before, in the status and woman face, they identify that every society, there are three groups of people in every society. We have the citizens, we have the tribesmen, we have the idiots. Tribesmen and idiots, their behavior patterns quite close. In Ghana, it appears almost about 90% of the population are either tribesmen or idiots. Citizens, they're 2-3B. Because you don't understand it. How and why do you take off people's electricity, put us in darkness, and you don't tell us the reason why you're doing that? Go to other jurisdictions in the United States, in Great Britain, wherever. They will take the light off. They will send some form of communication to the people affected. People will be, because they are citizens, they think wisely. They believe in the rule of law. They feel accountable. And they have respect for the rule of law. They have integrity. And these are qualified people. They feel that if they do the wrong things, their supervisor will question them. And if it happens again, every caution, you are being pushed to the exit way. Oh, yes, I'll be taking 1, 2, 3. They hire and fire. You will be fired. And you cannot come back. I say, who there? Nipa na omo yedwan bebrebe no. Womo buy nipa na yedwan effective people no. Womo ye NDC for MPP for. We no buy ya pam womo nyina womo the NDC for abeship. No womo so womo fool around. The next time maybe you say to about 2020 me asase sam. Until we never build professionals, people with integrity. We don't have one person working in ECDR. Why you doing 10, 20, 30 years experience? There's a knowing and doing gap. We are doing channel. You gain experience. But within 4 years, and about this time, will be our building experience for about 3 years. Yeah, the new person about. Once about we'll fool around 2, 3 years. So it affects the whole country. We are making no progress. We are going around in musical.
We are going around in circles. You offer
circles because of this stupid MPP NTC nonsense.
Okay, I see.
And somebody come and tell me about Papa Abane Yadi. How do you tell me about Yadi when I don't have electricity from 10 a.m. to 7-8 hours? That's said, we feel a fridge, and we have swab. I saw fridge, I defrost. So be a hairdresser, and now me a year hairdresser, and now Baba, me using electricity. 7 hours, I cannot work. That is why there are so many poor people in this country, unemployment, because every job depends on electricity. From 10 a.m. up to now 7 hours, no electricity. How can you achieve productivity? How can you
offer?
And then you tell me about stupidity. Pure nonsense.
You offer chum. Ana muteneka
Nonsense.
the icebreaker cry na no den. Share. The icebreaker is in meal.
How can we make progress?
You offer
The
that's
country will have a lot of poor people
Yati
with
offer.
this kind of attitude. 7 hours, no electricity.
You.
And we are tailor here. We need
Hey.
you can't sew. We are hairdresser. You
Over-
can't do
over-
anything.
over-
Put on fish.
over
Put
to
fish
Menga.
in a defroster.
Overtimenga.
Thank you.
So for what charge for what charge?
No, I no correct. My call pension, my cotton divs have been on fish, my call for fish whatever, fishing harbor. Medical 7 hours. Ice block or what divs a defroster. Fish,
I best say. I know.
This is what I'm talking about.
I know.
And I just have copies for area. Now me koto generator. Until I'm Obia is the thief because the system is not working. So you have to steal and keep on stealing. ECG for do Kanyana, then you have to rely on generator. Generator means corruption. We escape free another angle of state. And Yama Obia ye conform.
Don't say problem no. Overlapping.
Yes.
Overlapping.
That is why corruption will never go away from this system. Because the policeman also what criminals or no still number one criminal. Because he needs a generator, he needs lights.
Offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You see, no, you guswa, say also offer plotting, no, they far. We are breaking the problem down. We are breaking it down. Come on. Yo, Ho Chi Minh, you better was it. Ho Chi Minh, pa. Now, Ho Chi Minh, you know, Mamma Qua Crasso, and Qua Crasso. Na Acrasso more and Comocacra. We are. Has some Ebekabia and Sana of our body and Abbey and so Abba. Enti Accra, Otimenka, Bamaso.
I drink a set up me.
Nyamiadum. Now, also want to say,
Papa.
Beautiful. You, and yet, straight away. The other to see Enti, so condo the DB. Why, DB me uncle?
You made us say, Betcha and Yanuna, all the 7 continents in Shalom, Ukraine, in your Penequa Bregimont, or Germany, any area suffering, and then so Yawada, say last day of Yabamaso. Yadamas say Muti and Wednesday last Thursday for February. So I got 2 days now. I made the people and try in the near match. And let me tell chum some of car by electricity. No, they be my Becca say, and then no information to get access to information easier than easy. Maka bare 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, near kind electricity. I'm crying because I say my wife crying no only say yebem omo ote Michelle Camp whatever. Your mom way you say your bedroom light. Maka so I buy investing power you can say restoration almost 2 years you know almost fix it some of the thermal plants any almost expanded capacity no it almost the announcement about say a honey ha yebeye days and times papa edemeni ade when beto of February 21st so our platform so daily graphica or yet the government newspaper wa announce uko ECG almost can say Twitter Instagram ya announce on radio so ya announce on TV so enti say bia obi nti ya enu che say bia ECG announce say time and time say bia ye dum kan enti no there's no reason behind it share February 21st see the areas that will be affected by ECG's planned maintenance this week from February 22nd to February 28th and the date here that be February 26th enti hello
I'm say Bombardier why distracted kakra. Na kichwa ya o cannot say
papa my mentor so
let's get it very clear now. We say abano publish it. Sa announcement no abutre let me finish now then you can carry on daily graphic on online okay online website bay
we see
website bay
me the beto was see as ama
okay all right
platform so
okay all right
so
That fact has been established very well. So, but I don't say one thing. I was say say daily graphic in online as in website now. Yes, our announcement we see. So, it may not be enough, right?
Papa,
Let me finish.
Me say, ya know so daily graphic. And na ECG Twitter or Instagram and a radio ni TV zina manka my family wife at the anchor. Missy ya I can radio ni TV zina.
It's Tomaso abutre you see, we are talking about efficient communication in Nyabutre. Also, a man now so bombarded abutre. I stop you and I come in and then you come. Near Queen, come. When I'm talking and you're talking over me, it's not nice. Okay. And they did announcement on the radio, on the television, radio stations bay. And I say radio, just what man say radio. And television, so Papa. GTV pana.
Papa, radio, television, and at the Macano.
Okay.
Unless over so can say be a radio.
I'm asking you all these questions based on one thing that I've also has said. You see, they have contact numbers of every client. You see, some companies they can send you a WhatsApp message to alert you on something that they intend to do. Na minim so say no krana there is an app utimi de top up no utimi top up electricity wo phone so directly. Enti obi be say wo hwe sa na we nyina na ye hwe daily graphic online radio and the rest no enka the most efficient way to communicate any of these things no ASN can be use a text message and I said the WhatsApp approach any the TBR in him say it has come to your phone directly. Because say no some maintain radio dia menka say any obi an radio but radio dia na say maintain the ekoso some anko online I wouldn't know what is happening. Say man TV I wouldn't know what is happening. Say man to daily graphic and I say man call office be a daily graphic that I wouldn't know what is happening. But say mobile phone there now no you say many people are holding mobile phones. And I'm very certain said they have that data with the data of mobile phones. And at the internet you use to mum now we will be able to get rich a number of users now. More than you use other ways, no? Be there, but how efficient is that? Mambalie, over to you.
You mean that's a Papa. Said your work on anti obisu I can say obiansu a call or phone and we use text message. Radio remains the most widely used I can say medium of communication on earth. Tamana I can say mobile phone and your radio near you and the radio that's we despite the internet no. Said your worker say obi yen fan ko baby aka obi betie no what about the other means is right say you do radio news obi so beka say no maintain radio so na me access. You can't certify anybody into the major media so nyina no ye de akoso. Ye de akoso.
So we've taken it to 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. You are saying you're taking it to all the major outlets without a text message. Now, have they as a body done any research to find out how many people they are able to reach through any of these mediums now?
Papa, I believe so.
Okay, all right then. So if you believe so, carry on then. Yeah.
Me say so. You see, you the text message. Obi so be back. Akwantufuo because and a text message where nyebi. Now Ghana no obi na call the phone so. Obi will call the phone 24 hours back. You see the message kwa because onti. So that's it. It won't me satisfy you. Said you obi say want and sounds like I'm catching some what it. Obi wo wa Akwantufuo radio ye bo obi aneti. The so ya kan say mi to be ka say o na ene mountain Akwantufuo radio so ntine bia na wakote no Peace FM. Maka ji say no reset na ewo mu no ene omunye no mat say de kan na even 30 years no ene na me say February 5 days ago very graphic o ma list eyi nyina a klago mu na nyina baby a sakumo de sa ho nyina baby a ejetwu mu tin nyina ewo ho ko Twitter na ko hwe ne ko ECG o mu page se enda ho a radio nyina o mu ka enti no se nipa no ma beka me bi kwa mo abuche ma me kan say o mu ye maintenance yi ma me kan be say 3 weeks ago enti so te Ghana na say ya more light of a umu sa say e bia de na ekoso cause wo person wo information wo be hu wo so radio wo so TV wo so phone and I say enkofo ka because you see in the we say and na asem no ye we say oh obo de papa bie ni to the omo the message be kra ba obi an no there you focus we say you see you see ya too light beam and no but at the papa na be omo here for maintenance in the yenka in the Greater Accra region. The Tama region will experience significant interruptions on Sunday, February 22nd from 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. The affected areas include Normal Bubunina, Sagleme, Okoya, Monday, February 23rd, Ngwazongo, Royal Yina, Omo Yesa, Adina, in Accra East region, has a busy week of maintenance. And Omo Bonina, Electro Bota, February 24th, the same to affect Santana Market, Aikuma, Donyumi, Kodiebe, any surrounding areas. Then, and next Thursday, February 26th, maintenance exercise from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. will impact Lakeside Estate, Community 6 and 8, New Lagos. How much you know? And then you information age, you know. It will just say, and no maybe what me say, and then so one follow you be kwaja and call for pay attention and no maybe. And this is what was with the one person will be who the echo. Makaya say we have a huge power deficit, but this government is doing everything say. And the population adults, me see right in that man with JS 98 and the doom social for 4 times. Population increase and obu 3-4 phones. Na no nyele tezi na yisu no. Make say yempe sacrifice.
Okay, all right. But bade ansa na mama de we na sin so Mr. Wa. You say what data no wo hoi no. Mr. Wa, who ready lash media na mama hwe data onom so mbedum no. Why?
Me say me da bekoto me da beto onom.
O da bi wo kan hwehwe so
lash bi katema ho maka.
And what they are called what's the platform no so what they are to what's the platform no so me boy
me that to what's the platform so
okay.
me read it
okay
me that one
okay
so the background person will read ya yes so person di BBC ya paku book mo da in the background go sua enye de bia na be sokis no you ma yi na no wakoye yi.
Okay.
All
right then. Mama dear. Memo wa home so ha. Abutre wa say me nche bebre wa say it no memo obi kakra. Of ade na na icebreaker it na give him enough time. It we there fa we to ha say kakra pem so kakra wa say. I'll come back. Okay, can I shortly nyanko quickly.
Okay, short one person me can say. Can say aban ehun sa de ntino. Nijisem say aban per se or another can say power or sea power here 1,200 megawatt power plant. The Bebana say esan say you use too expensive crude oil no power a thermal plant into no since you enough gas into person convert crude no to power 80,200 mega as part of a gas to power transmission policy no one per say na ye ho toye ewo sa power no yinti bit ma bo akate power generation cost by at least 75% na ye shin with a dollar ye kope e rekoto crude oil no so no e bit me for ni sent na aban say wotwe sika 15.2 billion say opeso dey address sa power plant na and also energy sector shortfall payments no and was say 4.8 billion say opeso or declare your legacy debts now your day independent power producers in 2026. It I believe say this is very cause say yɛnyina yɛsɛ electricity yɛko ho na sɛ aban wei sɛ ɔde ba na sɛ yɛka sɛ aban papa ba na obi ka gyam sɛ yi a sɛ 1,200 no ɛbɛka ho a ɛno no sɛ obi bɛka sɛ ɛnyɛ nso ɔbɛka sɛ bi a menni electricity nti sese ne deɛ Ghana no Dr. Parjane can see the game is evidence ti yɛkɔ yɛ nim da se.
All right then, Bombardier no you see, the bottom line is we want to always improve upon our excellence. Yes. But I don't say there is a subtle line between defending the truth out there. There's a subtle line between those two things. Because when you look at countries that also always want to improve upon their excellence, they always want to use all available avenues to send their messages across. Emra TikTok by not even some companies didn't want to go on TikTok, but now they have realized the number of users on TikTok. So if you want to survive in your business, you go there. So they are using all possible means. And that was why I asked to say, how many people are they able to reach when they use all the other means they use to send their messages across? Yeah, kasana na say Samsafo send me text message. One of the let me read it and see. Yeah, the brain is it say if your banking app they want to shut down for some maintenance, they will send you a message. No matter catch you, so this is what is happening. You see, say yeah, on say they when you are doing an you are signing up on anything, they ask you, say, which of the means would you want to be communicated to? SMS, phone, email, so when you make a choice and then the company sends you the information through that choice, the responsibility no more lies with the company. The responsibility no more lies with the company. And see, say when you are signing up to a certain service, near Busa say, a kwan beso ana yemfa eno onye debe and communicate. So no wa email, text message, phone. So ni nyina debe ewo ho. Enti uchu so dia ope. Enti eba ne saa when they want to send an information to you, wo de what choose no any use you. Near the abrewo. Pepe. Because they know, say, this is where when you send what should I say? This is where when you send me the information, I'll be able to reach it as quick as possible. Anyway, me say it's all about improved excellence. Improved excellence. Yo, some more. Some message, say your Xfinity service interruption should be resolved. Okay, all right. I think say, yeah, okay. Then can we say, hi Samuel. And me Samuel no there be Sam Safodi no. It's Xfinity assistant. Yes, I'm sure say we add and send the message. We are aware that you may be experiencing a service interruption at. Me sure say coordinates being or the ama. We are working to resolve the issue by approximately the 2nd of the 19th of February 2026, 4 p.m. Eastern. We apologize for any inconvenience. We will test you with updates. Okay. Along the line, I'm sending the message. Your Xfinity service interruption should be resolved by the 19th of February 2026, 4 p.m. We are continuing work to get you back up and running. Thanks for your patience. We will text you when it is resolved. Okay. Ibinono, right? Improved excellence. That is all that we are talking about. We can say the Bombardier Church say use avenues. Yes. we give them the plus. Beautiful. But hey, there are more avenues. There are more avenues, right? You see, TikTok okra no, amanfo use enti no, use. Nuni na amanfo e what TikTok pa. Of I cry me sure say no akọ TikTok, akọ head e ko ho. Ngi bia am de ko to TikTok a bia nko be hu ho. Sam, obaka kakra sana na yakọ fa body so. Mhm.
Yeah, real quick, Papa
Mhm.
Smiley. Sending all canon, there are more avenues. And sending offer air canon, we must demand excellence. At the end of the day, if you are an entity, you're a business or whatever the case may be, now you should if you're a country, if you're an individual, you should always be looking for ways to improve yourself. Because if they say, and again, on their fire radio, on their fire, some of their fire baby, but there's always another way. Find that way and do your part. Just do your due diligence at the end of the day. So be in one. To when people can you push back to be you know what? Thank you for letting us know. So you prefer, text message or WhatsApp or whatever. Next time we will make sure to include that option. Come on, quitting. This is not even a case of pushback, Here we are now, we're talking about, the silence we keep, right? Sometimes in yes, yeah, didn't keke no, I know your silence, but rather no, yeah, you who be not say, now it's say you demanded for improvement, say you demanded for excellence, and it's a rather no, you choose to go the other way now. In a way, it's almost like you still being silent. So according to say, yeah, this tro the yeah example no. I'll fight now if I cut into police and just kind of no kind of I know more mutika them no who and uncle mukase oh and yashi na in a way, they're turning the cheek and they're looking at it from a different end. In a way, it doesn't help the situation. We always say, right, of a thing be all can, and that's one thing I always agree with him. We've traveled, your bias, yeah, Bob Rap, we also have something to our name at the end of the day. But we've seen better, we are experiencing better, we're living better. We should let our fellow citizens back home know, say there are things better. We shouldn't just always try to justify or push or whatever the case may be. I understand. Even if me personally, even if me man and say, oh yeah, then I know my do baby of free ban by you know what? Perhaps this could be better because I've seen it being done this way. And until see a bit there, I bet you as I say, there's always a better way, and we will try to strive for that higher ground. It's going to be hard for us to move forward. And this is not a party situation. We're talking about the country overall. To say we have to come together, and the silence that we keep, it's not helping anybody. It's not helping you, it's not helping me, it's not helping the country, you know, because say, oh, keep it silence now. Guess what? Ochinano, maybe this administration will not be in power, it will be somebody else, and they might also keep quiet. Yes, I want you did not bro. So Beyonce and ASA, Bibia Bagana, your friend is saying, what is it? No bed syndrome or whatever, into you're turning people away from hospitals now, who would just like that. This shouldn't happen this day and age, but it's because somebody kept silent. Somebody saw it happen and they didn't say anything. Somebody saw it happen and they justified it. Somebody saw it happen and they defended it. Somebody saw it happen and they just turned the other cheek. And here we are today. Better than anything, no bed syndrome. I'm uncrossable. It's not helping you, it's not helping me. When it can be open-minded. Even if say, oh dear, what you're saying is accurate, you know where you stand, you know where you're coming from is the best and hypocrite. Just be open-minded and hear and try to understand where the other person is coming from. If you do that, you say, yeah, boy, I'm home say, try say your best idea now. But boy, I'm a innate to animal. Until say the, if you refuse to put yourself in other shoes now, becomes a dicey situation. Anyway, Professor Milo,
all right, thank you very much. In fact, all other things can pause. Let's do the music one more time.
It doesn't start loud. It starts small. It never looks like theft at first. Just something passed from hand to hand. A favor here, a quiet nod. A rule we bend to help us stand. We tell ourselves it's harmless now, just trying to survive the day. But every line we softly cross moves truth a little further away. We don't shout, yes, we don't say no. We just let it happen slow. It's the silence we keep, the things we don't say, the moments we look away. It's the comfort we choose when truth feels too hard and courage is costing too much to pay. It's not only the hands that steal, but the eyes that close and never feel. The silence we keep keeps corruption alive. We criticize from a safe distance, pointing fingers at the high and proud, but ignore the ways we benefit when injustice works for us somehow. We call it help, we call it smart, we call it just the way things are. But every time we justify, we lower truth another bar. It's easier to stay unseen than risk becoming in between. It's the silence we keep, the deals we excuse, the fear of what we stand to lose. It's the price we avoid, the line we erase to keep our small piece in place. It's not only the ones in power, but the quiet consent every hour. The silence we keep keeps corruption alive.
Your parents are in the chat.
Maybe it's refusing to comply. Maybe change begins the moment we stop feeding the lie. A question asked, the truth made clear, a line redrawn. Where we stand, the system only breathes because we give it breath by hand. Let the silence break, let conscience speak, let honesty make us uneasy. If corruption lies where truth is weak, then integrity starts with me. It's not too late to choose again, to see, to speak, to try when the silence ends. Corruption fades and something better finds the light.
Your parents are in the chat. Akwantufuo Radio.
Change begins.
We are radio.
When we
This is Akwantufuo Radio.
Yo, was it change begins when we speak. When we speak. The other time, I made mention of the four-legged beast that I said we will be talking about. Arrow defenders, blame pushers, fault finders, and guilt keepers. These 4 beasts. I think we have to make time and spend time to talk about each of them. Error defenders, guilt keepers, fault finders, and guilt keepers. These 4-legged beasts, they are with each ubi, and they have various ways of expressing within us. Error defenders, hey, dangerous pa. Overbody, Bamaso,
I drink I say papa.
na overboko there.
I'm here domboko.
Mpele chechiro.
Metro na say remember na limit. This year crack be 10 minutes per na cover.
Okay. Any bon tell kebi mi uncle. Why? Kebi mi uncle. Kebi mi uncle. Kebi.
And the crown so the betch into me kokra me sound to so.
Okay. I ne beche pa. Say samo. Obe he chirama. Nti ene kebi na ansa na wako. Why?
Yo papa. E tie fo nyina.
Bia jodo.
Am e boka kra bi atum no. Onyom no matie. Na mo sem no de ye asem sebe. Osi ye muya ya no na se ankasa e kipu silence a ebema corruption akoso na kasa no nso no kasa bi ane kasa eno nso yasem sebe se ne wa de ba ye no ye wo blame pushers ye wo say guilt defenders and ye wo nkrofo so almost every time on pay fault finders so na we can say guilt defenders ni dangerous.
Error defenders. Error defenders.
Yes, dangerous as blame pushers and as a fault finders.
Okay now. Okay now. Why are they? It's what the 4-legged beast no emu de hempa na dominant in you. I mean can show blame pushers. Ana fault finders. Error defenders. Ana blame pushers. Dominant power mu ye de na dominant power
woman mu kakra error defenders.
No. Okay. I see.
Any me defend no pa.
Now I hear you.
And so me defend it. Sad I could see this because of the past.
You know you can be prosecuted for that.
Somewhere. Some are tough. Okay, carry on.
Some are tough.
So carry on. Carry on.
Oh, say, I didn't know the say be uncle come papa in your trade. Someone who can has a CIA now bombardier me. But say what you say perfectly by bombardier, and so on also or ye writing so perfectly because enka ne papa yemono and I see you na pe man and cross one na ye ni motive ill motive bi na nka de be kan say o announcement or more ombedum like and as ombe bibi o man mu a e bia kane no kwa no mo fa so ye na ye kwe anim ti no yen try say omon try say ombe improve but ofanso ba yom yeti ase say omo announce anye bibia say na bombardier kan ntimi enye obia de because obi okra phone kro nyusu bi text message onyusu bi ohun de ade ne tie no etie ntimi nya obia sene ne ye betimi ama obia de akoso em say majority na ye de communicate ye news and say ye ni say ye to abakra na ba bia ye nyina ye tia na radio tv majority in tradition ho enti tembia papa me ba me ka asem se owura fi ukrom hene aben a oyira dwabo ase no enye just asem emu so pa enkan no na ye boy ntwe ne ye de sound sa no ma no ye janu nyina be fa abrofo ne de no se ne na wo ka no phone de bi ekura me ye sure so se dawuro de ye bo a se wo mpe radio tie kura na dawuro ne ba be gina wo dan achi se ne ye bo asɔre nnwom a na na se yɛbɔ mpaeɛ wɔ fa kofi dan akyi a ɛdede no ɛdan a dawuro wura no bɛyɛ dede mu ate wɔhu de adeɛ no te enti no yɛayɛ yɛn bibia sɛ yɛn bibia no yɛgyae ɛkɔ ɛyɛ copy yɛyɛ copy the moment a wobɛsua copy na wabɛyɛ photocopy obi biara nyɛ yie na nsɛ na mehwɛ ayi paa na nsɛ metaa hwɛ Chinafoɔ follow ɔmo nɔɔma na mehu sɛ ɔmo tradition medicine no ɔsɛ ɔmo gu so practice na mebisa me nkurɔfoɔ a menim ɔmo ne some Chinafoɔ na ɔmo sɛ hwɛ ɛyɛ adwuma paa yɛ toe ne saa ayi western world hospitals no a ɔmo atumi upgrade no ma ɛnnɛ ɛkɔ anim ankasa saa ɔmo needles bi na ɔmo de wɔtete paneɛ bi no ne sɛ ɔmo atumi improve ɔmo deɛ no wei kɔ anim na ɔmo nyae koraa ɔmo bɛfa wei afa wei kakra na ɛkɔ anim enti ɛnnɛ no bed ayi a yɛka yi a abu ɔman Ghana mu nyinaa ne hwan na ɛkɔ so no yɛa na ɛkɔ so yɛ because yɛwerɛ fi yɛ kurom hena bɛn yɛwɔ traditional medicines ne bi wɔ hɔ anka yɛtumi ahwɛ ɔmo yie encourage ma saa nkurɔfoɔ no nso ɔmo practice no sika ba mu a nka ɔmo nyae engu hɔ anka ɛnnɛ ɛkɔ toe ne saa nneɛma wei adeɛ wei ntumi anyɛ wei tumi titi deɛ wei ntumi titi na ɛkɔ ha nka bi a bɛyɛ te sɛ ɛnoma nketenkete bi ne yɛde bɛkɔ aban anaasɛ mesi aban deɛ broni deɛ no western world deɛ no bebree nneɛma no bebree wɔ hɔ a ɛho hia koraa sɛ nka yɛbɛkɔ akɔ Sunlight hospital nneɛma no bebree wɔ hɔ a nka ɛho hia sɛ nka yɛbɛsoa ne yɛde kɔ hospital na ɛyɛ gidigidi ka baabi wɔ hɔ bɛkɔ na tradition foɔ no ne yɛ encourage wɔn ne yɛboa wɔn nneɛma a wɔn nso hia de sɛ wɔn de pagyapagya wɔn no ne yɛboa na ɛkɔ anim na yɛtɔ wɔn yɛ encourage ma wɔn nneɛma no kɔ soro a ne yɛtɔ no wɔnyɛ sika wɔn ti wɔkyerɛ ne baabi a ɔbɛkyerɛ no quite remember sɛ yesusu ayɛ nanamo na ɔmo wɔ nnuro bi a ɔmo kotu sɛ wei ne kotu obi ntumi nwo na kotu ma na ɔte sɛn ɔbɛwo wei nnuro bebree enti ne yɛkotu ba a wonim deɛ na ɔmo yɛ nipa no ba a ɔde kosua ba a na ɔmo ama okosua ɔmo sɛ mɛnyi sika megyaa ne ntam koraa because me nso na ma wɔn koko no bi ɔmo to nkosua ma me wɔ faase baako na ɔno deɛ ɔyɛ kyɛɛ megyaa ne koraa akyire na ɔma na kɔkɔ me wɔ nkokɔ no bi deda tanka papa saa nnuro no a meka yi ɛnɛ mehu koraa a menhyɛ da ɛnhu ne yie menkae ɛna yɛbɔ ho ban na sɛ bi a na nka ɔmo de ɛma sika ɔmo yɛ wei wɔyɛ koraa no a wobɛtumi anya adeɛ mu odu na nso watumi de abɔ ɔbra yɛ mɛbu sɛ wɔyɛ kwaseampani a ɛgye di sɛ nka develop kɔ anim sɛ wɔn deɛ teɛ no ɔwɔ kaw mpɔmpɔ ne saa na ɔma nnuro wei nyinaa wobɛhu ɛnɛ ne yɛde nam a yɛde kɔ hospital yɛ kwan so na ɛnyɛ nti nipa no ɔwɔ bɛka na yɛde no bɛto ɔbɔbɔ yɛn mu ɔbɛhurihuri saa ɔbɛduru saa side wɔ na wayɛ nyame dea but sɛ nka saa na ɔma wei a mekan ɔwɔ aduro ne nneɛma nketenkete na ɛwɔ farms ne rural areas no ne yɛ develop saa nnuro no wɔ hɔ na nipa na ɔyɛ aduro no nso tumi nya bi de tɔ aduane ma ne ma di wonya bi de hwɛ ne ma school fees saa deɛ na tumi yɛ enough ɛboa ne sɛ ne obi akosua medicine a anka yɛ mu bi bɛsua tena hɔ a yɛde bɛboa nkurɔfoɔ ɔmo wɔ hɔ a kyɛ sɛ yadeɛ bebree hɔ a yɛmfa pressure ma mɛgu ebi a kwalebu so ɛma eti papa kakra mɛka mede ma no bɛsi
Yo, yate, thank you very much. Yeah, Sabra. Umrana Sam Ewo Chon. What's it? Umrana Sam Ewo Chon. And I'm happy say what do I indicate the area now? Ojen say you need to work on. Also the aero defender. Oh, aero defender. Aero defender. I remember. And you know, let's just say one who dear also ye do and I was also bomodin. Na oyo ho adwuma kama yo ono awie de na say ora abe gamanche the new incoming and I can say the new returnee from Ghana yama gamanche we go to Isaac and then right after Isaac I leave the scene for Sam. I hope say by then na we jump on to carry on nti gamanche say wotime nka bamaso
Baba smile, yeah, I drink kese.
Wagwa.
Well, we're there inside.
Everything, Chris?
Well, what can you do? I'm a bit cold, but it's okay.
Why I say, man? Why I say? Why I go to say, man? May you flow, man.
Are you going to prompt something, or you want me to
Oh,
continue?
said, and I saw you were there when we started, and we touched on
Yeah.
several things here. So
Papa
it's
Smiley,
reflective Thursday.
Papa Smiley, I've spent a little under 3 weeks in Ghana. So I think I was a day or two short to be 3 weeks. I experienced 5 lights off. On I think the last one, I think a day or so before I was coming. We bought some food.
I beg. Someone is prompting me. Say, is it possible? Say, we bet me a trick a clamor.
Papa Smiley, not today, later.
Later,
maybe after some time. Yeah.
After no what? Okay,
So,
okay. All right then.
Yeah. So we've got some food. Some of them not perishable. Like we've got ice cream, some frozen things, and so on. And I was with Adolf. Papa Smiley, the lights were off. You know what Adolf told me? These people are going to make Abe talk. And to be honest, Papa Smiley, I was so furious. Do you understand? Papa Smiley, look, when people are living comfortably here, and people on the ground are complaining, and they try to defend from here, Papa Smiley is so annoying. Go and experience the rot back home. Do you understand? It is never acceptable. I don't care what sort of announcement. Papa Smiley, me, nobody reads more than you. But when I went to Ghana, I didn't buy one daily graphic. One, I didn't buy it. Because the quality of the paper, I don't even believe it. So I didn't even buy it. So if they say they announce in daily graphic, they announce in Times, who cares? Who cares? Papa Smiley, we do not hold the people at the helm accountable. And people feel if they are worshiping this group of people, everybody should worship them, not me. Because I know what they are doing, I can do it better. So I'm not going to worship anybody. Papa Smiley, as we speak today, the whole of today, I'm working. Do you understand? Today, the whole of today, I'm working, but I spend the whole of today doing training. Do you understand? Corporate training. As we speak, I'm still doing it. Corporate training about fraud, which can go on within a company, within, by employees and so on. I've done training on health and safety. That is what I'm doing now. I mean, everything which will affect the company or the organization, it's mandatory that every year you have to redo it. So that all these things are fresh in your mind. So that when you conduct fraud or you violate any of these things, you are aware of it already. Do you understand? These good corporate practices or good managerial practices, it is not in our psyche. Do you understand? It is not in our psyche. But we expect to behave like Oyibo. But we are not doing the right managerial processes. But when the thing backfires, you have people come to defend these people. Me, I don't care any amount of announcement. I'm not interested in that. All what I'm interested in is I've paid my electricity bill. I've paid my water bill. I need water. I don't want you to give me any excuse. Those who want to go and worship them, go and lie down for them to can do that, not me. Because I'm paying for service. The same way we are enjoying this part of the world. I mean, our levels of mediocrity is why these people are shortchanging us, is why they are not working, and is why the country is not working. Simply because they'll have people trying to defend them. Somebody you are paying, somebody you are maintaining lavishly, and so the person is not working, then you are the person who is suffering, is rather defending these people. No wonder we are where we are. No wonder. Look, yesterday there was an argument between Bagby and the deputy health minister. Look, and Bagby was not even shy. The man had audacity to say, I was a former health minister. I said, look at this man. Look at this man. He doesn't even feel shy. But giving us a reference that I was former health minister. So what? When you were former health minister, this no bed syndrome, all these problems, and he admitted that they know the problems are. So what did he achieve there? Because this no bed syndrome, if you were a proper health minister, you would have addressed this issue, putting a system in place, which wouldn't have brought us to where we are. Do you understand? But he just occupied a position. He wants to show off. I wish I was in that woman's shoes. The question I would have asked him, maybe the whole parliament would mess up. Do you understand? The whole parliament would have messed up. If I was on the floor, Batman couldn't have told me this. Because I would have asked him, when you were health minister, did you address these problems? No. That is why we are going through this. But his party members, his party for saying he was a health minister, all those rubbish nonsense. That's what we do. People occupying the positions make other people feel so happy. Pablo was fighting me this afternoon simply because I've described Bawumia as a liar. I've described Bawumia as a clown. That is how I see Bawumia. And that is what he is. If you see him as extraordinary, take it. Go with him. But what I see him, based on the output, is what I'm telling him. Papa Smiley, we are not holding these people to account. Oh. They are not doing the right things. Papa Smiley, imagine. Let's even take it to the public sector alone. That every government employee, from the CEO, all those rubbish CEOs, from them up to the liberal or the lowest rank, they are all supposed to undertake this sort of training, learn what comprises fraud, learn what comprises corruption, what results in health and safety, and all those things. And it's mandatory. Do you understand? And your promotion, everything will depend on successfully going through these things. What sort of awareness again will we need? Do you understand? What sort of awareness again we will need? We don't even need anybody to make any publication, any rubbish thing. But all of this is we don't do. Some people of the whether they know or they don't know, we expect them to know. But my point is, if you know the thing and you don't do it, you don't know it. But we will leave and people will come and defend unnecessarily, unreasonably, simply because they feel it is their party. Come on. Come on. Smiley. Let whoever will come.
Okay. All right then. And I'll come back to you. Why? I'll come back to you. Not me. I'm just
Not you.
Sam Beho. Why? Sam Beho. Why? Some.
So some should come now. Or is he
No,
afraid?
no. Say no. Obaba, but after some free scene, no about why? Into my man Isaac so. I mean to Isaac. And then Isaac after
Paul woke
Isaac.
up and chose violence.
All right, and Isaac, go to me camp. Bamaso.
Ajin Kessie.
Beautiful.
Ajin Kessie.
Sebo called there.
Oh, Yamiadom.
Sweet. And young quay. Now so boy and come on. So what a watch a crack fine, you know.
Oh, yeah, Martinina. Now, me born come on, I midi a footio, bema, a ye papa, a jetchum. Yeah, there be a mcassa, a me mamma in Tianada, because the age of woman, no. I mean, probably punish me. But no money be what I cried to me too painful, and a pain to a grapple. I can't send me no show we swear. I Nanya no crack, backward or no aji to more of a patch. And second one, no, many quite in so unquaretino. I was at time no. So, Russia Nino, a Russia Nina, a Obedi Ghana former Uno, Yachino Burkina Faso, poacher, and no crack. Now, I didn't person catch the Jachum say social media no. A man in Kohonko fat news because a honor in trunk one. Because a light and seminar so with social media now the best show is what they be no credibility one you move be saying no you be question or credibility no because social media the same be anywhere with social media say 100% about a 99.5% no I am trunk one into no anytime bia no or baba ye because I had no coffee and the answer your no you be punch baby as a punch no because I dear press a car no I no crack I no crack I would like to some home yeah me call you know me meters 3 now me call you know me call ya na me tua me me bill there say me tua no for meters no and I'm me phone number and me pin number ne bibia and almost so me call yeah na time so on be frame ampa
I'm your phone number and no pin bay.
omo pin na omo de ma yeah and
it's woman at the mouth and answer woman at J.
no omo na omo de ma
Okay, all right.
So in case say from now want to omo can out from one to me this number no ma
okay, all right then.
Number yeah yeah ampa mo wa no mo test me so omo ba be fese me meter no omo amfra me o omo test me
that's right
omo test me and ampa omo buy into no na me wo 2 meters single face me no and a 3 face no back into no omo buy no omo ma me 2 face no omo ma me 2 face no and omo ye na mistake na o say Ghana no say any man bi wo ho wa misam na wo nye ye sabe unu ma kenkan mo bi enkenkan ma ho because baby obeko bia no on say gofo bebre na electricity boys no ebu omo because omo ba na omo betwe pole light pole no and cable no e dey amawa baby distance na wo no say omo no omo so this ECG for no so omo ma 30 meters cable until no dey aka ina no one obetua ana say sa cable no mpo no one take time beton ama na we na omo wie ya na so yeah say me ma cable no sika ni ande am say one aka sa asem na chiro ano so omo yi am say paper na text message no makotua bibia wo na mo yam be for police station my am person be say mo adwuma because one but mo just say dey
over
hello
Koso why Koso sorry Koso
I'm say into
me wo ho no so because dum so abagana nipa no nye nokro na oka yen ye wa bruchi no obo futu agu ani so keke enye nokro but omudum light for period of hours bi ana yes omudum no omudum no na light omudum no no mo aso no be 6 hours 3 hours and ye normal wo Ghana normal enye ne abawe
Was there?
normal
Now, normal. Should we keep it at that normal level or we should improve?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Baby, you free no.
No. I'm asking you a simple question. And yeah, baby, if you ask normal, you keep at that normal level or we should improve?
You keeping this because the reason I make kind of stand say, oh mama explain the reason I can say because a transformer be say transformer a be say omo to me nya transformer no ebi mpa na transformer mpo ebi ne ho it's omo kra intino nema ni bi wo ho ye ni advanced country but bia ye won o ye dan na mom senia over say ye improve no in to a certain fine meji tumu but on to me in castle bibia no say yet say ha because nema bebre na ye mpese beko because sa nema ina aka su try but so antwa into no am home pom pese beko but light I wo Ghana no almost so light the bia light no ejna so the bia me call ye no the bia light is so dum na be 3 hours no so light is so na yemi see ho say omo ka say dum so no the whole Ghana na ana area bi pe because area na me wo no light because omo ayen faces nti no baby me wo no problem ba ho a ono nche say omo wo 25 ana omo nugwa teshi ana omo wo madina na eyi ni na e ba affect omo because baby a wo no na ayi na I don't know enye so dum so because yenim say edu time bi no na ebinum so dum so aba omo fa timetable mpom na se na omo be yi no omo so omo de no enye dum so na mom dum sesi nti no me bisa mo say we no dum so na dum sesi because ade no omo sesi and information bia omo de kwa out information bia omo de kwa nti na me because sometimes no say yen so yakọ Ghana ho bia aka nema bebre nkofo kan ina no one take the we fit say no because omo ma information sometimes radio so na ayi ka no Peace FM na because Peace FM na eta ekopa popular radio stations o Ghana wa ka area ho ina no omo na so say o na omo be adwuma wo ebia poko ase amasaman abrekuma those areas mean omo ka but akwa to say NDC ba na nkofo bi nya no ebeka nsem so na but MPP ba person nkofo no mo aka mo na to de ekwoso nyina no omo ye ho adwuma say yema politics no edidi emu to say okay NDC abent no bibia say ye kan tia na for my enkoyi because ade na ase no nkofo no mo ye ho adwuma na dabi ana ono na yesi ye na nya se bibia na ye ba be ka so na party way by oba na bibia say oba na ye because one ye to na ECG e ka beda ho ma abane atua because light ejna so this time o Ghana no won't be fan compare aban bia because the omo aye no aye ma ye nyina ana two ye nyama bi wo ho a say ye ho baby wo ho a senia omo development papa bia anko ho te se bia omo road network ni baby omo ewo ni ade no ni ma asese ana ye no ye ntan fa cable
Oh, Isaac, Isaac Ahomanato. He had just about a minute more to go anyway. And he on that score, no dear. Yeah, man, dear, see here. Now, the next batch, no, or back. Now, at one and comedy, so come. You see, we should get certain things very clear. Many bombardier and comedy, no. I did not say what he was saying was wrong.
Yeah, Papa Smart,
I'm a
yeah,
Mobiaba. Why? We remember Mobiaba.
yeah, Mobi
Yeah.
Brand, I make quite point.
Okay, all right then. I never said say, and somehow can it's not right. But I'm also telling you, say, I am asking for improved excellence. That is all that I'm asking for. Improved excellence. And no matter where you think or whatever good that you think you are doing, if you don't seek to improve one way or the other, you are still defending your mediocrity. You are just defending your mediocrity. That's all. It was all about improved excellence. I brought in the case of in this era now. Some companies, they realized if they don't get on the TikTok trail now, they were losing out, and they are now on there. So over here comedies be over who comedy no or so I say be a pesika oh now pesika ya anka o download app we say now this code we ashim man say code say referral code or something. Oh e na no nya bonus we say o ka sesa na na di intra promoting the business e bi no enti wo behu a wo te ya say now so kwa ko download because so pay the bonus ni be wa. Companies decided just to jump on because they were losing out. If you are using 10 avenues and another avenue come today, try and use that one as well. The air can no. Now, when you do that, you stop customers who may be wanting to find avenues to find fault with you. You stop them in their tracks. You stop them. That is the reason why we are asking for improved excellence. That's all. Anyway, over Jumo, Mr. Hochime, Bravo quickly. And then also Opeso Kabibi, Namer said, I'll go on to Mama Samuel Wahine Champo Yanko. Over Jum Yanko, Hochime.
It's so sad. Oh my, I did 69 years old. 69 years, if we are serious now, we would have achieved more than what we see, given the resources and the human capacity I want. And yet, any person here, you might see a parking car. One more parking car me. One, and then you do Mikania or Lasibia 10 a.m. There is no announcement. Radio, me go up, me could have 3 iPhone 14 Pro Max, iPhone 12, and iPhone 7. Then you know me ECD app also. The last year was what I say, Adenta plan maintenance 24th of February. Adenta 25th and then 26th. It's not there. I've checked it initial. And Prince Bombardier as well. On family me training. In fact, me last year committed 19. I am me na me find me phone. And I'm ringing last week fault engineer. Make me complain say you do me can and why time be in Sabeka papa be on fire. I'm say was he 1 year to maybe also. Now can you be back 5 p.m. 5 p.m. no buy no. I don't know me friend Papa Smiley behind this thing. I'm 5:30. I'm 1 minute past 6 and so na air back. These are not all points of excellence. One man, 17 coming electricity years. You assure me it's 5 p.m. I'm out till 6 p.m. And me, my friend, they have my number. And they communication with me in the brain. You see, we don't believe in excellence. Simple, sir. Me, I want the country to move forward. You have the capacity, you have the human resource, you have Nipa Omako University electrical engineering, 69 years. We should be doing better than what we are doing. And people are accepting mediocrity. Say, when who is above criticism? Show me where else. And when you criticize somebody, yes, yeah. A man who's in the because of 34 years of MPP and DC and are running this country around. Say Yati to me on the case of Galamsey, where Kimpin, Yati no has Galamsey stop. Up to now, Yakimpi walk out to Galamsey is still going on. It means that there are more Kimpins. That's the problem. Me just was a Bahama bet trauma. MPP fire. Therefore, one to Galamsey 1 year on the Bahama, 1 year NDC. These are the problems confronting this country. So we are not making progress. When I criticize, because one, many easy you walk out. Metia, me see no pay cry. By bed 9 o'clock, me to 100 CDs credit on my phone. Me so do press Momo 100 no transfer code ECG. No the code will be a bro. My to me 200 CDs, my start 100, me 300 eguso. Now so bedum kaniana, they should then let me know. Prince Bobadi as what can I don't have that information. Me or 3 iPhones, that information, the last information will be phone. So 24th of February 26, Adenta, 25th, dear Iniso, 26, me phone. So give me man say, I am me more, now I'm ringing Lasibi engineers. So I didn't hear do mechania. They assured me, say, you better can at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. ya so 6 p.m. ya so 1 minute past 6 and say yes, sir. We say those and also so what is
you
should I keep quiet? Should I be happy? Say,
okay.
5 p.m. I start overlap by 1 hour. I should clap for them.
Okay.
You want me to keep quiet?
Over.
Yeah, but I want excellence.
But that's it. Offer. Thank you so much. Thank
you. People don't want to see Ghana progress. Ministers want to V8 car more. They are deliverables. They should be riding in Kia. They don't deserve V8 cars.
Okay.
It's too expensive. It's too what they are giving us, and it's what we are giving them. Why should these officials drive in V8 car air conditioning? Not any party trot room. Is that right?
All right.
That is bad. And you all of you should criticize themselves. See, the boss papa, Timoni trade. A bit of what I say. With the second political class and doing nothing for us.
You offer. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I would say.
Mediocrity.
Yeah, I would say.
What are they giving to us? Nothing.
Yeah, offer. Yeah, but that's it. Over chum Anna Motening. I am saying, be I drew no. Papa Smiley. I am a family. I am a family. Nanka, me pese mtemwa nanka mtimine Mr. Wiseman so bongo maka krabat brain intina. When I'm on the road, perhaps I'll jump in when he comes in. I miss talking to him. But for now, the Mema Sam I heard the Edrun Suye or one champion and then Alex and then Ofabuachi then Dr. Ajingo. If Ofabuachi comes back there. Memo wa hene champion akwaba no na che say Sam over to you. O hene champion Bamaso. Gadaje.
Papa, I can kiss you.
Na gadaje boko de.
Oh, Crystal Daroma.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Ghana switch out.
Ghana me Ghana so pa. Na gadaje ya corruption you know what ya na.
Corruption you might de ma hwan and one the kotuma
say before you go in there no so say so you question and the okay they say want to no me boa got it
Papa
yes
Mr. Bakubina Oba say or baby said na dwene ne mind e bibi oni pa
conditioning no ni so conditioning so
ono one to
ni nyina me anam tro ana me
wodum how AI no
me anam tro nam de ma
why are the papa de sisi uboko yi
Akwantufuo radio production tin me tro nam de ato me dem consciousness ni nyina to nwum Enya say o why na wonte za nwum no wonte
The telling you going to say, "Baby, say, okay, so it's me, yeah, no one by one."
Okay. I don't know. Message Yama. I'll send it for you. Why? Now I wait here. Maybe tomorrow, so you buy a besabo. Why? You besabo. Yeah, besabo. Now, it was talking about and yeah, corruption at tribal. Oh, corruption couldn't even. Oh, and I know I say
Papa,
yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Answer but was.
Uh-huh.
Our corruption, yeah, Ababe ye, Asema de Bia, corruption.
Mm-hmm.
That's the anchor. A year, one more. Omudi a swing also with me, a shake, normal class had dinner. Word no corruption. It was system. Maybe dear anchor, omotimi, your whole Jumadia, anchor corruption can end me the case me and can was with the Bias out. Because leaders know, just imagine so, Papa, imagine so your father will feel. Then maybe you cost for Papa, ask Papa's mamma, and Muntimin Timo, Namo stop here, then will feel one on that. Let the piano. He said some of him must stop no more car, and once and one. Emma didn't mean jay. It leaders number them for some this woman. But they may imagine leaders number this woman because corruption has said, can't. Baby, I'm away. Say leaders not step in here. Say leaders not step in here. Corruption, like say they're more can or higher, more better than more can or higher. Individuals, when I'm baby, I'm a crumb woman in most of them, they are corrupt, their minds are already corrupted. But just a system no more create to a hormone and I must ask a corruption to case bisa. And then I'm a kuna cause I crew and I say baby which my Sabinias would you. Never be a cause of this. And in the minister, the Mehun, a year one now would take a straw honor a determined national monster. Said the Judge Cassis here, say, Yammo V8 near Mamma Casa Casomo Town. Omo Jumano, and yet that effective. What do you opinion, Casa?
You say major actually Ediama Sam for now. So but before that, no, it's a point well noted to say if authorities were to do their part in this case of corruption, we will not have the problems that we are having.
Because
as they say, no, sometimes we expect Muhammad to go to the mountains, but over here Muhammad now say a common one went to mean and take around mountains, right? We need the zeal to go to the mountains. He hasn't got the enthusiasm. We need any zeal. As I said, Bibia and Kenya say the Minko mountains, no. It will say if Muhammad does not go to the mountains must one way or the other come to Muhammad. And he so fast as 7 in the year as a be now the Casa. Oh, K percent we may say and go corruption. But there are other ways we can also equally support in the fight against corruption. Whichever way, no, and omu ye free through honumwa, ebi anka be yentem. But the answer ye free from honumwa, we can also get some results. And tenra of a chum, ema ye hu scenario be a bit no some time ago, na ote trot room. Na omudru checkpoint be na driver and the cash ema police officer no tiemu. Catch the officer and say they are ye na ye krono. So now cancer no. Passengers say what kind of obi anka hweo ana officer and say hey why you din a obellock no officer hwe obellock wa me wow you crom for no obellock me I'm going to lock you right after so two car na free honum no ana passengers no be kasa when it comes to corruption said the name ne kana we criticize from a safe distance. We don't want to come in between. We don't want any problem. We don't want our comfort to be taken away. We keep silent. And the more we keep silent, no, we are fueling the corruption. Now, why? Imagine, say, oh, the bia won't take care mu, and our nam form. And I won't say, Akwantufuo in Akwantufuo. Wamu jijiska ewo kwa ho. Oh, now what's here? Hey, I post you for a cron for. Here's some jiska. Oh, who's what? Here's a waje. Oh, that alone no can put some shame in them.
Shame me. Oh. Yo, bad. That's a word. I want to do that with a few of the
Sam,
shame.
Sam, is it?
Why is it?
Why is it? I'm shame so.
I say almost was zero shame. Why is it almost was zero shame? I bet you cross I account. What the account was a shame. Why say I can't? Why say I can't shame on Kwandi and come back?
Can I tell you say Akwantufuo ni any shame kura? Nene ntina na or threatening of a chum so obel lock of a chum no.
Eddie. Baba, me say. Oh, me say, yeah, individuals ready. Out too many them, and somebody hit me here.
Oh, I remember there. I told them they couldn't bring their nonsense to me. I'm telling you that. I will block him out. Like me, I'll criticize you. I'll never keep quiet. I'll make noise. Okay.
All right. Now, can I tell you? Can I tell you? Emra me high school so papa bi ayire me ama me ko di mate kakra so na one time na Akwantufuo kuma se cheye to omo cheye no nze Akwantufuo nde omo che wade te bia na omo pe wayu na papa no so no atena America almost 20 years and wabana opese ode ne transporter car bi emi de bottrotron kakra so omo chi wo central market anim ho to omo chi ye no na opese omo yi na nka omo jaye me yeko
I like the spirit of Amanfo mo to Akwa America pa
no one person
the spirit of Akwantufuo mo kwa America
opese oyi na nka o jaye ne yeko no so omo so ayen fom so a woman man charge sheet no na de ombe so omje bia na enko court ana omo say na omo kasa na say omo pese omo cap se my bram na so omo ntimi kan straight forward na me jiro no enti de ko wie ya na say ene yenko station na yenko yenko lodge complain bi bia de be ana papa etu car no ana you call central police station you drew honor no officer wa go say edu me go use that ba was yanko see e be yi what's my info so mo fa yanko afi o mo hesa na papa no nya de be on budget to was okay yes uncle back on the kusi and uncle baby we took them back we took them back to baby I found one na baby omo echi ye no di nti a omo chi ye no omo di esa fa honom na me boss no say hey load the car let's go
I don't know.
You see, you are saying, say, individuals, we may not have the power, but I tell you, I bet to differ. The power, you may say, it's a power. What I say, but in the place of total darkness, one matchstick can make a difference. Maybe what? Ana excellent nti no me abamumu wati na ye wafa mu die wati na gama nchama ne saso
inipa do do no ma ye timid fear factor
okay all right Sam
we have to overcome
that's right
Sam we have to criticize can be criticized
Sam I'll leave the scene for you wati Sam over to you thank you Kadaji Kawasem ati
Yo, my main the telling is say some war.
Yeah, I want him.
Yo,
I want him. I too.
all say, yeah, any pandudona action be from the leaders, no, the top hierarchy, no. Yeah, do not know from na any action be from the top, say, Ibia, yen the corrupt agency, you know. Ya can was him. Said, what report case, Kwana says, be a happy Kwana. Wo no as a citizen no yintie wo die ne afa the agency ne die no ene befa na de bia akwakwa say wasem no entimi no krobi ni wasem so de me che but ade anka ye system anka ebia agency bi aye boni bi na wo no as a citizen wo wasem na wo kana ebia system no befa wo so die na ye de wasem no aye aduma no no so ho de because say kwa ekromwa yate police and agencies be on my year bibia enya citizens are complaining just say uncle si eti ayesa babesi na kwakwa say any afi na also we na so we ka o hanu say for land gas here omoba land you baby ye adwuma na your report me call report to police on police who's in charge of that police station they catch him say opening Mr. Wan wa hwe ho so yi na ha no mu de se de ku wesi fatie no sa sankofo wesi so wonu mu trawa na ye chi omo kra na ahemfo no ebe fra ka che se ye nja omo nkra no mo nko enti Mr. Obibre se an wa hwe ho yi so mo ba na bi omo hwe no mo mpraw kantanka asem we se catch us as a citizen police na ne segulechi what tell me che kantanka what tell me che police ne ono ko ono oye force personnel ne segulechi etino se ye twitwa no baby mu na ehu se emma wo kromu de man ko na be yetuma no obi bi fre baby meka che police se ye release nkrofo mu mo nko de a and that time ne se mo ho de se me wo bibi metima kam ne kwa kosie it leaders no mo hwe sa de no mo eden almost straighten sa part we say yi na se me ti so panyi mahama kan bibi say we say from above no who is there who is at the top there that be amukas from above from above be any baby from above be any baby bia it is what can be bisa or make a statement we bisa say san one can any dia and there was a transcend above from you who say from above being one of the attorney say man it for police was a citizen no na atua but on the grounds no can take and sa so na nkuma no bibi tu na bibi kakra mi ho wodi bibi kakra ho a once ma wodi police station o ma was ko na ko aye police case so wodi na ho no sa cobra sa one one as a citizen no a wodi bempa one be just we say mass no police case anytime me make say leaders no emra wo kromwa on paper emma de si yanka se kromwa emra ni na meboa emra wo kromwa is on paper emra wo kromwa on paper but we don't feel it because who did our become one becadi the woman no ebia so we beka say bi o hane de wo kan anya no kwadi I don't know say bi na so another view to the American but the me experience more na say as a citizen wa ho oti ni say the police na kwa him na say police na ya dia wo mpe na report police no and say police kwa bibi bone na ye charge no na release no na won nam ho no ye adwuma na wo as a citizen no wo injibi ba ho kwa chi say ye hwew ene sa de no obi no be hwew so one kwa hwew an kasa ho a obi no be hwew etiya na ekuna akwa tim no akwa sa hwe yi me blame leaders na montemase se be bia mumu wei Akwantufuo mu wei mu hwe the police they were they are effective on me channel they make sure say omu kosi bia omu gather all evidence na no dey omu dey omu adwuma aha no who is gathering what evidence be no gather we need sa I time no crowd together need any master sika no he fa yen hwe ne dey see no one kananka sanity
Yo, why?
Kantanga, the telling this,
Yes.
if you say, share, or man, I say, oh, or man, I say, can we imagine how many years were 2 point? Any year more platform, do no 2 point. Na ɔman no mutu kwan na ɔman no ne nyina ne naso ɛyɛ no ɛno na modwene yie ɛna muhunu sɛ sɛ kowedie ɛne sɛ mamu wɔ manfo buoi sɛ mekuso tere ko ha mini meku ase ɛna dodo na de aho pepre ne aho kyesa aho pepre sɛ menkɔ bata baabi kakra sɛ de ɔman ne timi yɛ kura na ebia makue bia meyɛ anase madwuma kakra bia ba hyɛ ase baabi no sɛ ɔman ne timi yɛ na kama baba yɛ ma ade emfi bebrebe ni no koye se de bia wotie na unnim a wokoye no edi bia ko na esa wesen sa de entina ayama aye se gusu na gusu te ho no mo e na wo twese nke be yie eni ntimi ye yie eti esa na de abufuo eni adwendwene na betu nipa so because na nka ebi kwa ne ho kwa nka wope se ya di anka nim di bebrebe okoko tu ko okoko nyen di ntina nka se nim di woni tu fa ma ukrom emetra wanka se ukrom na ugusu kunko baby sa mamwa enye for so many years what do we say no for so many years enti ne ba bedu sese ba bedu baby ba bedu na open e fenos new government o ma ba ya mo tutu no we yenka hu se wontimi tutu no nyina na ni kire ya ada na isi dia tutu ba tu famwa ni ye hwe no ma for the past even yenko ekire kwa bebrebe kra no yenko ekire o for the past 8 years here, would you name make 8 years and say, ye ni pebi die, ye gonna fuina titru Britain for Ghanaians in Britain, titru Great Britain, Ghana fum go no, no ye, et yatem, dieno, a buko mensia, dieno, a buko, yenana kufoso, mensia no kufo. Edi kufu ya tem you pa ye o pretty right ye manfu ebi mu ho say wo mu no mo mpre e masa opanyin na wo se to ba ma no o mo so ba ba ma panyin na ansase mu ne eye ye o mo be kan sem gun ama ni panyin ejom di sa ene sa dia ye mfa ye tra ne nto aba ma no ko to aba e ba Ghana fo nyina hu se papa we die edam si no si fa tie no obi to aba si se kura mai na kona say acha do ebdanya adwuma bibia nya to America wasem sisi afa police nya nya adwuma ye nyina kan hwe endia esi ye 8 years ago wo de fa de Rollins na ni dia keke nyina ne champon no ye mfa nyina gugu nche ni hwe 8 years se ka no kure ni di no kura so a 8 years ye twa buko ye it is more than 50 years of bad leadership am o my Ghana ye pese ye beka because you're the party na so panini apa ni enhwe enoma ni complaining forest and fuel petroleum enu ni ntino enoma nyina kokko kosro ade ye 1 cedi na nam 10 cedis ade ye 1 cedi na nam 20 cedis ade ye wasn't because edwadifo say fuel price kosro wono mutu kwan akokan mo ba so dollar no kosro do enipa kan ho sem nyina ekoya ade kese aduane kro ne ye todi kuma na adie bibi biara gisa obi on so beka no kore this will be with sila dwene mu se me de menka no kore da e no beka ne others otherwise abetwa kom abetwa ko opanyi be na what afi and wo firi musu yi afi obeji ade wi enya ye perception tene twan no opanyi twane mene twane ketra ma twitwi jirani na wo ye de etika kredi wo ye nti timi ka se opanyi wa ya de kakra ye timi nka o man Ghana me de ma de sa so enso da ko konsema beto ho na na mo kom platform isui so we so we gonna na dogana na we 8 years ago the corruption is see this year per se ECG as my case see a man for and the ECG and the light and the toilet. Ye corruption good ECG ye now for ansana ye be say a cobone pano. This and could be babon thing ebe complain say the omuki aden. Now many other be say government we see the more yellow. No could you say me a buffo que see a man
1 minute left for my
yo. I will focus here pa a man your twin chairs for more yellow. Because almost with one poor. I'm just who say and some of yatiti ni ye can in an and a woman. Oh, to one ammonium kind of who say yellow quick. Yet two and no bit of bomb it was a quid. A man is hard, yeah. Said you go complaining, yet the problem in the babu say go mutiso. You best go mutiso. Ne, I don't know. So ye, Nenu Nintino, would ya bro, never to a free swap. Never for some for years about better to be near Saber Wood ye. And not the papa. And to one shin ye. So do my gun a year. One treat no year my aim because yet Timmy call contum sa could tell to a mesca we could we say more. What did we say? Yen Timmy has had here. It's almost almost yet no yen shall quite do to a pay by ye cross because we do quite you quite a bois. In terms of time as to where location be a walk and you do walk we see walk James idea. On the chat. It's no share. So me Ghana first. Mummy ye party sounding through a young group of pace or ye be an answer. Want to get but you come to see the baby and you need to say at least be academically. You need say hospitals here any Kakaka police has no resource no more yeah and no get to come the shall resolve hospitals in someone we are. And you know in the air. And so you say but
yo,
once
I want
yeah.
Yo,
Yeah, near what you say. You can afford Kakra. You can afford. Yo, Katan Kamidas.
That was it. Yeah. And yeah, Sunny share. But at the same time and also we've been cool, yeah, people should be able to allow to vent it. And as a leader, I think so you should always pay attention to those complaining and try to find out why or where they're coming from. Now, intimate and she said, I'll be real quick, just 1 minute, and I'm in call for Kwabena. Just 1 minute. I'll be Upa sir. Yes, I did.
Yeah, the way he was praising Joe Mama. Mama has been at the helm before. You understand? So the problem we are going through, he was also contributory to it. You understand? So we expect him to solve the problems.
Indeed. Makes sense. All right, Abby, if that was it. And that's the thing, right? This is all part of the kind of human personality, I mean, personality, a boy, the silence we keep. I'm sure say all these issues didn't start. Issues where you say sorry here, Trakupenani Bedru has say it started from somewhere. And it started because maybe I can't to oh Jaiman Kanya, maybe oh if I could sing, I'm afraid, and all those things. They shared those things and then sans and picanas in it. And then an idea about Bedru has say the who be business and yen say you criticize here. Perhaps they should give us the lining ear and try to listen to people's frustration and try to work towards it. All the same, say if they are working towards it now, say they're not why we should give them maybe a little recognition that hey, you're doing a good job. Perhaps we're not there yet, but eventually we'll get there.
Adwin kɛseɛ na biribi abɔ pɔ deɛ.
Yes, I don't work off also.
Nyame adom. Ɔmo sɛ yɛmmɔ Mahama ba so nti. Yɛmmɔ n'aba so ne yɛnkɔ yɛn anim ɛ. Na yɛwie a na yɛasɛm a yɛwɔ no na yɛaka na yɛkɔ yɛn anim no. Ɛnɛ me sɛ obi a mɛbɔ n'aba so yɛ ofiri gyeto ablakwa. Na me dɛ menka asɛm papa mfa ne ho dɛ nti sɛ mema no wei a na ɛsɛ genuine one. Lahu. Asɛ Ghanafoɔ bi a ɔmo de ɔmo te hɔ asoɔden.
Omso mo kojiska na omone Russia for Ukraine for akoko. Na omo kodi adwam. Ena eja okije to abla kwase okwaje omaba ti no mebo na ba so wa ya ade. Na mi wie so amama sa mi jemfi ya akọ. Se maka chi so amamu we dia amamu a eyi wuwu amabu. So hu. Na mi de me pa ya mebo ne se de enko omo a omo praise aban no ho. Ene omo a omo boje ne so no. Emma owu ne nkofefa nipa bi a omo ti omba bi omo odwen omo. Maka chi so se ye de da ese na ngu abonten no. Yini ba bi akwa we ko fa ya odi bedi akonya se enye ni se binum tuku ko jiska duro be hona ni fie ni nipa ewu papa iba yi sabe bi omde ba pa wu 2025 no na enwanwa na ye masami jemfi ya akọ ese ya kromfo bi akọbọ ni na situ te no mfese gold ni bi akodi ho se den yo yenim te ma na ya akọ na ya akọ yenim ajasam abrochire nyes kan kwa na e pe abrochire yentra brochire mpeska nko ahụ tise bi o si o ska o Ghana dia Ghana kwada na wi school mo pa adwuma to mo fet ka na bi mi enwuma man kwada no na o monye enye se o take abrochire o peska nko akeke wu ska o Ghana so jimi no dọọso so hu ye ti abrochire si e penim bia na de bia beboa om kakra ya podjo kakra na de aboa om nye ska nko na wa abrochire se ska gu form na ye sesa wu ana Ghana ni ska gu no mo sesa o mo ntia se sa but catch yourself, Quadano Mohasi, me but 14-year-old. Ever catch him that I want to go and start work. 14. You were 30 years, 40 years. Ubu a paycheck a crony bida. To scan a go and a wife. Where is the money? Scan away. And you move a million man, a quadra where school, they pay school fees, and the amount of fee. Kindergarten. I could pay university. A year. Only a Jumanye. Namoba must young mom Mahama Basso because why then? Nama mo me say started 2026 and I go and come call and ya me no kase ne ko we ko so amamu ya mamu fun a oni de bi oba na ka ya $10 so ya $10 so no what wo makola ni onu no onye ba bi ntina o ton ne ma nketenkete wo ko so wo ko increase na pata o to mo de 20% wo de o increase wo niema na kwa so ko makoko farmer haircut amamu fun tantan we ya kan na obi aba say ya ma papa ne mre emre ben kote so ko makola na o ka tell say ma de $1 ba for ntimate mo pata no so by 20%. The name be a my name be akwa na ye teso ma na de okwa na wo de na wo de wako increase no no ka kire say $1 ba for mu Ghana dollar na edi koko farm no akọ tete ahasu akọ de koko ni ade wako ye wo wako to tata na tata na bu akamu a on hwe so mpani pani cho nkoye nim ekufo ado me tie mi ko blame obi se na man hwe so amo me bra nko mani ma na se me madwen nya adwuma Joe Biden ne ba yenti na mentimi nko adwuma na me nya adwuma anye ana Joe Biden na yese ntia na madwen nya adwuma tina ukwa o drive a hwe mirror no makakra na the side mirror keto bi abo hwe we chikitu abi na hwe wanim dwen hwe kan na de hwe mirror keto animu abi hu na de car na kofem so mo de se ye mo mahama bas ye ni abaso bo bi ade ma no de wakoto electricity o de akoto wa ye to electricity by 28% a udi tu mu na so ukọ bu nsu aba ba na asa no oni praise bi ama John Mahama enti so de ayi bibi akoto nkwan na se wani agi akoso ade gi wani ba me kan check na fo nyina so mo nko bo Mahama baso because $1 ba for mu so what $1 ba for ma meter yi o mo ka transformer ho asem no se de cd na ekwa akoto transformer na aba nti na se nka transformer ne bo ba for mu e ma ono nti no okwa akoto light no se ba for ma no na onye nkurasefo amamu yi a na amanfo aba na say na yem face Mahama na enye ono ne ma light ni dum ye wo ba ye na abeka che so de levy abadi levy wo to mu 28% wo anwie ho na sande 4 cities ekoto petrol so galo so de be ma Ghana ni ma light na gina so na light ni gina so a o se mi yan kwa ye ko blame abanda da obeju 4 cities obe increase by 28%. Madam for temo de mo temu kula na se mo ani gi mo ho a ye tie ye hu se nema na ekoso ye nema boni so do hu say papa that's fine take it and enjoy it baba me tie say ban bi na ye say na ba mo na ko say na coin pan amamu na order da no na o kan ya de ko so ma na adum sa ti wunya extra money
at the twa dream ordinary Ghanaian no dream will be a dream will nip on a woman in no mahama mamui owu amamui amamu de bia my say free SHS by obi a o plan make I say last year na say ko say a year me fa ni fie ade boni be na Ghana for aye o man na enkoyi enne nkwade we me ko hwe nkwade bia na omo ye chat kwade o which I just came up from depression last week. This one I just came up. Kwada na o man me depressed. Kwada na omugu Ghana ho no. You to go and see them. Musa Dankwa, wadwuma no Musa Dankwa. Ka wo hoyi. Independent na de na wakọ na nkwada yo ngo mu. There be asembeto aban ho anu afa de Ghanaians are happy for the new price. Ghanaians are happy for this. Oh, they want to na happy for this. Happy for this. When you better no. Why a miserable opposition? Omonyo Ghanaians are happy. Me da Ghana for the minimum me na me nua no minim say de omote. Kwajo e te say oh bibi aboko. So na ho papa no nka hwe. Na time no do a. Obekiro nti me da mo nkoso na mo single places no. Once a Ghana for no the ordinary Ghanaian no. The bia o mo Ghana mu sesi a me no ka say. Why? Light ni nyina etua bi o. Wo ho de me be fro say kwa na me ka ne edumu na say ni ade na so ka ko mu bi no ko tuaka. Na ebe na ka ne ni gina to din na ekoboko adan. Why? We are saying Yankasa. Now, baby, Badafo. Mo be able to praise your baby. Oh, Nana will tell me no be so face na buy no enjoy no. Now, so money quite. Who person can cry there will become work no. My friend. What your mom buying papa be among Quaban and time we are buying way up buying way. Oh, who are buying? The Pia be the best Olivia. Yes, there's a one nan solid that come out of Ghana for any other baby will be a will be the car question baby will be a kobo be to her will be the bomb or cotoa ye call a yako fence and towards your beton yako bomb. Now you have a Ghana for any other. Madame for
Of our
FBI for there. FBI for money a back crap and nobody a year betum.
Hey, Brabby. Oh, David.
I think so maybe I would just saw down on my yes maybe I ever call in two country I think I ever call bra
Oh, that be me. I
okay.
said FBI for no me. I know much that almost say Ekaniama. What is it? FBI for it almost say Ekaniama. FBI bo Babylon for almost say Nchen. What is it? Okay, go to me do no matter. What is it? And you know, I just am. Yeah, me bo mahama baso. Yeah, mo na baso ne mo na baso china. Wɔte hɔ nom na Ghana fo to abetia no kɔɛ no na nkɔ ne fie nkɔ pa ne kyɛw sɛ ɔmmra na ɔmmra mɛfa mam ka kyerɛ wɔn
Samuel.
yɛka asɛm no kyerɛ wɔn nnɛ ne ɔkyena kɔ n'anim so ɔmo ni
For Cabra, which you trace it and it's over down on as an but I think say because yeah,
ɛnyɛ yi o me se FBI fo bi wɔ ha ɔmo de ɔmo nsa keka bidie na ɛnyɛ sɛ ɔnti ase aban papa bafo ni bi o ɛna ɔmo de ɔmo nsa keka bidie na baabi a bi gyina baabi anyɛ hwee ɔda dɛ mepɛ sɛ meka kyerɛ NDC foɔ no sɛ tie NDC foɔ ne ɔmo ɔmo aka no sɛ nkokɔ nketenkete nyinaa na ɛyɛ ho asɛ sɛ yɛ ade papa ɛbɛboa ama nkokɔ a yɛkra ɛba ma anim kora na ɛso bɛte na saa na adwempo a ɛte akyire sɛ yɛba bɛkyɛ ma NDC foɔ a wɔdi 5 years of party nim ɛne nneɛma deɛ a sɛ ɔnim nim na ɔmo de aban sika kɔyɛ sɛ adwuma no a daakye ɔmo nyina ɔmo bɛgu mu nea ɔmo bɛka sɛ o biribi baa ne sɛ ayi ababa ho na John Mahama no opuni ne Colonel da no ne ade na yegya wo no enye above ho ne gya wo enye above the law for ni bi ana above from ho bo ni bi ene gya wo What's also quack you will be a corrupt $200 million a good baby. Ye can ye a cocoa fan to them. Utimian, Kenya, Quenya, ever catch the gun of war, a shake gun of war before to be a corrupt. For them who are Konakata, Mahama, already 200 million and I will come be not the Mao was a grammar. Here's the Dama gun of one Nemuna, young, you know. And then out the years half one. Madame for any blue. Your mediocrity, no. Mumfantna baby, I'm not will be a show be before. Corruption, any corruption white and any blue. Opuninia ma obeye o ayi cocoa board no ehun sunsanso na da so da ho a omukuso kun ntokwa no a cocoa farmers na eyenyi obaye no na e be defend and opuninya hwe ba eba na obi fofra ye bibi di oni pa ko no ye Ghana ni to oni kura so oni na no sa ban fofro no tiny ade madamfo ye mpegi digidi bia ye de mamu na hye John Mahama sa so ma provide electricity ma Ghana fo no mundem omo musu papa no omo no. And Quadano Maria School no munya baby nano. 133 24-hour economy no promise Ghana for. A good word. Amamu 4 time. Or promise Ghana for so doing Quadani in Abeco school no. By a year. Nan Quadani in echo. Free will be a quantity. Near Unimum crop for the promise Ghana for no. 6,000 are promise cocoa farmers no. Onu mum onya liar. You no go catch Ghana for so mum cocoa farmers 6,000. One farm no do onya liar. Na obi go catch us obechi dollar no someone no wantimi antan no pie kwa wo so no ye liar because I go catch obechi dollar nje no ye liar. Mo ankasa na me se mu hia mpai bo Ghana for na se de mo ko adum chedu ho. Na mu nyina sam le bom paye mo ye de so boro ni bi ma mo nom. Cause them say adwini nko yie. Wa busa ba bia 133 no wo. Ene de da sore ya, wono anya adwuma no wo yi o. DVL no ye se fe de ye ba be si bi wo. DMB bia wa America ha ba bia nti kwada obekọ Ghana na hia da best lines a na ukọ amamuo pa na tansi it is a policy no omo de be pay sika na akwadi o obeba no akaze ye already say Ghana for 500 million outside so obi me ko ye bia be den wo ade ne amamuo fun say oba be ready say Ghana for mo Europe any ade na den o starting fi Africa certificate Togo ne ko Nigeria ana ho de omo pe ho ana ho pa di omo no enye papa mo ma dwen adwuma wase ho se wa sorry fi wo so ba me driver's license e wa na kwa papa be na wa be ma me driver's license ba me driver ka no so kone koye kwan ni wie express road na wo so de kotu Kumasi ene Accra na ya tu fo se wie Kumasi Accra road na so de bi onti ajan ko wie no na wie a no be ba ha be ma me license se me ba na me de aba be drive my busa a friend is Ghana for a friend na when tata oh already and this for mamu na nkasa de so de omunsua de
Fokopna.
omunsua de oyi I safo eto I just have my busa o hina Ghana driver's license ana o hina
As of now, there.
ana omo ba no
It's
ka
not
tell so
yet.
be ready say am crofo mo ti abruti am license o abruti aranfo amamu ofon no mo ba kra amamu me ka ho asem kra na yenko ye ni ni abre ni ye de ajaje munya na aka mo 3 years na ma sita mo niam akopɛ ba bi egu ka ban bi na aba na ohyehyɛ ne ma niam na ohyehyɛ niam ba kra na dwuma nye the youth are crying so mo pɛ dwuma mo ko mo bi na munya ye hawo
Okay. Maybe that was Fokopna. Yanko yenim. Yeah, that's Fokopna. Bra Alex Bamaso.
In case you some.
Be able call.
Oh, now I know what I remember. Be a coso. Be a coso. Yeah,
Nede dama go fie.
Abraboy move to say the Ghana move no up pepe. Many no fear.
Yeah, background and here quiet.
Yeah. No fear. Say, didn't say nothing there. That's right.
Anyway, what better watching with the yen same right? Boy and Komoka crying reflective Thursday.
Yeah. What's that? Oh, bad one. I said, Bianca, was in Bia Barber, help with Rukum, no appetite in Binadia room. Nah, I never quite ever done anything. Mate say, Obi Case, me what on Mahama Basso. And say, what is our statement now? Excel say, John Mahama, ya the papa, and mum.
nipa koro no feel say only the waba so body. I think say a positive action and no a positive thought. So because me more about so you see a tell say a agony statements adibia yaw bitterness and then nipa de cancer and the uyobia over that side say as long as bobo no pa ba ye more abaso because na no mu lusu ye. You know, I think say no alone no actually say Ghana is moving forward. Just say a be expectation be a nipa be penny in the and also the make on say o akwala ekoton anka na anka no hwie gu fam a the next thing that you hear say your best is anka na gu kenten no bio. The next thing anka na gu fam you hear that your best is sadia gu basket no. Enti no so James perfection. I don't know what perfect are you looking for because I cannot go from now. We are going to pick it up. The one pie crown, yes, I'm van to contend. Just say yanka for they are replacing them. That is what exactly Tom Mahama is doing. Ghana was bad managers in some. Ena ono abefa. It is it is not about or maybe because they excellent. Excellent comes when everything is done. And now, ye pese, ye nya excellence. So everything is done. Bibia ye nya bibia wi. Ye mum ye pese adena ye mu bia no bibia ye okay now no. Ese say ye den. Ye to me better no. That is it. But then my woman being where complete. We have nothing. Now we need to build a country. Now build it. After building it, and now we hear the excellent country. But now, no, the country is not there. Kini our works we excellent. Intino, and no, na me one way. Hona many mu binu munte ma share that say this Ghana we are talking about. We need Obia oye builder, somebody like John Mahama to build the country. Not all building anka na no ada katapira for ebe tutuko yi. Combine and woman and come from be excellent work. But what there's some be no stand now. What ba as a president? The only here you say, Obe build or my asiho amayenya the standard country we want. Yenya no one. Now yakazu. Now we have everything. Ibia in on its way. Ibia the danakwemu. Etino. We want to better it. Nene ayakasa idea. She knew my name so only airlines. They will pay excellent country. A dear excellent country. As when your airlines, know what you mean I an excellent. Said too many countries would love to travel to Ghana with that airline. You don't have now you need to build airlines. It is all items will pay excellent country. Me no gonna say because there is no any country who will pay excellent. That is what my argument always is. Now, the other be American say, Santiago mu we nyina ekuni de na wuya you say. Eno na ma yetu kwa me nkroma o. Sa de we nti na ya. So wa hwe me a me say me here the history to live. No. The history is that Kwame Nkrumah time na ono Nkrumah ejina ne na no obobra pama Ghana asi ne na so. Ena nkrofo bi nso ye gang enam Ghana ho tu afobone na odidi na atem so ye nipa bonefo na o say Ghana enti e ma wa na odi na chi sabre na e frɛ sycophant sabre wa na o ye Nkrumahism no na ye wo ye sycophant ye see who defend mediocrity to say the end people are calling us many names TMA society no kura no be compromising with what that nipa kakra bi a na adwemmone na almost selfish interest in tino on person Nkrumah ko no nipa bebre gidi no ne ma kotoka adwene wo from at that time etimi tu no na say Nkrumah no ye hero and then ye ya ba chiri ye so ye he was the hero ye tu no do tu no kura na ye de no to airport so do you think say na Nkrumah was then so leader bia or ye a friend said ye who in the yana. No, that time said ye John Mahama ni sana na man for you no. Oh yeah, the panel. That kwa brane de minimu kasia babu boma gusuntu ti abaka o can't be. But no, let your selfish interest. If you say not mine, any na bushi o mo peso o mo de Ghana say no ye mo kwan kroma e man kwan e man nya sa dwuma de ni. Na nkanye sa na no ada 1 year ago na o man hye ni paduansa. Nti ye de na obe pressure akonya no bio. Akonya na no ada last year. Na mumuti last 2024 na moti akonwa so nti eyede ne akoye te se mono mu onyansa bi na sa nyansa no kra wo he na yedi tumu just 1 year onyansa ya enu na ne yedi bebu oman ya ma sa bridge o Muhammad ye unim amamu woni mo hwi in fact ye wo Ghana ha na apiete obi kotutu kunkuru no fo nyina se o mo adan nyina na enya boyfo aban sabre na enye musuo ni na ete presidency enti na nando me aka Ghana na na masa atu atoto ye to aba ya bo nipa wotwetuo ye nya akonwa first person ye kun soja ni si na abo te se Sodom and Gomorrah time ye si nipa abo kufu ado breso sabre nyina no na enye musuo ni na yakofa na aba Ghana na na happen ene de se ka bi nya na accident ba bia ejo Mahama ene kofa ba bi ti tumi na mana bata. That's fine. I don't America say these are some of the things in a meaning here history to read and son of my live no. The history itself no other tea honey say John Mahama or we. Only a quine or ya quan papa mount. Only nsuo or ye nsuo amount. Can you no near dundum and then no bando se may fix it. The can you no be cause dundum mama ya fixing and we. In fact, who had nado do a dinner sweet crana a dinner swatch. Enti so hu sa na emai na wo ni abotre na ade na nere onya abotre 8 good years you were so patient until uba ha na be frame ze me ye sycophant and no kira wo say nkruma history na wo kan no you read it in vain wo kan na chi woma no na wo kan akwa bi o say book no na wo amu na wo kan book na wo amu na wo kan on kan book no inside because all kind inside there the open woman said Nkrumah was doing good at then that time. Yet then Nkrumah wait time as Nanti yansa ma being happy bio na panifo be work win no mombe ba na be kase John Mahama was on man no ye near we na we ni ho John Mahama in 2015. And who say and na be ba internet ebe here wo Ghana. Enti brono be and every corner we will need internet. Enti $38 million project, a euros project. And or they a friend of fiber optics far from us as the course them strong 800 kilometers away from Accra. And no man the internet in Ghana no at least speed in the economy. Kokama at least and yeah the best there. And no now can say ABI internet no you upgrading one maybe no by because I know they are foundation no you can upgrade it. Well, sa bani no odwene say maybe beba as a see nya airport papa the ye we na che ye terminal popro Kotoka International Airport see new terminal in fact one of the best in the America say go to Temahabo go check say habo no e wo ho no the new one no terminal na ye si no no e so check the Nkrumah see ye no John Mahama is doing it now right now go and check. It is okay tell me that this man have no vision. Now, who need vision? You don't understand. You don't know the vision of John Mahama. Say the amount for ye castle, ye vision leader. No, it means that you are the person doesn't understand the vision. Because the man is a visionary leader. I want to say, Nkrumah be ye be koi. A man for a German, I say. John Mahama in 2015 or revival Kumasi Shoe Factory. And I know we can shoe factory Kumasi. John Mahama, a one and a year police from Papua Nina, Ghana. In the 2015, police for Ghana, police in Papua Nina, nay, no Kumasi shoe factory. Also, John Mahama, only vision, na vision, and anything. And yet, Castle, it is not about talking a action, and the man is action man. Say that's it, you were 37 military hospital, Accra. Enti muma yensi the tosu 38 military hospital wo Kumasi. Wazi hospital no manadru a year. Kwabra ne bedi akonwa no jama na sei. Obetena ha. Ena ye de se glemi. Ye si ye yenwie. Nanti amamuo oko opposition kura no a ese se ukoso a na complete adwuma na. Enti no these are some things day we are wo krum in a bar krum at that time. Ena kotoka fa ho. Enya ahoden. Ejina eno so. Ena odi tu nkruma. Tize mu pese mu hu enu bi wa. Monkoso a. Na monyere
Obviously, in this na me out 2 minutes in count the fans at the festival for my
Meda na
obviously
sepa meda ni.
obviously in this house Mahama about politics was the assemblyman or the parliamentarians and I mean by
No, yeah,
president so
minister.
that and I minister now after all these years when did he started getting this vision like all this past now or what all those positions not only vision beyond like when did he started getting this vision?
One, say uye minister owo limit. Ni background ntie me say uye minister you have a limit. Nya wona ubu mani nyina o ministry ho nkwa na oyadwuma. Ntie minister of communication that time na mobile phone bag Ghana. La ya sha say Tony Yeboah ka say Tony Mijina Pontina make said that time John Mahama was communication ministry ho. Ada say no a deputy minister that's no a first minister. Eti John Mahama as a minister of state, ne sector as a minister, no, or ye hoaduma. Go and check there. You who say, and a whole experience kakronya ekran a man obey a president, no, who say, any internet who here, enti yen lay fiber optics, until you more yen as habreno, and a man do assembly manner, assembly one or limit on a car, unuru national, and yawona ubumano, obey ye communication minister, communication one now develop. Na obey a president first 4 years on na mebobo chira wo nema wo ye no nti did vision he carry it from an assemblyman no nemom wo vision no a na ze wunya tumi no a you cannot use it nti until say obey president for 4 years first 4 years no he show exactly what he carries and na mebobo
if I understand now we are currently living in some of his visions from back then.
Sure. The obey to me, I fulfilling a distance beyond ye ne vision or carry from those days. And amana bedrus abbey. And you know, a vision or carry yate, le mum met me wo vision saying Kamina me Gana president ya. Ebia and Casabre Grano. And ka ye inina and Father Gagana always eda so a year. But many president into 70 years added until say many executive power. And you know, that the time or yet sir assemblyman minister one you know na vision no one and name so wunya to me no you cannot use it and in fact obey a vice president no the president no am fairly at a mess am fairly e kira o say o you should knowledge kakra no one of the boat amels emma omo ya juma at that time no unlike Bawumia went to me and work for ama economy na anyina na so the vision no there unfortunately the auditory no haba and or the bedroom sabre.
All right. It's for some explanation. Brother said the moment Muhammad vision since way back when. Apparently, we're still living it. Anyway, wow, buddy, Abe, a friend we're free Ghana, but we're still beside question. Mimbi and Anna. Mimbi and Anna, so what,
all the chocolate, Abeba. Maybe what had maybe I eat.
Maybe what did I go England?
Maybe they are question. I'm chocolate to the whole board about
chocolate to the one baby. I'm only and 1 minute.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just say, the question. Maybe the question is not what.
Yeah. Abe, 1 minute.
Yeah,
oh, bread chocolate.
Today,
chocolate and
today you are Mohammed's busy.
That was run out on TV. Unim vision no Ajo Mahama or Nam my church room when that may be theater or cut.
So one brand chocolate today I call your name.
No, Sam.
One brand chocolate today I call your name.
Sam, hold on.
One brand chocolate I call your name.
No, Sam. So Biniwa. You say Mama, what has Mama built before? Because the
Now,
condition
them
of Ghana,
what?
because the condition of Ghana, it was also contributory. The situation we are in now, it was also so. What has it built? Did Mama do anything extraordinary that we haven't seen before? And let me tell you, the fact that you rebuilt Kotoka International Airport doesn't make you are visionary.
Me too. I'm sorry. So what church say we are currently living in some of his vision works and now accomplish it back then. Now you take a time, sit back and look into it and decide for yourself when it's your turn. And if you disagree, then you can say, hey, you know what,
Okay,
church, this is a
I'll
reversion.
deal with anyone on that. Hey, how can
I'll
we come
come
and tell
back
us
to you
Mama
and
has
check
got issue?
also because me call job watch you or me pure na fe. Yes, I yes, so be on body. Nti mama ijabu ache enkasa fiwa ne call for chum call prince na fe yasamba abe santi. Ijabu ache bama so.
I can say, hey, that's a for you, deal.
That's all will be to say be ejuma dia minim.
I'm reflective Thursday of family. No one was man is so I have a question for
As
you.
I say, I didn't cut to Ghana and then to light off from whenever I want to win charge my phone.
Question test.
Yamana kote.
I like
the phone off.
You see, when you have Jimmy Wahasa, my sister, I can remember you. Hey, I like the way Biniwa. You see, Biniwa came to do a very good representation for what he stands for. Oh, and America said, Libya, Ghana, you know, who normal different. But me, I only assess this government when their mandate is over. As at now, no, I see it's like a rhetorical thing, you know.
By the way, or assessing when the mandate is over, perhaps the damage is already done.
That is what Ghanaians are known for. Because what you
So
see,
it's like if say you're waiting for him to fail and say, hey, I said it and it has come through. It's like if so we're trained. No, I can say, me catch it all. Some here me kai.
That's for my I said, but as they go along the way, we keep on criticizing them on things that we think they are not doing for us. So maybe me create or me cocoa. Me no my market to so by man say 6 stars. If you know they call percentages. We said farmers we didn't know percentages because they'll come and defend. You show them the video, they will defend. Also, I'm going to say, no, oh yeah, a Ghana or Ghana first. If you do it well, hallelujah. But if you don't do it well, we all see the water in the glass, whatever they say, we all see it differently. Some will say it's full, half full. So it's a matter of just, we keep changing the words. So, yeah, man, in 4 years. So, you know, about my State of the Nation address. They said, yeah, my penny by ye. Then we have question and answers. Then until say, Obi Boomano. Ebini says, yeah, Obi the Nigerian say, a normal papa, me who say papa, ne, any about Banta, no, so I did be why normal. Ghana, dear, we should understand, say, Kenya and you do me as well. As you tell Brutra, say, wouldn't pay face, say, wouldn't me no Kenya, but son is and say, oh, and only I name, yes, yet, baby, I have been at the park. Why can't we challenge these people? Say, yes, I didn't be mine. Because of me, no, I had more than 30 years. They didn't say they had the person here. Almost back home, I said, that is all every Ghanaian is crying for. And this can be done so simple. We are catching them say, corruption, they could grow away. Who called Singapore, called China? We keep giving the samples. Every year, say, my sister, custom officer penny. I was saying it should have been like a trickle effect. More duties are that time. You see, Ghanaians, our leaders don't have the guts, the balls. Because I also would do mercy from Kase. Your legacy is at stake. Any penny quality. Say it will not be a that's I give you I did Ukofa nipa ba brochira moma beye adwene ne kra wotiri a kodi bae na anu aka nyesa ukra oni adwempa no yi na firi ho because nipa we a visionary. How can you think how the DVA foko the whole
Now, why is there a sense of ambassadors in there? For what? Oh, you see, mediocrity African for there's so much. It's not bro. For no sense of what watch here, ha. Me na me won't retailing, Tino. Once I thought I have try the no more yes survey, you boost out zip code. Have you experienced that? It's a marketing way we are trying to assess, but be a move free banner the idea in and our company decided say, ah, ya ha cry who say, a be uncle way free zip code 22306 or come more than be at 3 kilometers. Say, where can we find a center near Tosto Baku? Near both the survey convenient wise. Even an papa catch you, and there's one found no man called TikToker. That is where the youth are. It will be to say Ashanti regional minister say me penasempa what name kwalane bo because she's a young man 30 plus. It will be not ya be din attempt say and what is social media. Yes, because social media honor and crop what it here. Oh, you see, when you don't want to accept change in life or not, I don't know me, but I know maybe to say electricity rose. When I hear people talking about such things, I just even think that people don't have vision. Yes, yeah, I'm on the phone, please. Oh, Ebenezer make us a so be back. Council for Ebenio. Sir, latter day saying for me, phone so I make us or chia me busa me question. I'm because my phone so, but they will insist to find a way say no bekasa because they also want to propagate their religion. But we say above me no. You see, it is any power insisted. The middle before Mukwase the Obo say, or say ni power jina di ojina nenye. Na say electricity ni rose ni ade aye ko ni ade na misiri kura. Because then say these are petty development in the world. Idea no more what tech or my engineers, I didn't think Yakofa China for now, or ye rose. Abraya war engineers. Those are the areas I am once they be ambam kase. Omako school in a school na ekwa. I would say get involved. No more say no money na yeah, me leader. Now for I best just sorry I say a juma ni krum. Today we am come say apart from nurses and lawyers or me call mu field of interest. Engineers be bag Ghana. Ya chunko up. Say agri extension officers some do mu bank crase. Those are the things I'm reflecting on. I'm say, you're Mahama Nasa, baby, babyano. Omu channel, sa omu no money or why. No man who say, oh, vision, why would Ghana for call Burkina desert? Ekoto tomatoes. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? As a farmer from where I'm coming from, a Kumadan area who they confess Ghana and near the tomatoes to call. So if these people have been able to reverse it, why can't we also think ahead of time and reverse it? When you're rocket scientists, free education, about feeding quality, you just have to test importation of rice. Your policy. Say me ma, Ebini say it's workers a gold processing. Would they bear 50%? Sorry, would the 50% of cocoa will bear processing, which is excellent. Who add the value? Ban importation of rice. Simple as that. And I say I can only allow 10% of rice. And see how your farmers be to say in Tomunuane. Next school for the cotton white rice. You see, these are some of the changes when I reflect on her. I want to see a leader who will be bold to say, and next I deal with you. Me money, mammy, mamu. Muka say about bank say gold or no abetwe. So I or no ato. You see, boldness. Say yo, say man inflation, yo, say you. At least they've been bold to say it. So I want the government to mean the present day they're reflecting is in terms of agriculture, which is the backbone. We so bad the Ghana agriculture any a backbone because the unemployment say self-sufficiency. Now, unless he can say that he will not dwell on history, which is fine, it's his opinion. But champion without no loan, without even with IMF attacking him because of Mintia policy, say Buzi and Ababone Kato, it was no one Tiano. He was able to bring Ghana out of the doldrums.
Ebi na yɛkɛn yɛ obi yɛ adeɛ ne yɛ pɛ bi pɛpɛɛpɛ na mi Alex so kan ne na yɛ onipa mu bi a na ɔmo aba akyire na ɔmo di hɔ ɔmo selfish interest nti ɛna ɔmo tu ɛkyampo sɛ de ɔmo tu Kwame Nkrumah ɛne ɛnɛ until nana when we are reflecting on some things now we'll talk about say yeah wabro say sebe there be me cancer me de me buy coast no panam be gina kwa ho na me hwɛ sɛ basis no nkwala ni bi. I mean, as I put this in Virginia, send your bus system city, of course, you were in Arlington. They say, almost buses in a way, high school for a former court, middle school for a former court, disabled case, a former court. Bankwalani be suited baby or mobile school now, say, Nasafo, young Fabas in for more, your momonante, meboa. This is how I want to think. Yes, this is how, yes, who bus in it, then on parents, young. Upa 2 quarter baby ewa ubetua our taxes Virginia ewa he nana say your car stickers state tax state omo nye sticker ni ma ebie but still omo gi sika no omo kire say sika na ebe koso age but yen print ade ni bio say na ebe ya say sika na betim dia akoshe baby ya print a waste of time but car na nim oh nana these are some of the things I want to see in my country. So abani betuma ka say ade we bi dia ampa ye boka o ha say airport ye yi levy we ya say ye yi we ye di we ato ha oh yemfa we nkosha. That is all we are asking the government to do. But I said, but in this modern Ghana, how do we still have the bed syndrome? I was talking to one of my friends over here now, mechanical incident. Was what? That family should go and sue the government and the hospitals. And I'm saying, Daddy, that be my African country for you, Nana. No, me in this. See, in 21st century we have this in your country, man. Of course, you guys have a problem. Nana, best syndrome about that is being just like if you can't solve such petty, little squabbles, and I mean, until I'm gonna say, be access at the end of 4 years, and an answer for the American Cosi no 9% who say no man kitty be a nimuno. Yentimia and Sano, Eden ya the cashier. You don't need to build a crowd Kumasi highway to prove to me, sir, because I am no man. Yeah, highway, some about Dubai. But you see that, but the Nipa na sit nemuno a ben who better now, beno. That's the sense of being a good government, and the Trump wants for Casaria, no. Obia inflation there. So I na minu mi ni aduane e be di ni petrol bowl from bibia so say economy ni more dey. Until now for me di manu say no me kam na kosi say oh ya ade a Trump buy me dey sample na kosi say you call gas station. You who say fuel prices no aba from kakra o baby but I no say na because of regulation in capitalism to baby or how because no be there $3, $4, $5. Yeah, as you say them call Costco 240 something. But now. Until those are the little things when I'm reflecting on my country now, me share dada sitting musenie enipa ne ye koba. Na say electricity yenum say dum so first and this buy a problem. Emma omuhuye. Na say nekra it shouldn't be a problem again. And this can do so back Ghana you. Because I said time when excuse me na Akwantufuo mo also 1D 1F na say doom so how are you going to tell even investor me grandpa me small store at the na dey be chill margin say me invest in Okrum. When I see that every day like break. You see these are what we want them to have the vision. When we talk about vision so that be the baby. They said the Kwame Nkrumah song that I said, "May I go Sumbo Dam?" Omo kika so ntimi onye dem papa no die no. Yeah, say Obama Koso Dam ahead Abehu. Obisu Beye Bue Dam. You see, those are the things we want our people to see. Say, Omunye Maye. Simple as that. We're not asking of anything big. Nasembe Kobase no man think it is a big project. No, make you good use of what you have. The Bible says, "Hey, no bo asafo. Otimi hu se o se me kotu atekulate obekọ akochi. Me mo fa se ba ko me ko fa ne ba ye se me. O ye nurse me se ha che se Eraba. Nurse ni de
why be you na organa ba obeduru an mahu so onum ade pa eti eski nso ne pe doctor ba ko betima ya me osofa metra say your man kwan no say next practitioner free scholarship omunuma you see Ghana have the resources Singapore safo the Indian American come am kasa wa say ade no more a human capital. That is why Ghanaians should concentrate. Also abani timi money pa bra but mu ye education bi a mu miensi samu ye ma ye human capital ne bo nye den ni ento ba krom ase anya Filipino fon kwa nyina na ye dialysis centers ye ko form fro no ma ba nti nurses say ka ban oba e mahu semu ye bi baten kro bebre na mo export o mo kona mo gigi ehun chobo kakra kakra. Those are things we call vision. Obi we school no betena fie e dey emphasis on was. So what was the motivation? Say omun can we free education by what policy again have we say nkolani we school? What ideas do they bring to the board? Again no mu we school on bench I so be go school no answer ko bi akeke. No, we need change. And these are the things when omun timi nyana say oh how say has omun be school na policy changes ba then they know where the kids are going. Hardly so go say krom how be school onya adwuma. And I mean that's until let's reflect on those little things than always being political bias, arguments and things. And the leaders know that. So what they tend to do is that they capitalize on it.
All right,
They always twist our mind for their selfish interest. So my always question I ask them say, I don't know the only say, omutimi sit down partner, omutoka partner, omutimi babu. Omo Marco schools are papa no muntimi nyebi anyebi aye o Virginia has say Obama baba DC your private schools but the money na safo no omo ni enkwala na na private schools omo nyina call public schools
that was it. Me and Connie and Sansha say be me will be taking a 5 minutes. Maybe that was it. I agree. I tend to agree with you. We need to dream big. We need to be bold. As far as roads and I guess electricity and those things, yes, they are appreciated by these are basic necessities. Things as a country, we need to dream bigger and kind of papa by now we're not even talking about roads and those things, It's an for Chumaikana after 60 years or whatnot, By now, we're dreaming of possibly turning everything into high rises so people have places to sleep and whatnot. But anyway, you're going to be some chassis beam. Chassis, I can see a chassis. Opportune 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You see, I will continue to speak the truth. As a principle, I want good governance. I know what it is. I see it, I lived it. So when I hear people doing unnecessary propaganda, people who don't understand idea effect. I don't know, Mr. Boachibekan, little. Is it true, Pastor Ghana government, as you walk up here, DVLA license, what is the sense of this? What's another way of stealing money? Who find the problem to play? So if it's true, Akko London, Akko US, Akko Germany, Ghana for your embassies hold me now. You see, people are not thinking. And people, when you bash this nonsense, people say, yeah. Wait for progress. Waste of money. Yadibaya the papa on the ground. Human capital. Human deserved a dignified life. Ghana, you see, Kabi Bo Obi. That's why engineer called Seko. You're rushing to call Kolebu. There's no bed. You're transferring from Kolebu to Rich Hospital, no bed. But you see, and when you say this, people are, why is there no bed? 69 years of independence. Obi a pra. And nipa says I was that comfortably, dignified. Our bed now, doctors are here. Bed, you didn't think let's just say, and you cannot tell me this government is good. What you want to do, can you? Somebody will tell say, yeah, timetable. What is your timetable? Am I stupid? I hold 3 iPhones. And then me mom na me ringy last week. Electrical engineer say me light go off. And son all can't hear me. And that man didn't tell me, say, yeah, I bet it was, oh, 1 year, webinar, like to be about 5 p.m. 5 p.m. by before Papa, I'm at 5:30, I'm at 6, 1 minute past 6. This is nonsense. You tell me, we electrical engineers say 5 p.m. 1 minute past an hour. Are you telling me we are making progress? We are paying people what TV to care. Chinese for an year. Go to KNUST. It was school for a training in civil engineering. That's what you talk of Chinese. Woman, no, me, Kwamaye. I call me, you be woman, you want time. Block, and your friend, time. Are we making progress? This cannot be local politics. When we say this is rubbish, 69 years of independence, we deserve better than what these new MPP and DC are giving us. I've been saying this. Look, we are not governing ourselves well. We are not. That is the fact. The one is so poor and mediocre. So it's not, there's no standard in it. There's no standard. There's no standard. And then a car ball will be, it could have been me, it could have been you. Na car ball, it was circle. You better ratio Edward Rukolabo. You see, there's no bed. Your ratio resources, no bed. Where did your life could have been saved? And I'm saying nobody's thinking. No, there's no standard in any. We call God, because High Court, we call High Court. Beautiful building, edifice. The new High Court complex. Now we have full car, we call toilet. There's no toilet roll. I go to the court every 3 months to be your case. Master see will be considered. I've been going to the High Court from 2014. Each time I go to the toilet, there's no toilet roll. It's the time I make call, me fish your court to be an toilet roll. I share my pocket. Are you telling me this is good standard? Is that how? Is there any dignity in this? When you see the building, new High Court complex, beautiful. Go inside. Go to the ministries, the same thing. When we talk about this, people don't understand. They talk all sorts of, I don't know how some people. It's the spirit of anybody. They are riding in V8 cars. The quality of the deliverables, no minister deserves to be riding a V8 car. They need Kia for what they are giving to us. Do you know the cost of one V8 car? Minimum 120,000 pounds. That's your crab is a 1,000. We are giving all our resources to Japan. And these people are not doing anything for me. What did they do for me? When I go to the High Court, there's no toilet roll. Maybe I between toilet roll, we go to free in the court. And you are telling me when I bash this administration, you think I'm stupid or what? No idea if I know what is good. And I'll demand what is good. Call somebody else.
That's your fact.
Rubbish.
So we will keep demanding. That's our job, and we should keep demanding. Prince, 5 minutes.
You me that's it.
Prince, I mean, Bissau. Oh well, unless it be a war or the other can that person. Then say no over can't to the conversation. HSA be in one Bissau.
You me that's
5 minutes.
You abano oye juma. And then you see Kasema MPP abano say no because some of the more than 600 billion. And the account say I could donate for the sorry or call Eurobond. See you knew because the company data bank and a middleman into on your percentage. Or Mojia map the year Africa, it me call Mazukran ko J and they say almost for man call IMF. I buy 1 year, said they because will be because foreign exchange rate and inflation it has no effect on our debt and not. Like I said, we hear Economics 101. A year, the report about a year up to November 2025. Nebeda or no, Abino, it's more modern. See, a year, can say, standard debt, no. Nanka a year 330.16 billion as of December 2024. I could put the Dodija, no. About more modern, CC, no, a swati. About 330.2 billion in November 2025. Na ne nyinaa no, the decline was mainly driven by city appreciation. Said the Biamiko Alex, me say woman de Bianwa no one say woman jollof, a tone cram say, when I said that jollof at the puppet to my ya cannot be so for depreciation. They need anymore 8 months in 96 months. I cover the name depreciation. And then you where they find appreciation for Google Proctor. What is kind of appreciation? A young one, because they be a Cobosia. They be a near Canagonti, and then yeah, where what I say, Yatasukran on Yindi, because who be and the fault. And the fault. Because I buy a co warrior and now we are buying or your phone and your phone. While my warrior assay, will be a condo warrior, and so we be suit our papa hompa. Now, what kind of say we are papa was will be so antiasia. Now, for the time, Ruth say, Yakasu. One day, a boy, Yako, I am a phone. Ain't you know, Yatimati so 86.7 billion. Now say it was driven by city appreciation, reducing the standard debt in local currency by 100.8 billion. That is 8% of our GDP. A year, I can't say a stock of public debt is a decrease from 61.8% at December 2024, 45.5%. The rate of debt accumulation shifted from 90.1% in 2024 to negative 11.3%. Say we are not borrowing like crazy. Say the next year under Akufo no. A year, your current, I can say your total public debt this year no. Now, the end of December 2024, the Akufo the Jai crowd coin no. Now 726.7 billion. 600 billion no the can 119.9 billion na 2017 Mahama Jama no. Onse akali no. Do DJ no. Say buying to me at so. This is about 630.2 billion. Once I'm say yet almost 100 billion. No? And this is 45% of GDP. But for the time, and 61.8% of GDP. Out of the total public debt, the standard debt number 319.2 no. Domestic debt is 311 billion. The sharp decline reflected in the external debt. The decline in the public debt was largely due to the appreciation of the currency, effective debt management, reduce borrowing costs, and physical discipline. Or my only pejebia only discipline no na de enkoso. Enti aban papa buy no car akra reset no. O se yen nko no se de yen kan no. Enti physical discipline no ye threshold de ka se yen tra no on try it will bomb modern se onko gigi sika basa ema ade enkoso. Aban papa ba ye credit agencies for no. Standard and Poor, S&P. Almost also say Ghana, de Akufo do aban fun or the eja call default no, or the could you default. Was he see ya bokan so yen tua. Ti IMF yen 20 no, for eco program nepa, conson your corner, ye mia ye na, ye konina ye clavicles kase ni nyina no, enyi pie. And S&P so obo aban ba so wa ya de papa.
Prince, 1 minute.
Aban ba ye free deal kakra no be in 5 months no you call SD selective default and last year you could no na aban timetry ye ka na da ho no bi was say to say you pay no on time not in time no say you call you free D call SD you call CCC plus and S&P say what you could B minus, which is a stable outlook. The okay nyina say CD no I appreciate here. It means strengthen your physical performance and your balance of payments is na good. And or bo aban ba so say tisi no say the it me try no we are still we are now open say a bit more Eurobond say be say ko je bisia cause this is credit worthy. It me try ka. But as you say aban be kono dey is up to aban but since na aban person ko je bisia or S&P credit agency also cited declining inflation. It is out again inflation. Declining inflation and broader microeconomic stabilization as factors underpinning improved credit worthiness. And say who be wa Akufo do brand so obi odi akodi what you call what failure you, that's will be the B minus, that's also say, and yan about papa by the and yet, Waran Casa, the Wara or Wara, that's it.
Yeah, that's the prince. Yeah, Koyi name. Why you doing this? So yeah, I think you know, I mean, can we into from so be bands of the can, and then in the radio, and I'm to say apparently the government is planning on, and this was coming from, I guess, NDC contributor. Apparently the government is planning on spending about 35 million US dollars to use chemicals to clean up our water bodies. And I thought it was very ridiculous because I'm saying is and you're planning on spending this kind of money. Again, keyword I guess planning on, so it's not set in stone. You know, why not spend the 35 million on the military to stop the government say as opposed to adding more chemicals to the body? Anyway, my content from we banner what any details less of a chair
Sam, the all
in the
kind of
meantime,
Sam, test or in Shobimu chemicals now say, you timid clear in Shuno. And Omuka say, so you bet me, I might bet clear side, I think say Birin River, just one river now. It might cost the government and the state 35 million. And no just say, yeah, Omuka spent 35 million, so Omuko, but Omote say the efficacy of that chemicals. That's what we are talking about. The consequences, financial, economic, and human, about say, I'm saying, I can't watch them. Some of the countries say existential.
Let's hope say we don't even consider it all because
yes,
they spend 35 million. I hope
if that's how we have to do it. Anything that me can say,
why not spend that 35 million on the army to guard the forest? You know.
And yeah, some because say there's a better way anyone any shoot and kill no. Who shoot and kill la obi no yekuna wasori bi. Yes, we know be mo be nyane. We come to nyane wo.
I'm glad to say watch him. So it's just a test they did, and then this is what they're saying. You have to spend that much. Okay, thank you for clarifying it up. I appreciate it, Prince. Prince of Free on one. I think it's Abe. What now? Watch it. Abe. Abe, let me ask you, Abe. I guess the State of Union address, or what do we call it in Ghana? The State of Nation address is coming up, I guess, tomorrow. I mean, what do you expect to hear? You have 5 minutes. You can touch on it, or you can touch on anything else. 5 minutes. Let's go. It's you.
Sam, I'm not expecting anything more than the same status quo. You understand? Because I came from Ghana less than a week ago, and I didn't see anything different from what we know of. I think Mr. Chum said, no, I think not recently,
In a
but
better way, put it, what would you like? What do you think the government can say or put in this address that will make you, I guess, have some confidence in like beside this article? What do you think the government can say that can put you to say, okay, you know what? Maybe there's a vision here.
Sam, you see, vision, you people, I don't know the way you understand vision. Vision is not a matter of picking and choosing. I've done one new airport, so that is my vision. I've constructed this road, so that is my vision. The vision is a sort of a comprehensive destination you want to take Ghanaians to. So if you build a road, if you have your vision, if you build a road, whatever facility or infrastructure you put in place, it doesn't necessarily have to be physical infrastructure. It could be proper governance systems, proper governance controls, and so on, which is all part of the vision. So that at the end of the day, you said, I want to take Ghana from a lawless group of people to Ghana where people are law abiding. So all the things you do is helping you to achieve that. I think yesterday or 3 days ago, I told you people that me, my vision for Ghana, if I have to lead Ghana, my vision will be Ghana among West African countries. Ghana would have been the most efficient West African country in the region. So everything I will do, if I have to build a road, I'll make sure that I have the infrastructure, I have all the necessary controls when they finish the road. I'll make sure there are barriers. I'll make sure that highways are always there. Things they will do to make the road be used or useful, more efficient in being used, being maintained, and so on. So vision is not a matter of you've constructed the road as it. In 2-3 months' time, all the railings are down. No! So those of us, we came to Bundy fishing around. Hey, Mama has been there for, so that is his fishing. Mama, come on. Fishing is not truth and pick like you are saying. It's a whole thing.
The vision would be like sort of like a dream, like something you dream of, somewhere you want to go, something you want to accomplish, right? So, for example, when the previous administration told us that he plans to make Accra the most beautiful city in all of Africa, that was a vision that he had, right?
On the face of it, you dream
it. You have to first dream it. And then you implement things.
Vision necessarily have to come about because of dream. Do you understand? Vision, you can have vision by way of observation. You have been in opposition for long, you have been Ghanaian for long, and you've seen what have been going wrong. So you sit down and say, when I'm given the chance, this chaotic Ghana, this Ghana where everybody is doing what? No, I'm coming to reorder the society, reorganize the society. So that will be your guiding light. Your guiding light, Kwame Nkrumah's vision was to make Ghana industrialized, to make Ghana maybe the first among African countries. Pardon?
And like I said, I took enough of your time in like 4 minutes. I'll go to the next.
Yeah. Do you understand? So far, I've never seen any vision. Burma has never shown any signs of a visionary. No. Because police bribe taking is going on. Governance structures are still not working. A typical example of this boy who died at the hospital. If Mama has vision, it should reflect in almost every ministry. The way they go about their things, the level of deliveries. We should not even be seeing people being hit by car and no bed. No. But to them, vision is only road construction, bridge construction. Come on, who told you? Me, I'm not interested in those things. Those things are important. They are basic things. What I care about is if I have to go to any hospital or if I need to go to any office to get a service, it is done efficiently. I'll be satisfied by way of the service they give to me. It could be DVLA, it could be any service I want. But that is not what Mama is providing you. If you go to Ghana, this type of chaos is there everywhere. So what is Mama doing? Why should I hail him? And Isaac had the audacity to come and tell us, electricity transformers, they don't even know when it will spoil. So it means that people managing don't know what they're doing. Do you understand? We expect them, if they know what they are doing, we expect them to know that every year we'll need, let's say, 100,000 transformers. Do you understand? 3 months into the year, maybe 20 has gone already. We need to restock. Based on, they have to do forecasting and everything. Do you understand? It's not just a matter of going there, then we have to import transformer, so we don't have it. What are they doing? But because Isaac and his people don't have a clue about all these things, he come and tell us, hey, they don't have transformer, so it will spoil. So, come on. So look, if you come to UK here, London here, the buses you are seeing, the buses are not just running you. The buses are managed with queuing theory.
1 minute.
Do you understand? They are scheduled. The trains, they are scheduled, everything. Do you understand? So we expect these people managing our utilities to have this thing sort of experience or exposure in mind. They will sit down till everything is spoiled and they say, oh, it's normal. Oh, our thing has spoiled, so we have to wait. Come on. Is that what we are paying them for? But because most the average Ghanaian, especially these so-called party rubbish, because they don't know what is happening, they think we should all be worshiping these idiots. Me, none of them is doing something I don't have any clue about. So I'm not worshiping any of them. Hey, what sort of nonsense is
Don't
this?
worship anybody. Let's have high expectations. You do. Young Isaac may have said to fuck up now. Oh no, one has only has said.
So a fairness, I just have
What are you expecting? What
my
are you
exposure,
expecting? One say we are no one short there, I say.
my main, what I'm about, I be
Okay.
incompetent, my main exposure on one casa. I only did your
Okay.
part in the Huna who didn't grow for Temono. Also, you or West Africa and why I then I go so by Okaso baby, I don't know for West Africa. I don't know Okaso.
The
Also,
most
be construction
efficient
road.
running.
Maybe she needs to be construction road. That's some kind of no. Huh? I think some more catch a platform is say as on any vision is a go construction road. Oh, West Africa. That's some kind of no. That will be a construction road there. Ono ye mediocre rubbish and so say wa ka ye de amamu ni ma wa. Ka rubbish amamu na de my son. Abi you talk too much. Mr. Assemblyman kura de ma wa one way ya untimi two gutter ba akokra o neighborhood. Ajaye jade ni ye. Kasa we bia na NDC for kasa de o man ma omo twefo e form bono. Aden. Wo de obe construct road within West Africa and Ghana to link West Africa. No be the construct road I say na rubbish. Over ne. My asonkwa didi why. My asonkwa didi. Obroni de na o say time no. Enyo na the time no to so. Platform you grab to for time never. Ye tisi ye loko ansa. Ye timi akasa. Aden. Na amanfo say me dey say John Mahama hu oni gya na mamu ni ma Akufo ado. So enti ma comparison is very simple. Very simple. Na mamu ofu obu nu ana no etwa mu no. Debt to GDP. O de men kan cho say me ka kire wo. O just for one ahwese na yesan a. Na 73%. O say obi gya ni 63% nti ono no eya mamu obone. What kind of this? I think me go school near chair me say 73%. E do also 66%. And then can John Mahama buy or betia and John Mahama buy my papa will check on check be a Ghana debt now. You restructure no. A best at year 2026. Japan will be to Cana on one a jar one ano de man a Kufuado no. Aben will be to Yanaka. Japan so qua obeja saying. I'm a boy way. I'm a more to Coco Famesica. Teacher for a Juma almost 12 months. I'm a more papa no. A team 10 or just 3 years I can tell you in the betray. As I bet you because what Joe be at to be a 3 years. One Triano. No, because Pesca Triano and Yaka. Some people just cut to woman 3 months old, you will be 3 years. If I don't go when you teacher for when you're one Triano. Now maybe I'm a chess teacher for in your car. Says he cannot. What you want from the teacher said in Profonica. Kufuado. Emma, Ghanaian workers are near Trump come with that pay rules. So, 3 years, COVID time with Trump. Who go put say, and if I know yes, it's going to kill Omaka. For my mom, won't and tell him to a good father, you know, we know. Obi and farmer to because your Mahama cranny way you were going to be Trianica, and in continent fee. Obey me Trianica. I don't remember when your Mahama. Send me away. Nami who said, good, everything you control that. Nami the Mikobobi send me the 2 gold. Almost 33 tons a good on them. Na bana be 20 tons wa. Also wa beti Ghana kaso. 20 tons na ko to fa musika kote Akufo ado kana so. Na be kana kasa ya. Madafo. Mo da mo fa me duro create ni John Mahama no no incompetent. Ti wa be di na chi bia the same. na mamu na yo abebu ama enti no ya mabɔ na baso na ene be na unim den e de ben me say me dese Akufo to mahama on de je Akufo amamu no ma yi obi ko 100 cities e ko to adura ma ne nana ye ko pu no ayi ye friend say bank en si wo Ghana wo ba ye na ye de ayi bank nyina collapse Akufo ado anso bank mu a do mahama ba bank be na egu obeso na sen me dem
No,
pa ye na me boss
2018 no kwabra.
ah I don't know say
Is it 2018? Yeah. The boom ma me no bank on.
2018 year born no. Say you am mu fun no na me yebo ma me ne ho. That is it. But hono ba bia ho no next scan na omudi awo di bi ne kosi ho kosi engina wo. Ena me boy ayi event event. Okay that black abazo ma de nka ho. Na me bojo ma ha ma chidi a na we ni abre. Amamu ni nye why? Samamu ni ya nka me ma bojo abazo that. So no say me am nipa no me church member. Samamu ni ya ni obi na beba bojo say John. Amamu na obu no koyi. Timi na say me ka kire John sit up. Na mamu ne nya Ghanaians are complaining. And then say baby e be so bia ko jan wo ho amanfo ye demonstrate makola ne ne koko pharmacy ni baby e be fa bia demonstrate Ghana for social media omo light ni ade nyina so mo nyom ye MPP for na ana light say dey light ni hwe wo ye MPP ni a o kan ya ne kontem and NDC for dey ekolu ana oh there be mamu nyesa mo nyesa na omo president ente bia me say 2028 awo me kwa me ne kwada ni be jawo ko me ko be 3 months na me the base no so ajawo kakra wo be gire contract wa yi mu be gu baabi na de amane eyi wona na no de atua base no mi kotu aban na gu ade ade amamu we de yentumi da amamu we de enya ade ebetimi ni aban we gina awo boabo aho na pressing ese fo ne de oh eyi boy TPP kum eyi NDC boy ye betu omu nyina
Yeah,
gu amoma bahaba bisu and
yeah,
I don't
kakra.
know.
Afa.
Mami si na
Yeah,
aja tombo se min ko buma konta me ko fare me tax. Ya ko pon ya do na
yeah.
yisia. Se wie no mu chire wa ye be san ba. Why? And the catch prince
Okay.
say
Yeah, count.
73%. A door so
Yes, Sam, I've not
63%.
mentioned my name. Let me correct him. Let me correct Kwabra here
Me
before
pass
he goes.
me mention
Let
news.
me correct him before he goes. Kwabra,
No,
Kwabra,
correcting me.
hold
We
on,
have to
hold
be
on, hold on, hold
constructing
on.
news.
You,
I heard
what,
construction. I heard construction. I
Kwabra,
heard
the
construction.
construction I used was an illustration of my
And
point.
no illustrating. We are no one who
And
illustrating.
let me explain. Maybe
We
you
are
don't
using
understand.
the construction to
You don't
illustrate your
understand.
method. Well, I don't understand what. I
You
don't
think your
understand
trap
what.
is only the construction I used was an example. I said even if it is construction I'm going to use, I'll make sure that the road
Okay, so
is efficiently
what do you mean? Time, 1
constructed.
minute. What are you going to use to make
You
West
understand?
Africa there? 1 minute. Okay. What are you
I
going to use
said
to
I will
do?
make Ghana the most efficient country in West Africa.
By
At
doing
least.
what? By doing what?
Exactly. By making sure that every system I put in place works. Every system
Are you going to stand by the system or somebody is going to be in charge of the system?
You see, that is where we go wrong. I'm going to appoint the people. If it is Minister of Health, I'm going to appoint Minister of Education. I'm the one. We have to. It's not true. It's not true. Mama has no clue what he's doing. Mama has no
Okay,
clue
Abe.
what he's doing.
Okay, Abe.
Otherwise, somebody
Abe.
will not be somebody will not go to hospital and will not get bed.
All right. Make a community Abe. Nyanko
Kwabra, because you yourself, you don't know what you are talking about. You have no clue how it should be
Okay.
done. That is why you
All
are
right.
blindly
Nyanko
following Baumia. This
Abe,
useless
it's good.
Baumia, you are following him.
All right. The better obvious. Well, it's one anke drew so by Okonfo and on Kasta. You okay, the memo Okonfo come kakra and
Yeah,
Sana
my
Pasa
my
Amawaba.
na
Yeah.
abe ni kwa bre
Okonfo.
ko dia na me enjoy pa.
Aye,
Now, Tish, now enjoying yes,
sir.
sir.
Na design.
Bamaso Okonfo.
I drink as ya. Me call baby na me ya na me nyam
Yeah, me who so abane wako.
Ya me ya na
Okonfo
me nyam volume.
mamimbisa. Bisa question ya to bo eyi mano. Mamimbisa. Eyi na mi tie radio na o Ghana. Ana say papa bi e de obi antie bi say mind bi The German fans say your friend of comfort to America. We do your example get.
No problem.
And I think say Ukoshia Oba bi or Ghana. I mean, only Oba na work Ghana. Either way, Uja Oba na Ghana and I'll bet in America. And that's better now Brochre. Better now Brochre. And now pro ana Osha say so usi dine. Now Osha say na no so dine. And na Oba no ward one apartment or team. And I'll call for Okacha Oba and say, oh, I'm free in apartment in no met now dine out cinema. In a sense, I'm to say 4 mile, no share the BB complete and complete him out. Ana Obana no quarry 2 and Obetina dining. Ana obey 4 mile. And I'll cry promising it into Obaba Warino. Into only they were jet to moon, even cry BS. Upapa free moon or Coco, yeah, to say, Opia, yeah. I say, any duties, creating or any duties. I feel the 11 years we see Diana will be a kama waba obani tipi on my feel I will say on to obani's on to na feel ordinary court SNT yentu ne mao muko court na feel judge ne ebu etia ho and I say I feel the Diana a 6-bedroom the judge ne say any obano and famu 2 na also famu 4 ebiem kai so on other case no pokura court or because no ban no pokura na onye na dwin so de bia court na fidi e kobuoti wa fidi o se on ti ase na we mi se me bisa o ja ye di po a be mana na say like
Akwano when you way. Say, say by renter, baby, I could be out and nipa betenefia. You cannot just, live. And we won't even tune film just like that, sir. And I feel so I was saying, I be da. So, about when I be done. No matter what, no, won't even permanent feel irrespective of the fact, say, because I won't call you and what the answer is. Once I'll ban it if you honor.
I mean, we crank on. I say, Obane did 60. I feel we share no Ben, but I say we did 60 years.
You see,
we share about 50
the Mram McQueen, the Akwan one lady in share dino. Because Obama say when you're ready so warana and get involved in your property, I will see. Sorry, mistake will be by Anna. Yeah, no. So be I take room has say, when we didn't know money. And I will you near ma. So what do Obani did come on who said would not account say wouldn't tinty down the road, BBC, don't cry. So Oba would do one kind of daddy. Well, BBA, you have to know how to deal with it, A bear, say, but when our fan as a foreman, and one I see down BBI, even technically, some OBB, she has a stake in the house. It doesn't matter. And you see, you see, no in this case, but then at the end of the day, when you are an idiot, so, yeah, I think the court did the justice, baby, I can't come. Ghana Fusio. Judge and the program could be my pama, quite down ama, Can go no man, go pama guy. Yeah, can go no man, go pama or pama guy, not with it. I don't know more than the But at this point, I think the judge did the right thing. I think the judge did the right thing. That's my
anyway. That was just an icebreaker, and I kind of felt the same way. I just want to hear your opinion. Anyway, and a reflective Thursday. Share down for BBI and to one. Besides, any can't wait. I can say the silence that we keep, sometimes it doesn't help us. The silence that we keep, you know, BBI calling it out, and then Shambo, if you understand, and then some baby by free BB, no bed syndrome, Ghana. To me, a bobo, and a medical kind, and that's why reflective Thursday. Say, before for honest or person and share, and now Casa into memory about 10 minutes, not with one.
Okay. So, say, also, we had a problem called culture of silence. Rollins by, he came with that mantra. So we should break that barrier. But if that barrier is still there, you see, one of the fundamental things I will come here, the right to bear arms, people don't understand. Recently, I made TRC because come here say, what me call because I born your day. I ain't saying him. And I want to make a share will be now. One can say, if you out to me, and I will not be an argument here because I also want to know what bono. And I say, we will be depending movie at Tema, and I'll be go cancel meet up and movie. I see Moko Bono. Come I say, but fine crown who spoke us over there. Because you don't know. So Sam, I'm free back. Why? Hello, Sam. I'm free back. Why?
Okay, yeah, that's it.
I'll call back. Yeah. Aye.
Okay. Okay, so Comfort busy. I think say my main friend. Let's see. And then Alex, brother, Alex, continue my. So
Yeah, Sam. Aha, one point you the only say, we are free. Then I be kind of make what's a vision no or no can or no the vision no can once more. It's not about the general vision. Oh, the office o person o ye Ghana and now we but vision no dear me meaning say vision to say honhom be antimi operating without a physical body. Eti honhom be ebe ya adwuma e betena bibi mu no e de ya adwuma. Eti system be a build that you need a structure. Nti na ma obi ye kwan a enye na adwen say kwan no nkwa na oye. Even the expressway na John Mahama so obeye no. Go and check and see the so hwe omo ayi no a friends say no they are babonte no a you will see say wakyere ba bi akwan bi befa bi bekọ ha obesi moto obesi toll booth wo so toll booth no obeye your friend say system a ofa so na se wan twa akora no a ayi ni twa wa ye betie furu sika ma wo mobile money account so hey those things ni nyina no se ni nyina ye adwuma wie na ye wo ho no a ene ya upgrading with the new system and as a technology mo na e ban ena ya apply ama no na ama no aye standard na yenye nipa obe maintain no the maintenance culture eno na ye ne wa Africa di na ye kwan ye ya na tutu no eti no you telling us say wo no ka eno na be ye wa hi asem no that is fine because eno ye wa hi asem say wunya build this ane ma na e wo ho no dia you will make sure say obe maintain no na ama na ye firm na da bi e bigina to tell me says a Ghanaians no more honor no be employ more ye wadwuma na ma de na ka kire me so be employ or more competent minimum be akwa for mo de because Ghana for more honor Ghana de be na de competent person e Ghana why na we no because o the age ba obenya obi a wanyini enso onye twu o the experience ba obi a waye adwuma for so many years enso o de ne besi hɔ a onye fu o de obi a ne ho ofe de ne besi hɔ a onye hui de oso a onye hui enti ne ma na omo ye no ho ni nyina no de omo betima ya na omo ye no na de bi a obeka tem se okọ contract bruni afri outside na say outside Ghana and na ade ne be ba be ya and in fact so we can see Sudria so won ka be ni so be ni say and there ayanumdwa because you have never been there before and no there ayanumdwa and no ye sa kasa no na ye de petumi so wo pese wo kwaje power wo kan de obeye no kira amanfo no say de obesi aye no sa bre wu na nka esi bisa o say obeye ne sen Ubefa him one na we technical man no na ubekwa ko technical man and go there and check the engineers and omugu ho omu ye far better than so many engineers but e be wie no finishing no the yenya free no enti no say o ka kire me say still a nipa da so hospital fine okay amamo da ye bu no there were so many things to do. You bet my better. Okay, no, it's starting over. But about to mean, cause I may ye hospital bed in this still I'm in your quine. Into hospital bed, you know. As I said, only a year you money in your hospital, in your bed or hospital. Ebia, and yes, a bed in the hood in the money paduya. Even there are some workers omo nye up to standard nti na ma obi yare oba brochi no Canada Japan as a friend say fra bera all pay MPP animu adi no o se etire mu adwene mu ade ye de o magana ni nyina ni tire so empire mu da nti Ghana kra no I think say would the facilities papa sen kogu ho a the Ghanaian will not allow Ghanaian so be any so oh Ghana ho you know there was so much to do to achieve those things you know it is not a day job. Anybody be out here now the opens and A Bible when you are looking for excellence. I am so happy to hear from you say, oh, excellent, because what we say, or man is a yeah, aka say ye be excellent. And yes, omamua enko nanim sano. We don't look for excellence. We look for the thing to be done. Say ade no be ngoho. Na yentimi nyusu. Nemum the moment we have it, now you upgrade it upon it. Now they are ye looking for excellence. Excellence, ben. Ghana bena. In fact, Ghana ye wohui. Your maya, it is say one shiny ye know the name of Bikuguma. A beba yet to say, would they say flash and no grana, say friends, yes, see yem fa be a one, elsewhere a year friends and treno. Sana baba ye because your mind be there are some nneɛma bi wɔ hɔ implement in Ghana hɔ no a best single mine because we are not used to those things. And until a mad dollar koraa for more, ama abɛyɛ bed ama nkurɔfoɔ bi no. Yes, Ghana for no ɔmo nyɛ used to so many things. And yes, hanka dollar kɔ fam wɔ mu man mu yate ɛnɛ wuyi $1 no a. Unya $1 unya 10 cedis. First no yi $1 unya 17 cedis. Nti obi bubefu anka me am ye bogai na ese me bufu because menu me yi se me sika na so ate but Ghana ban o mu man no ma bogas o obu ama mo te o man no Ghana for those who lives in Ghana omo na Ghana ban bu man na ama omo enti no se ohunu se Ghana for mo ko abrochire koto anwa mo ko abrochire koto ka mo ko abrochire koto ka tai enti no se dollar no table for mo eboa ma mo to man no mu a eno na aban no di hu dwuma it is not you and I ye de no ye te say abobra o ye kanipa o mu di mu wo Ghana no ho ti aban nwene ye hu saa o dwene Ghana for ho nanso na mpo mu di are not used to ntino dollar call for ma na mu an e ton 700 about 300 crowd still they don't care they say dollar call for na ye den na the sika se nipa bottom because 350 no when you free every more bag no so no ohun ni say achievement until obi ka them say vision no idea it is not about the road one maybe vision is say you be new road to create to Kumasi so be it that's all that's my vision now me yes vision no me na ye dey am as a president 4 years that 4 years within 4 years what I want to achieve ni say be ye kwine from Accra to Kumasi. May you quiet from Accra to your friends, the Cape Coast. May you quiet from Accra to Aflawo. May you express ways the whole country. We see way in your vision. Najama, oko opposition kurana others wana vision no others ukitam. Oko opposition na the government need to implement more to support what you did. Sana ye no. Eno na manfo antimanya nkroma ne mani nyina say ye no. Enti nkroma ni vision na wo kano. Nkroma was so visionary. Na oye ojan hoko ya manfo anto vision that we adwuma na asagu nti vision no be ya adwuma until say you get the people on be succeed no on be to match for vision no so because vision no uko fie uko amena mu a enya adwuma pio eye omo aka na na eto afo so there is no any permanent vision until say the maintenance quarter will be come and be
Okay,
implemented.
Alex.
The omo mbedi wadi aban so omo ye nipa na so omo ebe ye lazy men a we approach ni nyina be ye kwa it is an idea me nua me da say
Okay, that's it, Alex. I've about it for 5 minutes and send my first up. Are you ready? So I've about you.
I'm about to come about.
Okay, I've about it. Okay, maybe I know I've about you busy. I mean, my Adam, but my son Adam, they can call. Adam, by my son.
adwene kɛse o sam sesia na meba ma obi nkasa sesia na mewura mu nti
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Well, in that case, now I guess for watching the whole abe, what picture is certain then abe.
if it is that the linesman Oma yellow card the offside will be your offside
Mo de mo pe huro papa we out the two we as there say. Obi a pa jan na last pass dey be the wo. E do ka wan to kakra na ye den. Wo ka wan to mo. I don't know mo pa ayi Who prepare to kwasa, who prepare. Oh, who ya na kofan to kwa.
Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, leave them. Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, leave them. They are all confused.
Ah, they wa bini wa
They are
wafa.
they are all
Who
confused now.
prepare? Where I say enkola yes who prepare. Yeah, friend, what who friend to kwa naba. Oh, guys, adieu.
Biniwa,
No,
Biniwa, Biniwa.
that,
Oh, I know, Mr. Chu, just relax for Biniwa. He's just joking. Biniwa, there is nothing spiritual about vision. Do you understand? Let me tell you, even Kwame Nkrumah is dead. But I can highlight Kwame Nkrumah's vision for you. Some are still relevant. Kwame Nkrumah's vision to let Ghana have clear energy is still alive. Do you understand? But as you said, the people he left behind don't have that. They don't even have a clue what he meant. Kwame Nkrumah's vision of making Ghana the black star of Africa is still alive. But the people to do it, they are not there. Okay. People are saying, Mama is, come on. Look, Biniwa, you people are confusing a goal or a target, an objective with vision. These things have nothing to do with vision. Mama's goal is the one to do maybe Kumasi interchange or whatever. Your goals are part of your vision. A vision is a big picture, the big picture of how you want to live Ghana. So that people can say, oh, it was Mama who took Ghana from A to B, where everything is working. I mean, things are more efficient and so on. But that is not what we are seeing. Health service is not efficiently run. We don't have a transport system in Ghana. I mean, name them. All the ministries, Agri-Kikra is not working. Do you understand? So your vision is only road construction. Come on, this is not vision.
Oh, he was taking a piss in here.
Do you understand? We want the whole thing fused together to be working properly. Do you understand? Mama is not building capacity in Ghana. He's not building capacity. So far, all what NDC have managed to do is they've controlled our spending. They've managed Ghana's spending or Ghana's expenditure in terms of the demand side of the thing. The part of the equation which will give us capacity, NDC is not addressing. MPP had no clue, but NDC is not addressing. Look, when we are able to build the supply side of Ghana's economy, it is a supply side where we can have manufacturing, where we can have high agri output and so on. That aspect, we are not doing it too. That is why the Chinese were able to give Mahama about 300 renminbi to come and build a market in Volta region for them. And because Mahama is not strategic in the way he thinks, he just want to take the money, come and build market. That market will not make Ghana build capacity. Because we also have to create manufacturing industries and so on to build that capacity. But the Chinese have, because they think strategically, they say you don't need to build that capacity. You don't need engineers. You don't need all those to man your factory. We are coming to sell the things to you. This is how strategic thinkers think. The Chinese are able to outwit him. So when you people are trying to say, Mama is this, Mama is this, you don't know what you're talking about. Mama is never strategic in the way he thinks. Never. That is what worries some of us.
Morbin Kasabi, Abe. That was it. I'm here to watch it.
Met me about
Yeah, I watch it over my yeah, man. Adam Kasa.
What
Adam Kasa. Yeah, Adam for 10 minutes.
Okay. Me shall say if baby, Mr. Abbey, a year. Mr. Abbey Eka say Mahama is not building capacity, and that is his belief of ideas, and he has been at wit. Yamani Sikase Onkoye. In fact, Mahama has stood on every platform. Eka say the year policy na ye that now we import our raw materials outside. We don't get value for what we have. No, it is going to be a thing of the past. And he has said, he said, by the year 2030, no, Ghana should be an export-driven country, not import-driven country. He has make it say we are going to put value on our manganese, we are going to put value on our gold, put value on our in fact, our raw materials. He has even started or started the cocoa industry, whatever it is. So when you say he is bereaved of ideas or he's not doing what, in fact, yes, he has come before. Why president that? But he has gone to sit down and realize that this is one of the problem we have. And that when you are always churning out your things to like your raw materials out, you become a beggar because you don't add value to it. But when you add value to it, and how do you add value? By building industries that will produce the thing in your country. And so, what idea is Mahama bereaved of? Mahama is saying that all our raw materials are not going out again by 2020. We should make, he said he is going to make sure that we are going to be an export-driven economy so that we will export more, not import more into our country. And so when you see, say he has no idea, he has been preaching this, and he's saying, even when he goes to Africa, when he goes to the African terrain, the world terrain, he has been saying it. And it is not as if he's just saying it. He's saying it, backing it with actions. And they say action speaks louder than words. He's backing it with actions, making sure that the things that they are saying are trying to. So the money they say they are going to build and export a market for Volta region. In fact, Mahama can say the whole, the whole airport in the crown should be a hub for maintenance and then something of the for so that it will serve as a maintenance for West Africa and asset, which is also adding value to even that airport alone. And yes, Yamano grant is a cost market. That doesn't mean say Yamano grant now. And thank God you are not saying he went to borrow, but it's a grant. So when that grant, it does not mean say he's going to build the market for them. And when he's going to build the market for them, what is the benefit of that? How people will benefit from our market at this age? Mr. Abe, are you trying to tell me, say, the old market now, the BIO can say we are doing things in the past and we should do things in the when the world is evolving, everybody should evolve. No, are you trying to say the kind of market you went to see in Accra, you are happy about it, or the kind of market we have in Ghana, you are happy about it? Why don't we have things like the KJTR market, the Kotokraba market, build around? So that there's going to be some kind of respect on who call a market man. So some of the markets are not good. So even if he is building a market, that market is not going to only people are going to trade in that market. That will bring a lot of benefits to the people of that region in Ghana. And so it is not as if say he's taking the money to go and build and that market is going to be in vain. No, people are going to utilize, and that is going to bring a lot of things a lot of benefits to the indigenes and then the whole of the Ghana as a whole. So let us not say that. And the president has always been, ever since he assumed power, the second term he has come, what can say the way we have done our things in the past, we must try and do something that will benefit Africa, not even Ghana. That will benefit Africa, and Africa must stop importing our exporting our raw materials. Rather, we should add value to it. So, what again do you want Mahama to do? Something that has been there for over so many years, and today he is trying to make sure that those things are being corrected. He cannot just wake up just one night and one day and change everything. In fact, people the thinking ability of people is the perception of people, how to even sensitize people, how to even tell people the way of the things, how they do. And now make sure say some people are doing don't urinate outside. and people are fighting about that. Say, Argentina, country almost say they shouldn't urinate outside. Baby, I mean, nobody urinate outside. But in Ghana, that has been the culture. You walk everywhere when you want to ease yourself, you just ease yourself, which is very bad. Inti na a ban is the sensitization of people will also take some time. And yes, sorry prekupena adiena ashasi say Danny. So let us, and he's doing, let us do, for example, the gold, gold, the gold board, they are adding value to the gold, and then that will also bring a lot of income to us. The cocoa industry, the manganese industry, the bauxite, those things, he is doing it. And so what else are you trying to tell the president to do? What else? If in the past some people have not done it, he is trying to do those things. And you have alluded to the fact that he is managing the economy by making sure, say, the fiscal and then the monetary policies are being adhered to, and that he is making sure, say, they are not doing a profligate expenditure, or now say they are not expending out of the budget, they are spending within the budget. And we thank, say, now there is going to be a bill that is going to make sure value for money. And so the thing of the past, you can say, a 10-kilometer of road, Togo, 12,000. Now the same 10-kilometer of road, Ghana, see 20,000. It doesn't sound well, as if say they are not the same places. And the ban is say, see, and then they are going to do those things. Let's give credit to, at least they are doing something. We are doing something. The government is doing, the government of the day is doing something to change the narrative. It is incumbent on you and I to encourage them to do. Where they fall short, I do not have any problem when you are criticizing, because any good government will listen to the criticism and try to work on it. And we don't have problem when you are criticizing. But when you are criticizing and saying the things that they are doing and you are pretending that they are not doing it, that is where we'll come in. But any government, a listening government, will always listen to criticism and work on it. And so that is what is going on. Let us not pretend. President Mahama currently, as we say, is saying that let us add value to our raw materials, and so that the raw materials will get value, and then that is the capacity you are talking of. So the capacity you are build capacity in terms of building factories, building all those things. And when you are building factories, it means you are going to employ a lot of people. You are going to do a lot of things for your people. And so now the Chinese themselves, as people are trying to go and build factory in Ghana that will go into refine of all those things into adding value to no more, because when we send the thing, we will not get any, we will not get anything. So let's give credit to what is wrong. You can say it. If they have done something wrong, you can say it. But what's the policy of the president? And he's preaching it not only to Ghana, to the whole of Africa, and saying that we should stop. Everywhere he goes, that is his preaching. And he's saying that for him, that is what he is implementing in Ghana. And he hoped that by the year 2030, at least about 80% of our raw materials will be given a value addition in Ghana before leaving Ghana. And thereby, he will turn the country, he wants the country to go into an export-driven country, not import. Because when your import outweighs your export, that is where there is problem with your city, there is problem with those all sort of things. So let's give credit. And everything are going on. If there is anything you're going to criticize which is not in line with all we will all enjoy and we will agree to it. For example, when people criticize the cocoa issue, we come in as you can say, yes, we understand what is going on, but we need to explain, or we need to tell the people what happened before these incidents happened. And we do not have problem admitting, say, and then with time. And when you listen to any NDC communicator, they admit and plead with the farmers before explaining the situation to them. It is not in the olden days, level don't change. Level don't change. No, this time it is not about level don't change. We can see an action. Even problem about tema ports you see in Crawford is a custom officers be about 5 or 6 custom officers had been interdicted. Yeah, interdict you. An investigation is still going on. Anybody find culprit is going in the olden days when they get these people, they hide the people who have been interdicted on pictures now be out for people to see. Not in the olden days, because any partner in interdicting won't be. But this time, their pictures, their photographs, and everything has been shown to the public for people to know that this is the people who have been sacked, who have been interdicted. And so let's give credit. The government is trying to do what is best for the country. Let's support. If you will not support, you criticize, that is fine. That is your opinion. Nobody will seize you for no, or nobody will tell you don't criticize, because as a human being, you will get people who do not like you, or people who do not like your style of leadership. And that's good. And as a good leader, you must also listen to your critics and then work on that. And that is what the NDC government does. Thank you, sir.
Aba
All right,
Mawie.
and then if that was okay, our comfort was mine. First 3
Yo.
minutes.
Eti na men twas so free bia na madru no with the culture of silence na na.
Yeah, and that's a baby up on
Oh,
science.
okay.
So
Anti
yeah,
na yeah me
very
kono na
reflective
me
Thursday.
okay, great. Okay, na me ka say culture no the silence na enipa bi yentimin kan asamba yentimin kan no ka ho bintu na sometimes we lack development because so krom say ya whistleblowers ne among for criticizing aban no say asamba obia timika bi so na de ombeka no so yeah adwuma from municipalities to the metropolitans to the city and all that. And bibia no, when you are being gagged not to speak, and na na day a retard a development. And if you say Rollins by and he came and campaign on culture of silence, and it turns out that still I don't. That's who say penimu ya de na nya men kan ho asem ne ade. But like my other friend was saying, you can criticize, and that's what we need. But when you criticize opinions there, it's like like nose. Will be an idea. You can like it, but the name how now you are shooting yourself on the foot. So what you say? Because the moment you be one no. The moment you be on and then you're exposing yourself and your naivety. It in a can say, buying bar, we need to criticize them. We should allow people to criticize them. But whoever, who the captain, who are criticizing on what's the more kind of better, you are serious. So what you say? And NDC, John Mahama, what don't know what's he himself for everybody to criticize him. And I support people that who criticize because I criticize Akwantufuo and I still criticize him. So we criticize Mahama. It don't bother me, but you have to criticize the person constructively. Me, that's how I see it. And if you decide not to do that, and also when I would do whatever you choose to do, whatever you want to do. So what I say, it means so many no. But then no, Papa, you're too a craft for no. Not you too money so for. I'm getting reports. What they say electricity bill, I think is getting too high. Because at the end of the car, won't ya, and I won't ya. Now you can't be a won't see the way at which the power cost for no, that is very, very ridiculous. Now and no as that bang who clip be what you say NDC for MPP for debate on the electricity, the taxes and the idea was so. And I think the MPP guys, they were right because from what I know, meters, almost prepaid, almost about could be. No, and different for buy, and almost assemblyman for the way areas, almost selective, almost power some did that type of be mount. Now a trip, the way Papa say a see trip, you'll be shocked. Ghana, all along, well, for all I know, no, maybe fear you will never spend $100 a month. But this time, which is bad. Can it be a 60, no money 40, no money ade. Say no Ghana electricity no boy then. And any boy then no, and a year 24/7 power supplier. That's fine. But now no, I have intermittent. What they saying? Doom so be our sister muka which is and no na your campaign say Mahama me. Me patcho dey mention what you say. And you maybe to say electricity no money ade no be a use be. Enti ade bia se uba na se ubedidi ho agora It doesn't matter the road you construct, the different you do. People will get mad and vote against you, even though it may not be your fault. But be transparent and let the people know exactly what is going on, because the power supply now, as any boy I in Ghana, as you see. And a also should clamp down the illegal users, and no, if you say a problem, what Ghana pass, you see. So until I don't know the media, no better. And the fight against corruption, Papa, the fight against corruption. Ghanaians, we are corrupt by nature.
But you see, sorry, I comfort, sorry, me try no before I can't fraud an idiot. No. Like with electricity, no, like should it even be like a government issue? Shouldn't we be like whoever is in charge of electrical department, like CEO of Ghana Electric Company and that's the way, these are the people that you see, I don't
But
understand. Maybe I they can't say
but
abide
also
abide. Like
you're running unitary government. And until that is our abandoning what to say energy minister. Energy minister could you wait to be piano abandon
you
appointed.
just say abiding
And
aquafa on one
that's what it
also.
is. That is the problem.
Okay,
United
I
States
say
of
cool.
America, Hano, connect this in.
Yeah.
Why Obia one is such and say your light bill kosra, you won't more a ding, more a Trump ding. So, but unitary government running, we have vested so much power into the hands of the president. It will be to me, Obium Tim Krana no Kubusa president said, a dear do mano mama, may yama befi, so what I say. It is anuna, as I say, Omoba, Omudi Huduma, no motion, the distribution of power no, to everybody. Necessary a president no power na be less. So, we have to ask the president because we'll campaign on that. We'll campaign on that. You have to do something about it. And the question I will come and no what saying the fight against corruption. I have spent my about 12, 13 years defending this particular man called John Mahama, which I've never seen before. I've never seen John Mahama minshia na nim dasi. So I tuntum so koko minino. I see him katia minino. There's no NDC man. So Mahama, based on what I've seen about the man and what I like about the man, I have fought for this man. Ye did matem ya bru minia. Eti meso me de me life what was say and me de be fight him Mahama because this obe over Ghana problems. But this is his last opportunity. Media, I'll keep saying this every time be a member platform be as no. I'll say it because right now, I'm seeing say the fight against corruption, is becoming a wild goose chase. Because somebody like Chema went to me, he did not call remand. Yachina tum, he did not call back, he did a baby dinner, why ye? So Ubasha, and Kawun to me, crown where you're convict. When you write so where you turn swaba, and so ne, or no chairman went to me, I could ballot paper, say young Tono Swaba man may a party be general chairman. Let's say, I didn't know your namu de namuyana. Chiana Muchi, no, what is going on? Papa, me, I don't get it. Attorney General has been doing so much, a lot of press conferences. For that time, by my can say, the Omo Yan qua. At the end of the day, what is so be a Kawasem? You see, they should not play that games with us. NDC, President Mahama should not play that games with us. Say, what Basa be fighting corruption? When Sakani Pana, let the people know. Say, Yachin said, Yadambeka and Uncle Wema, important authority for Nayachi. They should be sentenced. Ben may say, Yachi, interdict to at the end of the day, no. Now, by say, Basa, be a who or give to a worry, you who a dubuahi, you who, you say, and Yamano, I say, Yadi any pennies when you saw no more day, or that Dagana for. The way I do my politics, they should, and yes, Ghanaians will vote against them in their third year because people are talking. The people on the ground are talking. Say, come the Nipano, Nasa will be obewiano, what's Usaman Kofria, Papa, on for you see, that's the problem we have in Ghana. We are. No more. And when I come in, we see on Twabama, Papa, on the Twabama. So, Untimeno, I am standing on your platform and I'm saying this unapologetically. Say, if this government doesn't fight the corruption as they promise her, we are going to deal with them. I will insult them. I will come out every platform and insult John Mahama the way I brought him. Because I'm spending my time at radio so because I believe in him. This is a serious matter. Today, I spoke on one of the radio stations. I said, Mr. Mahama, you are somebody made the whole Ghana. I believe in you than anybody. Anybody, even from Kwame Nkrumah time, who could I believe in you than Kwame Nkrumah, if I'm not mistaken. But personally, may I believe in you. It is all bad. Nasa osi adian also about resetting. That's a resetting, you go something different. I don't know what is going on. Say Dipan wouldn't say who did the charges no beba attorney general. Nasa wouldn't say charge in the best sentence in the pana. Don't come out there and make those bogus press conferences. That making people, because Ghanaians, because we are corrupt in nature, it will name himself we are because Ghana need be in your befa. It will know when himself or not train one young confa. It will ban up a campaign on the back door, on the at the back banner of corruption. Now people who likes you. JJ Rollins did that. President Kufuor did that. Akufo-Addo came and campaign on corruption. To Obama no was samba be mu be corruption and ya to Obama. This a be yina bro pepe dia papa asem no be hadwene. Asem no be hadwene. Eti me de mano be si kwa bo me samba bi.
Okay, Akwantufuo, you better was say. Yeah,
Aja
say
aja
it just
asafo. Pacho de o yire
actually.
lawyer ya o ye se prosecuted me busa wo. Pacho ma se untumi ye convict. Pacho obi a convict untumi se wadi boni bi organa na.
Oh,
Ana
asema me kan na wa tiase na wa
oh
ntuma
da
se
bi
na
pacho
se.
me busa wa se masa
Da bi
pacho.
ho na asema masema me kan na wo ye ma me
No no
tira
no no.
wase.
Me
Information
busa obi
no kosi bone. Me si obi a ya chi na ye be sentence no. Ye ma no kofa ayi. Ese ehu de ekoso. Men ka so ye convict. Asema me kan men fa ma no si bone be pacho. With all due respect.
Aja from Pacho, Mammy Musa, when Bessa Metia says, ya receive be a only panel, a convict, and the Bessa Muna, or China Media Kamas and baby, and I'm Bessa Busao.
You are innocent until proven guilty. That's what I know. See,
The judge and one of it convict you will be, and yes, police arrest all your convicts, and yes, sanity.
Pepe. So
Okay,
innocent
anyway,
until proven guilty. Yeah, that's it.
you thank you so much.
That's it. It just
Ada
actually.
babo sabe sada me ma dem be kasa kakra. Obi.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it just saying kasa and I
Oh my
unim
my just
watch kasa uwia no watch kasa uwia no to ama it just me and my basic acquaintance free one we just say abana fe it just say free wa for kwabna na mpacho we dey no atra mama me ko sisi mesamba
I just say braso and no maso. O kasa wi a.
Yo, me that one say. Matachi we take a crack. Na deɛ wɔm ne sɛ aban foforɔ baa yɛ nyinaa yɛnim ɔhaw a na ɛko tia Ghana ban. Baako yɛ electricity power. Nti nka yɛde tumi hyɛ aban yi nsa yi, wɔ adeɛ bi wɔ mu a na yɛbɛyɛ fundamental paa. When operational losses and our distribution losses. Ansa na aban yi bɛba no, nimdifoɔ ma yɛte aseɛ sɛ ɔmo nua electricity ne wie a, about almost 30% of the electricity yɛntumi recover ne cost no. Na ɛno nso yɛ drain paa for the government of Ghana, regardless of whoever is in power. Nti aban foforɔ baeɛ yi, ma yɛte aseɛ sɛ container bi atu ayera ma ɛbɛyɛ hoo. Thinking sɛ yɛbɛnya ne poma si berɛ. Sɛdeɛ ɛbaeɛ a ɔmo solve saa issue no obiara nte. Sɛ ka yɛbɛbɔ yɛn nkɔmmɔ bio wɔ afidie yi so a, yɛn mu bi ka sɛ we should be very cautious. Sɛdeɛ yɛsa amanfoɔ mmrane no, that is not an issue. Yɛsɛ corruption ne nneɛma no koraa to nkyɛn a, how can we recover at least, operational losses, how can we bring it down to 10% or even to 15%? That issue has not been addressed.
Bia near oh light in Jinasu, me am Makwanta Alex. Oh light in Jinasu, it nam say Jinasu at what expense? Because o konwea de no. Na sansana obeto ama public no kura no well lose almost 30%. You're running at a loss. It's only a matter of time. There quite a nipa kakra bi no a omo recognized no. Omo na bibia na ye che losses in the go omo so sa. Well, and yes sustainable. Na ade ama Ghana na ye industries no ne ade wo ho no gina operational cost. Water was available, was cheaper. Electricity was available and cheaper. It is a democracy say, Muhammad say, if you know be add value into a primary commodities, we'll know because the fundamentals does not support what he's telling us. Industries be by during the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the 90s. No man say the Ghana when no. The fundamentals, the enabling environment was fruitful for industries. It was. Now going forward, we will be a parking in Yama TTL, Tema Texas Limited, a parking in Yama no kwa. Go back and ask them. The operational cost was getting worse. Minimpa say Edem Winimitama. Tema Textiles Manufacturing Company, no more running 4 shifts. Morning, afternoon, night, near was straight day. Administrators. Companies ni bebre. Ade ana edimu akotempa operational cost. So going forward, I started selling boyhead. They relocated. If it's American for the manufacturing has been shipped to China. They did not ship they did not ship it overnight. China now say ye said no. You be produce cheaper power no matter what. And it's all the coal nebe ye power no or the then ye power no. In America for businessmen no amwa be omwanu mu a omo de American eshe wo wanu go ko you know say no. China produce cheaper power. They disregard the ozone layer, whatever it is. The environment, no, they disregarded it. And machine. So until see a bay ye fear no be or back at your be say we can add value back home or can be before from. Fear no. Do service industries. Service MTN we group on manufacturing internet. So radio station on manufacturing internet. At a point, Kwabradako's company was imported dead chickens from overseas. Because they always in Ghana, no, too expensive. Meaning local furniture companies, Ghana, in a do import furniture from China. The timber bear crana or the bayers and Kundam. How quality is the local product in Rian wood? How quality are they? Oh. And we've said it here. We can begin to crawl, walk before we can run. No, we are not crawling. Yemfa bibia ntutu akwemu. To sorry politician omoye kaba. We don't even know them. We've not even met them before. They are winning. They are laughing to their various banks. Now we here backbiting ourselves, insulting ourselves at the top of our voices. Nobody is helping. Nobody. Until they can continue, they will continue to do that. They will continue to do that. Muhammad to me are no value, not that by 2030. How is he going to do it? He should come down and tell us, say, electricity, you bet so by 50%. And I ensure you bet no cry way. No cry him for the work. So they will continue to lie to us. Borrow money at the expense of our environment. Gidi no more. Again, the pan Amagana economy supposedly dollar ejina. Dollar no ejina, cedi na ejina yina. Still, the price of goods that back there are being increased. And then a dollar no ejina reflect the prices and goods over there. Because they're artificial. They induced. You know what I say? CD no a debejina between $10 and $11. 11 cedis. Ya pumping $16 billion in Ashim. Every month be $1 billion. Every month. $1 billion in the pumping the ship. Na bisa who say enkosi da bay. Enkosi da bay. Yeti na yo. Yeti ye me nada. Koko honi amaka kra bai we say we say yes ye ran obi be say helter skeleton. Just koko. That's a gold so tough for more ebende. It's a gold not tough for more. How are we going to address it? Are we building buffers? Are we building cushions? We don't burden it. But for me, just no be a baby. That was it.
Of watching Brian. Hey, I just said that's it. I come from that's it. I said, "Oh, I can't see how we building buffers. Some them come see by November already. I do not. That 2.5 billion gold. No, I can't in the blue first. I mean, I know I be kasa de na sen ka me be kanyina am de but me ade am hu say kwabrani abedwafo if we were to learn a lesson as Ghanaians leaders na omo de bia ya ne kasa ne akoka Singapore Malaysia but if we are following the example look at the way they fight their corruption. Oh, if we have been able to corruption in Ghana. So then an answer for because I say Ghanaians are corrupted by nature. No. We are not born to be corrupted. Environment now, your environment, no me and say if we were corrupt by nature, I think about corruption. That's what me arguing. So if you say Ghanaians are corrupted by nature, come no me and about America had 30 years plus ago. Say nature then could have been corrupted. But it's the environment and kasaya boy who suffer hini wadi bi me intimate tete. And the other baby away. It takes 3 to 6 months in Malaysia to prosecute somebody, Japan, China. We are crying, Masa. Why can't we do the same? You see, every day, Coca, someone. Omukai, Governor. Kokoi, Opuni. Ena, Yasu, Kofa, 70 by. Fine. Kakra. MVP Abambe Trevor Coitiers, here, hurry. Papa was Subaya, Osimabeja. I want to ask 7 minutes. And that's what the museum must have for him. Oh, corruption and Missy Eku Ghana. That is all. Because why?
all the leaders are corrupt themselves. It no muti because now koto vote are corrupted. It will be oh if you are see who too. But money for now what to a crash for. Oh, it's immediate that moon is a guy some of the say we are a failed state, and I'll keep saying it. Though yeah, and no money at the end until we're able to crack rape. Corruption in our entirety will be some investigations. So this is we're talking about 85 million. 85 million. Kwabra, me no neti kruma. 85 million. A fat any pension me and Sansama. On got to know crowd. I'll see at you. Okay, gum.
Papa Bachina, no, there were no many politicians or something. Now,
Oh,
Ena omafa 80 something. Maybe I'm a politicians, they be what 2000. Me as a politician, they are corrupt. Na omanga so mo bogana krono no hagasa yes a custom for no. Any
yeah.
politicians no. Omo
That
we
is.
o mine oba.
Now, Kwabra said there be an politicians. I can say, Mona said, don't see in a intimate to about. It's the idea, not Shamon Sasa Monshe. Oh, it's the way because of corruption, no, sir, Kwabra. Yen Tuasia, the Bay Organa, Bia. Auditors General report to bar if we are reflecting on some things. Reporting by who Sika Kosho. Sika Kosho to me more money ye within 4 years. But ye need obi di when ye trouble or some starting more than a common setting tribunal. Quick 3 months. Why this can you be able to your witness in more nam the nakoship. Prison wire my uncle. Just a Kwabra ya deal wait to us so 6 months.
Oba na the microphone omo bo custom officer yenye hu. Ese e de omo ba TV so ne nyina ehu. Ebi na ochina. Omo titimu a na omo kostane MP so hu ne yatimi aka omo ho asem. Enti ne ye pese ehu microphone. Da ben no mo de ba be gina se de ye de amoka akofa abronye ne wuntumi ne atwa. Da ben no be sa me ehu. Sanko kuku no. Da ben oba.
Some crowdfunding is about time said they have to bring sanity to because ora Uncle Kujeto Omobe election Omobeka said ora 18 billion were chantro Mahama was a 1 year konokwafu go away. You see, we also be in such form. But I quite say Omunina I mean the who a crubia ye bia apart from South America and then no my is a crow more ye bia corruption omu kuni ye pa say untimi to us about deterrent factors ba. Na mo hwe ukasa Japan Singapore wo hwe omo minister wo free play musi ane ache no na ye de ne yire ne makofie so wo koda prison e man kofie kura. And that's the brain of Africa. Oh, Abrafuna say who kotoade o ha ne zip code. Yeah, they have surveyed us in a way say omo who say ya dwinimu and no one normal bimu. And can then say na ma China for BC warehouses for Ghana. Kwabra warehouse and they put the name China Mall on it. And the government allow any government or the day on member. So why say ma China for BC kwase adia omuntimi sisa de no mu krom.
Because we don't have standards. I've been saying you need standards. I've been saying it. Obviously about your yard. There's nothing good about the governance. We are not governing ourselves well. It's every day.
Government to be official.
Obviously, Mahama say, "Hey, yeah, import to BBR." How is he going to stop importing? Capacity to the Mahama, and people believe all this nonsense.
Opa mani ni
No
why?
standard. No, you need the spirit of excellence. Excellence. Me, we don't have leaders. And people are praising these people.
Mami cancer which row. Opokwa for 58
anniversary. At the time, mediocrity was people. And you have people on the platform. Hey, about what is really
me
good?
fine na adwuma. You want man you me sorry. I heard this me fine ofa. Nya botre man nwie.
It offer me can answer Kwabna some me can say Opokwa last year 50th anniversary mate. Ye chum me making you turn over because a China more na me when I'm say now the way a China more. This is a warehouse. What them say me buy I need 2 weeks said there na ejato mu. Me Make catch them say I didn't Ghana for penny for a dream in Mutrim. I mean, look at we think I say Minister of Trade, whoever is granting them licenses, fine. So I bet worry Ghana and I'm sure people who say why will about Ghana, you know. Yeah, but higher for more worries. I not to
Ọba
one.
Boachim Pacho, and I know my young canchen on an onion.
I think my young catching with Santasi Uko Pokware no. Or my basic on a Chinatown way. There were my young catching no enemy who said they will almost starting structure no cobra. Eh, yaha Tisawako Home Depot. And that then I cry papa saying Home Depot there one year papa saying no. And almost shisha no more day in chance here guso. And no man, I did almost no money, but going almost $1 rate, you know. Time $1 near $15, and almost say BB offer Mobiaco and 15 cities. Now more and I'm a girl be an enemy cruise. Me say, why do you people call this mall? Mall is an entity of so many stores enclosed in a place. But I say mall. Yeah, and your shopping center po. And I'm catching you say, Charlie, I don't know what to am penny for no a broken and I'm why you ya a dear bonnie near dear yomo. This is a simple question. Dear, but no baby be different woman am say. What do you approach? How them says approach has say? Wow, damn cry. Oko ye bibi wo ho you have to go ask permit. Come on now, guys. Yeah, about man into this. I mean, a common thing and I asking for them. Yeah, in Busa or the case ye be. When you be cancer and pay a babu to be swing answer. Yes. Na me I am see my film say mo koji loan na. Omo de omo engineers in ban. O say musumitim catch omo say mo ye bold say yo yate. Mo my grant loan no. But I say yes you the engineers ni bebre bata ho che mo de no na. Omo try omo ye adwuma na. Simple but ye kwa na ya koye bibia boko me in yen say gugu ye. You say them catch on say me back room ma katanya me worry na man mu say America kojo kwabna if you sell yourself you get the amount you want. Me ni coin interview ko bibi me ba no ahwe me coin was we hare. South Africa for mo ba do say American is not a place you have to be humble. And I'm saying, I say no, you have to sell yourself. It was all American ya Colombia, if you say the whole world or a citizen, Papa Kwabra me bo akachere mo mano. American Colombia.
You cry, you but you be face, you were breaching a Europe for us or Amanone.
Thank you. And Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah Ghana pioneer. Yeah, I know most woman do a history, but me there no na misa. But me nyina be 270 sa me papa de me ba tema 1970 71 be hu tema no. Afa me dru tema na president me say wow, say kuma see akurase. We drew tema no share Mrs. Ekum sometimes surgical Kaiser flat na look. Just say dey bi papa bi ye bia ye koyechi. Wow. Say ye overhead no estate dan no obi di bibia be bata ho. How? These are some of the things we're talking about. I said, and Mama me accepted the fact that we are not corrupted by nature. Yeah, we are me corrupt. Now we na safunya corrupt, kabra na nya corrupt. But environment na ya ba munu na pen. O ma ya ade na no ma create ade na ma. Na ade no so mo ya o see free mu. E free mu so anke nyina ho beto. Ade na hu. Me say because I think I'm coming to San Colano Cusco no pa mi jina.
I never want to see an iron car for frost.
Me di manus me reflect say abusuafo. Yenim say bema beye bi no anye ni nyina. Na ya na di yaw na kasa e wo platform bia e kosoro. Yes, yempani for no yeah, Adam, we're gonna so we will criticize them constructively, but we just want them to do more because who be what baby. They who say ye. Even if say Accra Kumasi road kra no, say express he say oh your kra be drew in Sawamu kra. No, now I am rada ho. A baby of a baby on to us. Made manuasi. That is all.
Yo, over. You better watch. Na mema akwanya said your person criticizing be a criticizing said you walk come up. Then you be back catch you that the so you know. There no ye na no ka obi sua afi ne ho de ye na nti no me o person kan be ano. Anything na your democracy no. You know. Nya you be better say criticize my ban wo point we so. But no cry to criticize opposition party. Said you no open. You know, said you open and you know, more being trouble baby. Said Okona share being why. Isaac, for 5 minutes and he ain't calling him.
Yo, me that say. A do time be na I roho. Because I'm going to say Sanya I oshe ngofobi Sanya omoka sana so ohu omoni maka obo send no mwa yiro omo ho omo Vince na pia anka bo say wafa boate
Aja is a committee on
me bo odin ana me kasa me bo odin akasa o say ya de obi akọ court aban we ban we jan say bi nyina ye wa America ha o ya ma wa America me Maryland ho matra ho na me Montgomery village beto nchen wa court ben and I do obi ba court for 8 years 8 years went to me and fanantum and I attorney general ho no oni kofo no no that I can say akufa ni men de bia mo anka cause but one a good me and property unko for just gram comes me and say oh of then obia
Why now? That's what.
Hello.
That's a muye.
Because I could say this about for the APP. Now PPS because so only no kwano. No one can go for so you are no because for secure go for where the quarter and I go for time yeah this phone just in a such a way say I abandon that's not be this guy no one government mama no one government to reach to clear agent obi this on one your investigation no more about to be clear the punishment whatever bia but the money be what only kind of you so who bu online the correct the one also what was supposed to party you know who did no correct one amount will not be no puno it means so be admin but who kind of correct about where I baby obi abra obi akọkọ 8 good years and yes sir and yes sir bumi kind of correct custom for more edi sika mo ho ina no because ni na politicians no ni mu bi naka wa wo ha no wo do ka ba na politicians raise duty no na ka ne a support one na demorage aka no na omo aton ka no ama omo and the most annoying part no say kara wo di akwa na ade a wo di akọ no omo bono ose no instead say wa wo do wa de call mpo no mo be invite wo no just wa wo de ba ni de ontumi nto no mo bia ono no onim sania wo de kara na onima ne ba ye de no otumi to sa de nima ne bi wo ho because ye abroche for no yakoye one way into no na bibia na fi se aban we na enye na aban foforo ba so de ne ye nyina ya yeko no ye nyina ya kasa Akufo-Addo mreso saa time na mo he na mo akoma no ato ye kampa na mo huru ye kan se Akufo-Addo aban no ya aban fo nima nkoye na mo huru ye na afi de bi aka moni a and then you never better musa because one person best son. One person best son. Say I will be what the end in a fine. And then I will side the end in oh yantun jum and finshamu. But I will be what the end in a yenye demonstration, Yankee can't quite some invention. No, Sadia on the Yanfe more man. Into what by what to me a akoko mpono to me and Fana Quacotan Cogelino. Into can't honor men can't obi a waba wabeja nipan because waba no waba shomu on say nipan od na akoko no sabe nyansa nu sa nyansa wo mu a wodu obi akoko 8 years one to me atofo sin de ne ekwan bia so because na otata finance minister ntino ene Akufo Addo no kuafo ntino na busuafo ntino na mo pekwan bia so e de agele no se tam kakra ba mu aka mo jele no na attorney general na onim nkofo akwahye baabi en na omo aye me ti bi da say attorney general to me frɛ you can say
Akwaye yene fa wano see 5
yeah
no yaso.
lot time we impono me nye yeah because only they say can was you can MPP asem de ne obi a wakodi bɔne no wona obi akwahyehyɛ ho masa mi jama Akufo Mahama mu na aban wo yɛ dan a afi no aba afi no otutu ne ma so 4 years no ebedru a ɛwɔ na ebehu chale yeah 4 years no dru a some also about 2028 ɛwɔ na ebehwɛ because this year the light to economy send ekobia no papa no edi ni mapa egu kwan mu because mono mo pe bibia send nkoma kan ntina nkoma kan ye no because mo person obi beto no bo e do man na siye bibia obi bibia mo try say mba criticize no pa ma ba so trokan ntina nkoma kan no nkoma say so onim say Ghana for America anko oye make pipe ma no obumo
Akwaye
ntumunje yeah ntumunje Mahama no mbu na ban na mo ba na 8 years ye ho hwe
Ababnewa, and the whole field, they say the ja from victory on to victory, from NDC to NDC. Any choice. And you know, on the 5 why?
Me also. Ene o ye nkonya mi use na o kire abimra abeja bia fa sa wa di ka be ka se ka be ye kwa ye o bi ye so ase kwa ye robes ale wadan ba mia na se ono pe Ghana card che infrastructure then interchanges are hodo abi de mu we a o pe se attribute interchanges mbomudi sa that concentrating them no pen or Hawaii. What was that? At the back, Mona Moma yet to say ye defend you, nobody is defending anybody. I'm a bonwa. Yes, it did or honor than the name yet. Into be our bossy. I dare obey and say, oh, Baba Kurano. Into your Kurano ne ye and son yet mape that excellent. And no one I'm making or how. Until see ya near you womb. Any fourth short be a behun if abandoned mu every tete even if free Mahama first time no mpo saa na etie enye se nti every tete free Kufuor free JJ Rollins free back then ena Ghana na rote abesinde nti sisi ya wanye ya ite bia pese onye bibia perfect ene na ye me nwa kakra yo say abai ba ye nanka Akufo Addo amamuonu yedi kɔ n'akyi biewa ebia na Akufo Addo do this level free HS see afei ama yentimi finance saa na those can na nka dollar no na e wo 16 see e ko 20 petrol e ko nanka eno na ye ka de adan wanyi aba utumi
And
ntene tensa
teachers are Juma 12 months ni into your nanka. On the mine economy.
teacher for adwuma na ọmụ ya ọmụ ntị ọmụ ka no yɛ saa aban fon no a wamma ọmụ yɛ friends no aban dada no a wamma ọmụ credence no a yɛde bɛma ọmụ no ɛna deɛ yɛntua ne ka bia no saa ne baeɛ sɛ wahu saa na nka kokoo yi a yɛma na momoma 30% nka ɛsɛ bi yɛma 20% sisi yɛma 90% saa deɛ ma wei nyina no people are not seeing it sɛ aban bi yɛ biribi yɛnka sɛ obiara mɛgyina mmɔ ne nsɛm o Nobody wants you to applause John Mahama. Nobody is a mama. Na me my day. Ne mom no. Say unka papa no say o twen ahwe. Say of a boate. Oba wo say ono de. Obetuma ajeje aban na just the next 4 years and they owie any time no because the home ni say ye mo bia 4 years. Obi ba be ye afu a e wo ba bia o sha ase. Obi sha ase eye different things. One I want to ase. E ba ni nyina at the end of the day no. The crops no dru na yi twa no a ne tebre no. E ho na ebe hu du odua no de ato. And sana even people that chat 3 years aka 1 year na we dey o kase no 1 year ya ka dey. Then adwuma we dey ultimate find. But ye try ye kan kroma vision. Nkroma nya vision. No nya vision no a oye ye no nyina no. The vision no a no wo no. Why na ye kwan a nye the vision ne se opese nnuane e wo nkurasi nyina timba kurum. Abanya bie na no aka se me pese me bie commercial trade no mo Ghana. Nti road network is one of them. And the damn vision they tell we. I don't know your bar. Now, when I see vision, over to me at na 1 room by your vision. Now, what you mama, they the whole money in a process, a step by step. We know go we. Now, that I know why so you need to maintain it. So when you people be maintaining and then one, it's your mamma one, a whole thing big. And now they get what. Na mmom deɛ na ɛyɛ tan a mamuo baako nom ne sɛ da biara bosia yɛnkɔgye nanso yɛwie a yɛhu results no na ne yɛka ho asɛm yi o tɛka wakɔgye bosia wodeɛ wonim hwee koraa wo sɛ mebɛsi school dɛ wokɔgye yɛ a na wode abɛsi yɛhu sɛ school no si hɔ including
mebusa ɛnyɛ besia ne yɛde kɔtɔ gold gu hɔ yi a wotɔn di sɛ asɛ magye besia de atɔ gold ɛna wobɛfa gold no akɔtɔn nti difference bɛn ne sɛ bia nka wobɛyɛ no wagya gold no agu hɔ ɛna mamu ne kɔ so sɛ deɛ ɛkɔ ndeɛ ankama ka sɛ wo mɛbɔ me nsɛm ama ɔhwɛ but sɛ ne mede besia no tɔ gu hɔ no wowafa kɔtɔn nti akɔyɛ sɛ nka no ni hɔ nom a ka woni choice but to borrow ananyɛ sa naka asɛm ne teɛ
that story I would say gold no a omotoye no eho ka gold no mo de 12 billion toye eho interest ye 2.5 billion dollars and no tira wo say omo de omo agoto amraga no mo koto die interest ben na ye 12 million ben 11 million and na ho interest ye 2.5 billion so we did this the atofo sen kase gold no mo de koto o mo koje botia ne koto e se wo gidi se no ya ampa dia ene ye se wo san gidi so se o se hu interest no 2.5 billion and you are happy with it and no nya gold bi no obi koto gu ho okoto gold bebre no waton ama ka e 2.5 billion and better ho it is a mamu bone na na ye ka ho asem no nobody on his right sense
yɛnɛfɛ see hɔ na menkɔ agya abɛto hɔ sɛ wede ayɛ from victory on to victory
I didn't well last one come last one they say a day now to my book or $1 edi aba beto dollar na opese oye ni ye wo pese onya dollar wo krom ebuso wo gwoje bosia dollar edi abeto gold edi aye den na nya dollar no ana still a wo ma na hoden ntinu mi hu adwene bi na ewom se esa ban
kwoje bosia me kwoje dollar 2000 na me beto gold na dollar gold no ko 5000 se me nya mfa so na maboka
no
me to gold $2000
program
no gold no ko 5000 my boka na me nya mfa so
wa boka in any way tie yentia ye to gold no say ye zika na ye nya ye zika na ye nya instead of say ye bed na no ye be sesa no eno be boy nka nti ye mfa ye tidi no to gold wo ha na ye koton ye nya dollar ba na wo kwa akwaje dollar no mum physical de aba be to gold na mfa so be na wo nya enti no mo no na mo ye bottom up approach what
yeah, that's okay, but that's it. Ajabet. Abet. I bet. What I know. What is it? You know, you and this you are now. Only Papa Becana.
No kasa me TV.
David have been better put a question as an wako. Is it platform I and this you are now near Simbiaka?
David, platform is here. I come out.
I come out with your own.
Oh, the see the muda ho come up.
Anyway, I'm going them way. Say you're from victory on to victory. Senior, and then my boy, a year, good to a black abaso want. They said, the Nipa me, you be a form of Ukraine abandoned. My born abaso for the first time. And to catch us, I say, I could be a Hannah, you on Penazem back when I was born abaso. Why? We know a catcher in the man.
We
Yeah, them. Brain answer for five.
mischief. We mischievous.
When you meet chief, my born abaso. When you mischief, yeah.
Mischief, mischief, and as a make us a hypocrisy. Okay. So we dear na from victory unto victory, the NDC shall lead a stable democracy. Don't say the stable democracy aba. And I lead him from victory. Yes, yeah, dear Nana Mwabeseno. Yenina Kasani, we spoke as a national, but won't go by no. Apart from we are host, no. Now we can't. In fact, now obi about corruption, any some obviously culture of silence. Hey, culture of silence. Nanado Abreso, who kasa yechiwo, who threaten president ayechiwo. Yekaya Branty bi, or NDC ni, or can say, in fact, everybody, the NDC even condemn him. Sisi or jail, sisi ya. Yeka culture of silence. Abaya metwe mu no, omu yesi no biya. Ene, who president, sa time na akwa ni can say, or threaten president, you know. Ye bi mu a ye NDC for no. You can say, that is how we have to, you can say he has to be dealt by the law. Nti say ne obi nso kɔtena se na so no so threaten president the same thing, the same measure, but just say NDC for no omo amfa nipa na nkoto efiase ye wo inside ye kai say akola bi student bi wo ye ka culture of silence the MPP student bi wo Legon ye friend ye former first lady call Legon the former first lady call Legon akwaye program bi na abranti bi student bi ye demonstration no kwa di placard ye che ni kotu mu di kotu efiase my rain. And so we can say a lot and then say obi so akoye bibisa na amount for sorry so we see NDCD the law aba sa electronic law and answer cyber security law by in the year 2021 MPP for enacted law in parliament and NDC and the law ni by the currently ni say almost the hate speech almost amendment to it on the hate speech account and so you can't law now it was enacted under the NPP into you can't culture of silence and you ever can say NPP for no the culture of silence in this by you because someone no more repeal the criminal libel law and no more sign enacted law no the cyber security in fact the cyber security law meaning problem be our because you cannot be bullying people on
Adam, once I say, what criticize about cyber security a year by HSB, a meme no crowd, maybe a biani or baby a kunyan kitamudi, or bay a child picture, not the picture and num. At the senior money at the buying, it's not, it wasn't about speech, there, okay, criticize you be a bet you what will come and now pass some little come, one lesser, no kind of
mepacho ebia unti unhu law ni because our law ni na di NDC ni no sa law na amugina so edichi ye friend is saying students no say why hate speech against the first lady sa law na nkamuye muko kidnap bungo ideas say why ya
speech there for cyber there home ben and only people demonstration look at a placard what I have to link with that.
But let me say you have not seen the law, and so if you have not read the law, do not argue because it is part to say when you are using the print media, the can say who you should print the law entails who or print media so who has hate speech using any form of electronic media and answer the speech beer. It is part of the cyber law. The only thing now hate speech. So that is the only thing I account. Until you can't and I'm saying say any bad law. it is not bad law because a cry come ye na ye wo America says here no untumi nkogina fidie so nkeka nsɛm bi ni mu na momunja wo keke obi beba betina fidie so no aka sɛ ɔno wɔ evidence say saa de yɛ bra ifa evidence ni bra o say ye witch hunting. You can't do that in America, Kwabena. You know it. You cannot just sit on radio or sit on anywhere and say, I have evidence with regards to this. And therefore, if they call me, I'll produce it. And when they call you, you work and say, work and say, it's everywhere. So me, I support because people hide behind the media. No media bully and crofo.
Na
They hide
one
behind media.
all right in more man tell me question.
Isaac ọha adwene ọno a na ɛkasa ebi ɔno na obi wɔ akyire na ɔyɛ na ade obi anyɛ hwee yɛte ayi Adam kasa
We dear meka say ye kokonsa. And you know, and yeah, na meba abai no. In fact, ye ka Joma Hama mebu ma. Em say me chairman na Canada. Me champion chairman waka bibia dada. And no. Mu kasa na ye di sika koto good na si ye say me patcho wo kono ye reserve ye say. Ye ja 2017 wo ba abem no na ye reserve ye say. Ye stabilization fund ye say. Wo kono stabilization fund ye say.
ɛna ɛkyerɛ
In
yɛn sɛ
fact,
nka ɔba yi
the
na wo ɔho ka kyerɛ sɛ bi a mɛmɛ kɔ no megya 33 adeɛ sɛ ɔho keka kyerɛ
yes,
wogya ɛsɛn
you have never for once provided any figure to oppose my figures. You have never. And I see
ka kyerɛ me ɛnɛ na
no
mewɔ figures nti wode ka kyerɛ me mewɔ figures no ɛnɛ nti wode ka kyerɛ me wogya ma 2017
Kenoforiata first budget already in
oo
2017.
wode yɛ kɔ akyiri ɛyɛ dɛm woa wonie ɛgya fɛ na mekɔ poriata yɛakye no mentimi wodeɛ no wɔwɔ wogyae sɛn me was I have to ask you the question. I'm a host. I have to ask you the question. Who have to ask you the question? And you know, my one person you know, Uja is saying, and now, oh, yes, saying,
Stabilization fund, exit bank, dear man, cover platform is and I say, and then compare your KPIs, any NDC KPI first year. Next say, Niamuja hono, and Nubi na. In fact, there is no single scandal. Mumu first time in office in 2017, na one day one scandal. Inti no utumi who say the people are in fact better off than mumu time no. Inti ye can be mamu fa
at the
mumu
moment,
and
only
compare.
media scandal no being seen, you know. This
Mu
kind of
obi anka that is why
my funny pudu, I could good jubilee. Mammy, oh, my funny pudu, they are for good jubilee house.
Standards in AC or Emma catch them.
Adam Tio,
Then
didn't you be my, you know, what for
blocking me
2.7 billion, what for 2.7 billion, please. Oh, that we make sure that need to be mine. What for 2.7 billion for good jubilee house? Oh, and I could for the use 300 and something at the end. You know, no, kind of better than but scared at Tawi. This kind of
You see, when America say Ubua, MPP for Munkaya idea, then you come and then because ministries na ye collapse your ministries ni nyina ye merge your no sa ministries ni nyina ya merge your aye one those civil servants ministry civil servants no ya merge your under one ministry so that ministry no ni projection no wuntumi mpam nkrofo nyemo na mo say ye mpam nkrofo you can't sack those people who was chief director or baby now say where you say ministry ni sa chief director no who command liberal no you can't do that you have to find a position for him. And so those ministries ni nyina ye di akwakoshe ministry back home. So definitely those people's budget will go high and yet deliberate say a presidency now. When was the last time I can say deliberate see presidency now? And besides at the end a co-ministry no. So let us not throw that in the people's eye. Let us not throw dice in the people's eyes and see this way na ekoso way na ekoso. And yes sir, it is a big fallacy. That is a lie. About 3 or 4 ministries are collapsing. I am one. that one, all those workers under that ministry have they absorbed by one ministry. That is why you see the expenditure going. Sikani minister names I say. In fact, the minister no on only office, they are stated categorically say on any 4 people, 4, or no can 5, any money. Unlike more move over 1,009 people, I will flash on a human or I will flash house, and now we were almost about 6 people, or no one 5.
For 8 minutes.
So propaganda it could not go anywhere. Let us see the truth. I mean, himself, but the truth must be told. And Ukraine na can Ukraine na ye who say Ukraine. With the maybe Uber to me account with the mini problem.
Yo, you better watch it. Wait there, from victory unto victory. Papa Joe, Patron, Papa for why? Patron,
And so bring the
Patron, Adam, can I tomorrow have you better me all coming? Patron, what you mean can? On to me can, men call why anyway. I want here champon. For 5 minutes away, na yenko yenim. Esi meter na abane de. Omo hwe wanim na omo de amani edwane. Asa odi ende omo de abrewa de na ma nti asa wonte odi ene nkoza.
Mita bia ba bia, mita bia mai, mita
De
dada na,
omo de abrewa de na ma abrewa.
mita bia mai. Na mo de tell say problem ba, I was gonna for yani na yetimi solve problem. Nti say obu problem. Na mo da betu social media na omo ka. Say dia aban ni be ba ho se wunia. Ye bre nti mo hwe na mo solve problem. Eno ano no. Enya de bi nsi da. Nti no meka me sure say enka nkusi ene da be ene Thursday month na say end they'll find a way to resolve, and then maybe the minister no, whoever is in charge of the ECG no, will have to work on that. Said yeah, there's so many complaints and go for the ababa it bit can resolve. Governance these things is part of it. Say people will find problems, and these problems needs to be solved. Said yeah, will be a bit soon. You know why you do it? You know, any idea come me say.
Owo ene na mami musa wo se asemba na odem busa wo me kan bia kan de se bia nka asem si na bia me no problem na me kan se bia we na ekoso a bia be twen aban na gina so oh e bia bibi koso no obehwe no wasisi na nyina ya enya amuna so ko campus de bi de menka because you don't have the right to say ya se bana ekoye ni nyina ba be affect nya na nyeza na mamu no ka ye no se mi hu bibi na enya e bia wo nka ba me meka na ma twedwon agina adwen agina so no waye na obi a ho ato no ka nyesa na ye say
Sane you cannot because say now one no can no no asina to no wo team wo can say me am chase see me sha say kase obo ati e be tina be so ko one na me ko so akire no enti no e Ghana asem ye can Ghana asem so no e je no level a bibia be pe say this fatie no problem bi aba e wonkufo bi fi enti no o meka. But almost and because illegality does so illegal connection does soon come now. It is you illegal connection. One won't share like good. I'm a connected who used to like basa. Say, oh, come on, Nina. And I'm going to say, you don't manage your own, sir. I was what you would do, a cohoon in our precious idea. Sanko for your children. I was here fine almost seriously. Not a chrono. Oh, and I'm seeing him punish you, Kuba and punish you. You're punishing you. And then the monk was a similar toss one. And then the ma just said, and when you know, you're passano, you're punishing. Naka will say, Cobra baby away. So we have from Soka craving a police crana. Or about yours. Police no call when you're buying police no commit my Casunia. Ticket, we say no. You need to go pay. One could hear court don't look into it. Say who at fault, and I say only at fault, and the court will look into it. Say if the court sees you as
fault here. They'll give you a fine, you have to pay. And this idea. I just say, I'm a system number one. Yeah, dear. Yeah, punish you, cool, see. Yeah, punish you. And it's the me say, yeah, dear, Jumasha won't say. Now, what would when you could baby Pia, making sure say, be piano, a safe year. I just saw. Yet pray a pussy queen, yet you queen him. Because we've been in the community, because America crop. The community, American, you know, part of America, yeah. Sanka me kwa kedi and catch when you sit or a bois me. Couple of mommy see a couple of projects in America, or the cat of more for some time. Then in a position of cancer come now with the money to continue to Mudia. Said any come no soon in Pote pass it. Bonnie, dear, why yen, I was a channel. Come then himself say,
Oh, and it's lawyer be a friend of Martin Pugu or can say me na me who is wrong. I think you put it as or tena or draggy case, you know, Tiazamo kind or draggy case, you know, lawyer or draggy case, you know. I don't know, be a debonecrana and ne qua na or draggy, qua no file with no he say, no, it's a wood disturb system, no. It is a more asha da and ultimate draggy case, it disturb mining na. It's all my lawyer to me guys say, will be run on my draggy case. It's only penny the bonnet crana. It's open the 10 years a cranny go so drag. Ofaha no afaha, ofaha no afaha. Judge didn't be so I say, and will be including the keys, the uncle, when you pen with for an hour dibim will be uncle Pino. Your draggy keys, our court, just wasting everybody time.
Say,
Tiny on my edge,
who say,
when I do
and
your
so come
meeting.
and so Kauna, and so Kaho, Emma Kuno, and then need I come not yet, or my near Timono. One way did to my show was some of them would drag it chrono, or no chrono, calling no. One way did position I show some more chrono. Citizens in the Canadian Pacific could ye, but one way position more. There will be a dream with Tom Sober Coffee. Police no could jump on or just say, do you run a river bomb, choir man, corner to Tom. Was that Conane Yabatostro? Now, Cacrantina, ye Abatostro. Aha, 18 or man or an apple we own. Nancasses our parties in the world Kenya. And call Penny or be dear Robert Trump also over 1 year. Now, she said, oh, ya two, and was yachi, no chrono. It was at Santa. Then I could for the better so. That time I have an edge so. It's where Kafama Haman in the governor's union, and I could for better 80 years. With me, so Mahaman, I saw a crank shampoo. With me, son of Bassa who crank as a look. See, anyone in Musa. We're incompetent, we judge us out for Saudi appointees in your teacher. Drag case in the case, you know. Why you may assume by say you could do, say could do him. Why you case never propose, never propose a deal. Nina for your told you. It's Nina among could me to a point me to pong. Oh, when so we are at the end of the day, when you can't waste me so with my farm or best sort of will be out there. You be jam. Now, it will boom. And I can only a brain. And to me say,
Okay, Mahama Jina platform, Rahum, or can say, minima de anana na B, Aquay, Nana B. Minima de Anawaye. But Mahama Jina platforms, okay, say, Nana B, a be no bar or betchinatum. Mahama Cram, Nana B, Cramming, who's a yachichaman for you, be cry at Chinibi. Says maybe I have friend in you who you born the Kudi Yaminim. Says he a train as a bay or Chinad them. Ain't Kudis abon in Ibino. Even tell whom be ya. And you know, I say a bush cool na obiam scratching and yonko back and why independent idiot.
Son way, come son way, Sango for San way. I'm telling you, son way. I am your crime, Baby, because Mahama Yadi, and yes, for your cast to see us as we come on crown. The cross, Mr. Cross after because we could see a bone of Bunipa and the Kafu because I said. Was a bone because I just saw a baby. Yintimi nya hoden enya do edumi ka so ye koto abati koto ma ye na bi wotre me hye inti
Oh, a better was come to meet you be as one cabe me de because me we nipa bi ese 2028 29 me twe o maso edem crack ho nti no o mo twe bi aso ma me I patron on to me kadia me ko sapo back no ho you know on to me kadia radio sapo What's the main count over 5 minutes?
Hello? Yeah. Hello? Mamu munko wa me tie mo.
Over watching. Cocoa farmer.
Oh, say there's so because
They say Ghanaians are happy. They say a light and a crack cost. They say Ghanaians are happy. Kodani nye Juman. Yes, Ghanaians are happy. BBI Ghanaians are happy. You see, joining here, Ghanaians are happy.
of Isaac can I be trying to know of Isaac so Bobidika so say Obi ya be Isaac I don't know Kwabra KO. That equalization now be there no mean take party stance so that's why I say me MPP ni because I always stand for Ghana and there's some also because say Rollins buy out near work crash I had no more benient me condom CDR. Oh, Tibido, I'm the type where when I take a stand, I stand for my people. Ebi ni edi call me why ya ma sebe yen announce my phone no ahemfo no behu say omo asase bi na asase ne da oba no mo ma so. Yeah, therefore ya dey call register schools so go open year out breast say the penny for sikan. It na dey me dey na make cancer now I was referring to say corruption yenim say e di Ghana nya. Na say aban we buy the aura ye a year. Enye hu any OSP nye hu corruption yi na me hu no. It's say Ubana say Sebi MPP Betrans 8 years that's what more manche Coco Penini be a near. Oh, by Bahama by any even 2-3 months to cry no mujas microphone in a brana case in what continue. Just say judges and all now omu useless and I say what? That is my concern. Say the way a chrono air corner. Ya kata no masuntino a failed state. That was my argument. I wasn't defending so we are now 8 years. Justice grinds slowly. But you Shemunians and concern what disqualify or you just don't come and say we are so partisan with everything we think. And that is where we are. Maybe no two chromos and American. I don't know when I'll buy America. Time I Clinton Clinton was able to balance the American budget. And the surplus we can. Virginia, we balance our budget and surplus. Because they don't deal with partisan. We just don't. When it comes to Virginia first. Clinton Mukwa for American for doing politics, be Tea Party, be Democrats and Republicans, and lobbies for no. Kwabna wouldn't be a honor say lobbies for ni be na ma yekuru ya jija. Into the BIBBA Koha, Trump, Obama, Biden. We don't take stance no more. Yamasika Bigurem and Ghana is going through the same thread, and that is my fear. Timdiana Nyasebia, ye barber bob, ye chain and bar me counsel, so a beer 7 Mr. Wooty now, Cobana 1 10, you have a 2 baby no, a first in over for baby. Now the a 75 be one dancer. That is not so. Maybe take his time say people, yeah, 8 years that's what to mention to my also brand of funny court system, which say. But case needed that. And everybody know what was happening, but I don't know how someone to man prosecuting. But I want to mean by can't say 3 months over her saving no more party for. Oh, say this is what is killing me in our country. A crime notice we who buy Sani Hunan Kate meeting them. And I'm kind of say when people give us that knowledge, say Ghanaians are corrupt by nature. No, I disagree with that statement. It's a blanket statement. Me no me understand corrupt by nature. I don't know about America any corruption because the system is working. You can't be corrupted in America because if you don't find the right way, yeah. And that is what I expect our leaders to do. They preach on aura. That one I'm holding them accountable. Me say promises to be obiade ma. That is why we have to keep banging hosa. Because you promised to do this. And the people accepted it.
Over na de nya betre. Yes, any maybe a nikita them no keke na no mu disturb to the intwam. Na yem fa no to baby. Na de ne wo ye ne yen kan ho asem ora na de ɛnyɛ adeɛ biara na yɛ
Oh, me,
anyinasoɔ.
idea a have me Ghana and they say, yen the problem. Corruption. And who drone say will be a corrupter. Udi na semwa. You have every right. We say ana mene a home away a security penfodi because our Ghana says here and then me free line so kakra. Ana make a custom for us seven. Also, almost say they want them to go through the system civil. And I say, what kind of civil system? And come on, almost holding 85 million. And interdito form go prison and where obi ko wi abanche de ne kotum ya mani bail and all them. This is just a quadramentase. This is not a situation also we say ya suspension for what? Form ko go ne di o masem. Because you can until say a member ehuni Ghana for ya passem surasem. Etini enyi na bedu America ha intimi ni nsemo ne. Kwa bronze mitimi you bear with me say ha police for timi park car see traffic light ana be a speedy wo. Minu mienu nyina drive we through I go speed. Deterrent. Timi imagine ni say so omochi o na say sa system no say ye di ye be court ko dia say na ye ka dabi ye ntwa so ne anye no ma bi anse san yesu ni ye ban a me reflective decision is a Ghana. Now I'm seeing it, It's like call your name 1 step forward, 2 step backward. So they just have a catch. We move 1 step forward, we go 2 step backward. Because me no me any tiabuche ye nim se mra ye adwuma wa ha. Enti me the corruption dey so mbeko a ebi nie omonko ebi nie can so for attack case you say you train April and I'm because I can only judge this government at the end of their term, but so far I don't know maybe any promises we hold them and we see where they will take us to. Because yes idea maybe something good will come out of it. That's what I believe. Tinam the because say no may sure no more may share playback tapes in na there person with 2 and Crawford for say post chane bi take obi ya ade na nye ene ebe pamu ni free ho. Why do you also come and create the same person also pamu free ho na and now person better kunya ne so ache? That's my question. Tim dem yam kura ni dey say going forward there we choose the equalization we just have to move forward because what is so say what is so na said the Akwantufuo be nan will be here and ya na ntinka also so tena ho baby say nan will be do be call 8 years when manjeli no na so buy na so abijana no be so na utumi muzone na mo and he says here 35 million they are praying so won't stop ade no now ko purify so no I mean, it doesn't even make sense. When somebody come out with such a policy now, also catch yourself, stop right there. If we need 35 million to purify a river or water or whatever, when you come, won't stop all the menace. What are we talking about? School no dey mark ABC no. Me kafi nyansa ne dey no dey munim bi nsen. That is the problem. And some more politics in this case, I can't answer na mofa fine. Man for the na make. Yeah, na we answer for. Ozinya me dowa e no ma onya kwan ba abrochire me ne ya adwena mpa. Ye nyina betena abrochire who the difference. And I said be kwabra me meso am retire. Aban sama nkola ni sika because me retire ma be ye adwuma tua sika go aban de me retirement ma no se da bi nkola bi omu nya nduru 18 ti o se me cushion because my baby adwuma this Ghana to baby we invest it. This is what I want for Ghana. Oh, what's it be what be what do I want there be here adwuma bi aduru baby do who here no mama o man there but say we so sika no betwe to bia wo de to na to baby. Enti say who say I want den akọ from say o say me cushion ko say am so beduru 18. And if we tell this to our country people, are we wrong? Are we wrong? We just want them to do it like the way they do it here. This will be called social security abandoned and by a haircut. Most of haircut in here can be a chin try. When we keep doing these crappy things now, And you see a bekasa already so keke. We just want something to be done. Say my chire my behu say akokra my year my D65 my befi. Me money big guy say I want mantem crab and see there be tiny udi usika ni bia my baby atete ato e dia ye adwuma. Nti so ko ahomegye mu no. Jiwe o man so your best so and when yɛmpani for ye can we chiro mu ni mu a adan na mo ma brochiri no na mo fa mo ho bebata ho nsu esa nyansa no fa nko ye kuro. That is all we are talking about. Nye say ye pa de kese bi se mo nye bibi chinchiri. Timi madam fu bi organa sisi a na so areta na so ya me fa sa mo no so me situation mu bi no onya bia. Do I have to be happy when I know I'm a Ghanaian born? Obi manso my better system ni mu o de wa me. Na me pro me catch them when for say Mr. my bakro bi mu ba be hu nyansa say onye bi o me krom ho ma me ne ho ntoya ya my body. That is all we are asking. You know, sometimes you know when we defend omo no maybe more until when you are growing the system no ya yebi wo party. Imagine ya babu chiri ya be hu no maybe you do buy about that thing to buy or buy that thing. Ti people say oh ili na mo no class them say dabi a child baby pen also the buzi be born in kwasi akame oh you know you fan court to near there. Somebody should be bold.
Papa, you're not running up, and I said, and this if one of those into my mom, let it do us. I know. Then a person as a patron, the
No,
person, and call.
this you know send DCMPP. All I want us to do is 7% ka ye retire anka yenka kuruma nanka ye fear ye sisi wo Ghana na ye nyina nanka ya ko me akoti na ho ne ya relax ya enjoy life ye na ka sen na wasasi so.
No, for you enjoy you. Sounds a bit me enjoy now.
Kwabena said America say obia won plans and things, but when we look at the totality of it all, no, and they perilous. And can you get back platforms to grab a casa? By person mo ya de bitin am de be am kase. So mo wadwene so mo timi to V8. Ade no mo nto abobo ya nko parliament. That is my question. Simple. I'm just asking questions. Uko parliament na tumi so we to V8 tramu. Utimi tra airport residential area, outra East Legon. Na kola bi tibiasi ko school. It's very sad. I mean, I'm just asking questions. Just I'm just asking questions. Maybe I'm coming. He said, "What shall not? What do I know? What she coat a butter? Who quite juma?" Which is good. What the breakfast, Papa? Bina kola no tie krasi baby no was masi wo nyame bechere or Aduato or what are you thinking of? That make actually mean you know papa ni edin komosis ya say a woo to baby I want ya unya Ghana card that now dear we are say why should you pick up now? That's one question. Me no ID card is simple thing and it's a simple thing to get. Ya catch them say nkwala ni nyina monko school omunya ID card ni ma omo social security numbers the beginning kojom. That is the beginning of roping everybody into the task net. It's simple. We keep telling them, but they don't want to do it. How can the country be? And no taxes. But I catch them said, this is what American is doing. And they have school. Once I collect BS, so I money ID card. This will do 14, 16 or no called DMV, no called general ID.
Papa,
Menye we krom ho enti time akra ni be kwabra de me sick chese enti we try so mpoate ku kapra wa hasa anti ya ma ye kru no yase ye namusa yes yes informal sector when are we ever going to become a formal sector?
Papa, the better was it. Now, buying papa bench, Momo, we in our mind, then if you who's buying papa. Now, so buying papa banner, can say, we in idea, and I mean, baby, I will. And you know, patron, so on your ready now.
Okaba,
Yeah.
what do you mean?
Metonka be atonka.
Okay. My name is Ofa Lemo, so I know quite.
Them wo na me frɛ wo hwɛ bra. So the ana them ana ne nsɛm no wɔ question ma no. Me frɛ wa want.
No problem. Robert. Who said, Okase, customer officer, Omukudi Sabo, ya intellect woman, Omo, Nufoni, Lunia D now online. Okaba, Tokan, and require research. I could be wrong. This is what I'm going for. Now, yeah, na politician from somebody has India. Now, so who join the party, maybe you may not see it. Okaba, a friend say, we release a GRA Divine American country. We economic here. The management of Ghana Revenue Authority has with immediate effect interdicted 5 officers of Customs Division pending the outcome of the internal investigation. The decision follows preliminary findings arising from an enforcement operation conducted on February 18, 2026, involving a consignment of Iran cargo trade. Okay, we want to talk about. You want to talk. But can release me in name of Aquaba. When you go back to not even a single Ghanaian's name is on it.
Obi eti o.
So, not even a single name is in the woman said 5 custom officers have been interdicted. 5 na ya hwanya. Omunini police. Where am I opinion?
Oso ma publishing je bia na o ba bi o publishing na ko ha nko no be bo na nka wa hu ba bia na ba bia akɔhwɛ na omu ni hɔ. Bia na no o ba bi o ni bia.
Release na that. For all you know, no. If you are not nipa, this is my suspicion. If you are nipa, I will purchase this consignment. I will do my America. If you want to dito say you no crapa say dream and go. So if initially only buy and you pay 5 million, if you want to compliment will say view pan and yes I let you. If in someone you can interdict that was my problem. So they should have been interdicted immediately with their traces and everything. Who interdict only leading bar, now here we are. A release, no name. If you will verify the corruption.
Ana bia na niema no so politician bi niema. Ene ye hu se oye party finance yanku. E dey assemble bandi nyemfansi ha.
You know, they are fine to my Adam, let me have friends, and my acquaintance, let me have support to NDC. Walk up now, come, let my ones of an woman. These guys are connived in duplicity. We all, regardless of wherever they stand. Yeah, whoa, my sister, I dream Papa Whopper, Ghana, you hear you actually, it could be transformed. A baby careful, your dream. So, now we are for the go we are. Custom office on so what you want. So, I'm also in Libya, my make us a meeting. You are Ghana, a baby, and I'm here too. You can name up a good so far. So, at a point, we decided to no, I didn't mean you, because no, my born in the bill. But also, near my man who tell good one. It can put to an hour, so. Because you see it. Who say no? And yeah, I did a quarter brand me. I did a 10 cities. But how we see that rebates can only sell 100 cities times 10. Here, chairman or chairman say no, Pasatari no member the Becky.
So what I'm saying is, the custom officers on Mutual, they also know what you can do. Police need your coach will be an auto read. Coach will be an auto read. Ever form. Kikri if you compose the my young man can catch on edge. I'll see that being over for the over inspector. Your man is a capudu or see that with over inspector. Napua, Prejan in the inspector. If you could inspector, young firm court, young firm, no more bribe, the lesser money. Kedema Kwanu Rim, I'm an inspector. Then inspector, Yamus or Monko. Jomo na police in the can't let you. Okay, and I would the fancy this year, I'll say, oh, that for total. Who is a free one will come. Sapo, what you will really want to never back. One for them. This is the situation we find ourselves. Our leadership are not showing any leadership skills there of the health. Papa bi owu wɔ Uganda na nse Magufuli to abama no papa ade bɛkye bɛbɔ 7 no na ɔno adi kan wɔ ministry hɔ wobɛba no aba hospital a wobɛba no ɔno adi nkan ba abɛtena nti wo abɛhu n'anim sɛ president nti hɔ a next time yi obi na ɔbɛka kyerɛ sɛ menyɛ le ɛbɔ 7:30 a na wato pom na manfo gu akyi yeah, you know that's we can change the society without even spending a dime. Yeah, we can do that. But these guys are not doing that. I'm here the same thing. I took us in Odimrika Koshi, our custom officers. The locals will say, I took us in your finance minister. I took us your interior minister. And our defense minister. And our IGP. Because Mahaman Babio, now better than the so could you know, or show some skills. We say, we in Hokka. Bueno. Papa, this year.
Yo, ebe that's crazy. Ebi ana no bnewa.
Ah,
Bro, what?
bro, 1 minute, 1 minute, me call 1 minute na me call baby. Na investigation bi eni ho a ya di obi din batuja. Ensi wo baby wiase baby a. Oh, na mobile no mabeka na saa. Investigation bi eni ho se nkofo no a ye ntade to omo no. Enya dia omo adi fo. Yeah. Yes, so omo kwa tranche. No mo nya investigation no. Nti no so omo di fo a afi na ye ba beye yi. Eba be prosecutor omo se JTM bi omo a na de ama omo. Und me ma am a bonfu tongu ani. Say oh investigation ya ntade to omo nti no anka ye so omo di omo din batudwa. Ya nya no ba bia me nti bi mpoda. Oh, but sometimes ye ba na ye be kan sam no tra. Eh, mono ma ban no abese Ghana. Te mo mpo de mo ni anompo. Ye se bibi kwaso a ye na ye be frɛ mahama aka kyerɛ sɛ no amamo na wubu no. No, enkoye ni ma bi wo hɔ a wo ya enkoye ense wo ye ne sa. Na nya mo a na Akufo Addo wo ha bibia ni hɔ a Akufo Addo ye ya na enya motumi kan sensia adia me boafu a mu sɛ no nyansa bi anim no ene driving license a yɛsɛ yɛbɛyɛ bi wɔ aburukyi ama ɔmo wɔ aburukyi no ɔno ana mu sɛ nyansa bi anim but ɔmo no ɔmo aka ɔmo sɛ no ade na nkɔ yɛntin ɔmo awodɔ because won tra hɔ na ɔmo yɛ driving license adai driving license wɔ aburukyi na obi kɔ no ɔso odu Ghana na ɔnkɔ yɛ yi a ɔnam hɔ na me kɔ Ghana ma kɔ ankɔ yɛ driving license oh saa nyema nyinaa na de corruption ni ade eba no nipa se bibi se no ane ye kasa tia se no yan se no oh en se mode saa de ne ba oh en se mode na oh but wafa bachi me de ne de bia me ka oh because they won't me ka no ntina me se mo no munye kom mo na mo bibi aka kira aban na mo kan kira ye support aban no ye be ka kira aban no because what to 8 years mabisa o say uyi manu na me ni ho yeah 8 years America ha One no could di ska yet na kwakota 8 years. Catch me. He says so over condemn what ban so what ban anya because nipa no onya hwe and I would change too. Because obi a waya dia work with this guy and now waya the bonne no anka esa wo dey tumu but want to me anya sa dia no because much try upon a judges a Supreme Court judges and High Court judges a modu omko gu ho nyina no ye to me anti akoko ba kompo amamo MPP for enne mo wa no asesia no mo na mo nim dia ye magana na ta mana Ghana etia pansam no na wontumi nkesa ubie wa no ane abeche wo anajo ne de BNI for say NIB say de tata wo nyina mo antumi aka ane de manya no na mufi se ye be ma mo sa chance no ye ma mo chance sa chance no wo wa no wo bibia da bia wo ka koko asem na Randy Abbey nkani hwe koko so no sometimes no na why edu ono owo koko ni bimpo no
Isaac, stop right there. Isaac me pacho me beka say on say me ka say who be
no I dey say no waka
me pacho me ka say Randy Abe yen
no
credit koko so da enye me me pa
nyawo
because
me say
I'm
Randy
not
Abe
no
Randy Abe sam de nyawo asema me ka no me wo de na me de ema wo no ene no na Randy Abe asem de me mo di yeah into no me ma wo nye
oh now them abe you want no one tell them man ka say me since 8 years or month mo mi no but at the same time no papa we no say nka o ma court no mo mu hwemu yi na ansan wa clear no that was my stand
na court na clear no nye court na clear court na clear no nyo no court na clear no because o ma hwemu mo an say asema mo de to
And your court to be on a clear no. Attorney General not to file not a prosecute. You file not a prosecute. That's a man to us.
No prosecute. Isaac no mabu higher na sebi na me ka say mummy fa party me stand me say
me come anu tu na yen boto aban no yen ka because mono akufu ade to ho no ye wo show we so bibia baba bia no ade boni bia na mo support especially okwabna ene mo amaka no says ya no you say mo munye ko se mo wo bibia mo wo problem bia mo kan share ne kan share aban no na ban ebi na mama ka say ye de driving license ebe buche no yes abe na wo mu
And my main country na kwa kachira ban no. Ghana force on my light no. De koto ya ade chin ya nasa. To kwa kachira e be chin reply. Next week I reply bre why.
Yes say bibia ye meter na be ko ye.
I know ye ba wo me meter na okototo ba.
I dum say sie into no mo da munya abotre because light no so wanye ni ye meter na be twa no ho saa. Into ni ye ni ye. Into na me say wo fa boati o wo kwabna hwan mo wo bibia mo kan che because ye ma mo sa chance no cause ma say
Chance no de eni wo ho no na ode ama obi because onye onko an Ghana ni no ache say obe mo obi chance and as o mo obi chance and so dey underline that part no why
me say ye ma mo sa chance no because enya de ye be entertain mo wo sa mo nsem kan no no what to wa ba be chance 8 good years if you I say Kania I say economy I say dollar most mo che no e de no to prison won sa home no me hu nsa home prisoner gate kase da no so obi a onim watumi prison officers a wo ho ina watumi a shatare adase oba na kiye de koma wadase oba ade key na action bottom ade apie afi nsa home ho ama dollar no enam 17 mo enam mo so wa no say mo mpo say yeah mamo chance because enya dey be entertain mu bio because mun ni feka onim ko form work wo de me say 4 years no e ho na ebo hu 4 years and say mo say I dey am come about
ye never want to say na
me dey ma no be si Madam, no say more come Baumia and Yaji. So about 2028 because the Ghana work with Viano are almost and Canada Japan and Wato. You bet some say, yeah, Bibu. Yeah, whatever into the more big.
Ɛbɛda wase sɛ wobɛkyerɛ on biribi kakra bi. Awo mi wa Brian. Na nso
Rapani.
de ɛgya NDC foɔ na ɛsɛ me hwɛ mo so nti wode ɛbra ne bɛka mo
NDC
asɛm.
platform. Oh, what's a memorable? No, only anum call here. Because he is Suna, or didn't actually, baby.
Oh, sɛ baabi a yɛde ma asi nti sɛ mo deɛ mentumi aka mo nyinaa mabɔ mu de magu kɛntɛn baako sɛ mabutu mu. Deɛ ne that's fine. But baabi a mewɔ no nti mentumi nka bi that's okay. Mɛtumi ayɛ mo sɛ mo ano.
I say, Kwabra the MPP Rame, also the NDC Rame, and Huna money.
No, my friend is who was some
Oh, the MPP Rame, and a Kwabra so the NDC Rame. They said they made him more fast, Bino watches, but who say, no, more hammy.
Barbara, but man, oh no, can no cray. Oh dear, no, yet a bakunubi. Oh dear, they say could say, Bam. And see, who no cray now, can I say that? Ukuina, Hawa. Ukuya, as a man, Hawa, at the end, yes, but Momo, they say, Obama, and no, dear. Obepe kwan bi dia fa so se de be ya kokko akuafo
Na
enye
koko
fa
asɛm yi baa yɛ sɛ mmerɛ ka abɔ agye akɔ nwura mu ne koko farmers akɔhyia akasa. Princess ɔnte bi da na it doesn't make sense. Ade na ɔkɔ nwura mu ne ɔmo kɔ kasa. Afei wi ase ɔtɔ obi a NDC foɔ nyinaa kɔgu nwura mu wɔ ne koko farmers yi gu nwura mu. Na ɛno na ɛdɛn na ɛde saa nneɛma no ba.
se ade se ye na ye kokko no ho adwuma momo opposition nti wo opposition ni wo ko wura mu akwa nti na opposition dia wo no wura mu ho ntia se wo ko tena fie na dwene kwan nam so a e ma wo ko opposition well na ye na eni aguafo no ye di nsawo so no ye nko ho na eni omo nko kasa wakɔbɔ MPP fo ano a wo de omo akɔtena wura mu enu ye wasem o de any TV so position tena TV so na kasa na ye nko afo mu ye ne akuafo nko kyerɛ omo na ye mo mu hu sentia sika no a ye tua no kra na ne ma ebetima atɔ in fact na bebre mo kasa dollar above na affect nipa no a say na dollar no si affect nipa na mo pesa mo kyerɛ de me se ne emo a na ye tɔ no 700 na ene omo tɔ no 350 nti no 350 no aka no enye affect na affect no ana say na mpɛ mu affect omo na ye me sire kakra ene emo rice ya omo tɔ no China nom ne Indonesia betɔ no Ghana no ne bo na ba fam awa say dollar no nya no nkwa na ba fam a euro ba fam friends pounds ba fam safe ba fam to go to Ghana ko he amanfo wura Cote d'Ivoire ho eto awa beton Ghana na mo check the price nti say Ghana ba fam no ama petrol bo ayefo petrol ayate so na ecosystem say ye 10 almost say petrol akọ word market ne bo aba fam me krom ha word market bo
Awo
fam
wode
petrol bo
mpakyɛ
ma
boa
fam
me wode boa me ha wo mesrɛ wo. Oya kɔyɛ aban na ɔtete nneɛma so dollar ba fam. Ɛnɛ me ho demonstration a akɔla maa no ɛkɔ demonstration sɛ ato mu bibi so by 20%. Na wo a wode nneɛma ɛba fam no so wotɔ nneɛma so na no no amamu bɛn na ɛhɔ na mente ase no ɛhɔ na can't think madness.
makola for no say
Ɔmo apata na ɔmo ti mu no yɛatoto mu by 20%. Nti na aban no sɛ nneɛma ɛba fam deɛ anka wote nneɛma so. Ba wo de wo na woto nneɛma so no hɔ na mente ase no. Adede.
the tax no Ghana government tax ono aban no jigu ni bottom na ono ama dollar no agina brane ama so ko abrochira koto nneɛma na wo awudi dwa no nneɛma no ubenya na abo ko sisi ubenya more dollar atima to more goods na the ba ono no de ojo more tax eno ye Ghana government tax the dollar above for more local goods eno no nye eno
Ɔgye ne
asem na
mɔ Or the dollar, what the dollar no so. No, I could more. No, so I could trauma Ghanaians no more. Nessa baby is Gina Nehwani is Gina Nanza, as a man can make us see papa. And now by me, you want to another Obama and watch the
Aban bi aba sɛ ne citizen ho bɛtɔ no. But that doesn't mean say aban gyae tax deɛ. Nti no sɛ aban hu sɛ tax a wɔgye no ɛwɔ fam a otumi tum. This is not the first time. Akufo-Addo baayɛ wanto tax mu ana. Aban bɛn na aba Ghana.
baby, I'm better or better, my son, yet a 10 year muscle, cuckoo for what your money muscle. Now we're buying more to 20 years. Mrs. Makola Patano Mutimuno, Patano Mutumun. Sibia no Timuna, and I know
Na
what you
makola
can say, no.
kwabra. Makola patakora na nya aban na tumo. Ɛde KM for AM for asem. Ɛne kuma Accra. Tio. Ah. Yo, enkra for asa tu na wo aye wa pata. Ɛna enkra for say apata na wutim no. Ye disikari bi aka ho I don't know.
And can phone carry,
Yo, nti kumase mibo, nti kumase kejetia kwabrati. Kumase kejetia. Nti hot tax na ya aban na tumo na say KM
Apatane
for.
ya buying the anasa buy 2 more. And on you
No.
2 for not.
Kumasi kejetia dan no kura na ye han no. Ayi o pesto no bi kura no. Ayi KM for asene show. And
Na
that omo.
KM is under wine. Already. Oh,
Dabi KM ye ye wo internal taxes bi no ma nkitikiti bi wo ho a te say dwabutwo no na so. Eno anya aban na eji o. Enya aban dia. Eno ye internal revenue for omo wo saa district no ho no. Especially dwamtwo ne
Any boy,
apata.
me, thank you for no almost say wine. More,
Omo nyinaa yɛ
private
ada
company.
executives. Omo nyinaa yɛ ada executives. But when it comes to saa pata na
Oh,
ɔka ne,
no.
ɛyɛ sɛ ɔman ne saa ɛyɛ under local government no wɔ no nti na Kumasi KJT na ɛyɛ sɛ otumfoɔ wɔ shares bi wɔ mu. Saa sika no ɔmo gye ne share no ɛno no nyɛ aban dea. Ti President Mahama ɛnto tax biara mu.
Two bonny gamma genatutum.
Sɛ apata deɛ ɔpa ɔso kɔbɔ bi wɔ kurom. Tini kurom no deɛ ɔno yɛ ɛno na ofori ataba ya ɔma yɛ de saa tax ne nyinaa kɔka nkradeɛ no ho a otimi nya atwobom kɛseɛ te ya ama yehu deɛ yehu no first no deɛ na nka ɛte saa kasa sika ne nyinaa ka saa area hɔ no na yɛ deɛ yɛdwam no yie deɛ tete gata nom ɛna ɔno nso bɛgye ne nyinaa de kɔ nkran na ɔkɔnomɛ so ɔho enti sɛ yɛ tete nneɛma so a it is not about sɛ yɛte tax so no aban si woyi tax bi no ma office enye relevant every ho wayi every ho wi da bre na otua e-levy ka saa apata for no na mo tua e-levy na mo tua friend is saying covid levy ina no yayi every so man ne ho ahan mo na apata no de asase na ugina so no yese tum kakra na tua bi ka ho a eno no ye demonstration no de enye boni o eye wake up call a e ma aban no kra hunu se eba bia otechema no na na adwira aba ne ho so nti eno de enye problem obi a betima ayo dodo obi a ope na mum the reality is that abandon development prevent no so ye no wo dwam ho nti e bia watum no still a mu hu development bia they have right to do demonstration they no de amamu no ye say yen ka so obi enya ikasa te say de minu e obekasa sisi ai o kasa ye efa wote Ghana wose me be driving license minim nipa kro this idea no ma sa nipa no nti I think say no nya de be so say o pay driving license ye gina ye de akaka ye de o person drive from Abuja to Ghana na be ye adwuma na say ugoduru Ghana ho na o de be ye adwuma na o man be nkura na saa ye dwene saa say Ghana ho no
Oh, I just and then see on quite some mobile now. So, yeah, be a office amount. Oh,
Usually for Bob,
yeah.
so na kobe.
Me
Of a watch it now, but I would then see and this a man so, oh, be a bridge for your home how the mobile be a office we or how quiet be a diaspora office. Now, wow, our crowd, oh, dear, oh, Finan, oh, baby, I'll be could be into qua now, coho, now, pa, no,
we were approach the lances no kire yɛn pɛ yɛ hu so nim kaka na yɛ de sticker bi kura abɔ so ama pepe we yɛ simple
Alex ma menkyerɛ wade say Mr. Romina minim unim ukɔ cantonment even office no. Almost ready to be convention. That was
Yeah.
one of the most beautiful service. We just $100 a day. What do lance the cinema who say what the valid no. Ye bibia no my just no ma convert it. No ma license. They say time the other free America na Spain what they call the be wood pepe. It's energy. Yeah. I'm from the convention.
Yeah, crow macra de Okogana, Oko a friend saying traffic for no wa. Or mono mount licenses or mount international licenses. Almost say to me, Trika will be as a baby. Until go baby, there's nowhere. Ghana police make all movies are almost 2012 and almost a sans amaran. Ain't you so one Nessa international licenses and no be there. What to me for Ghana had a new Trika or let me go him in a ma, may 15 in my BC, but we are no my yamo. Ba binum de hu a omo ja na watwam enti no say na aban ka sa DVLA boss no amale ba won sa guy no wo ho no se wo why ready for
Aya
this
wa John say because we are born corrupt also want timas. One say be why ka say ono wana man 50 ye dey esen botum. We are because what friend me want say okoko
omo do my ready so
also why you because we are born corrupt. So
odi wa gro be delay o but say who are he be say hey why na obefere why mo obefere for what anti yeah de ne say nka saa idea we ya o de aba no nya brutiri ha na obisi no se bi Ghana card bi na opese oye no brutiri that is fine and no there but Ghana nia wote abruchire Ghana license no fa ha na kwa bra mimi so ayi America Ghana license ye adwuma wo ha na
Ubetimi de a drive ba police chewa ebe ma take it.
because mahu binu mo ba ho nche ya omo ye uba no na me mi bi say
Alex question what they call DMV omo they be man wa feel it.
Okay.
But more people now who are just as a tourist driving, so they be renting cars for a period of time. You say, wait to me there, yeah. Also, your tourists are about renting car.
That's right.
Permit. But two to me.
Now,
But international now.
Obi si waba ho a oye Uber. Ana waba ho abeje driving license wo ho na odi ye Uber. Okay. My
Yeah, but
dear,
I hope no. I was unim. Your state in Bionoma. So Bana the best advance a beer get 5 years best and had a bar. Waiting to 5 years best. Before, but I mean to be an state be a American state be a 1 year more. In the review between 5 years and aqua jet. Driving lines and I said, "Ah, dear, that is it." So, still valid idea. And Jibiana, and no, they driving their minimum as a bio honor. You never know. Say because I know about Jacratana or Tehodine or Quanoba. You never know the status of the number. Yeah.
Because driving license no they say momo one go square for
Said the Quabrao can no call Maryland or more side here. The man most of the separate Union Spanish Latino for Mukohono. 5 years, and to be less in the okay, O'Brien, or the Chuban, or the valid visa, or the come Maryland, Virginia, own to me, but this one yet, but come Maryland, I'm the Berman. You may hear some imagine a 10 number. So, Momu Pescama state, you
know. Yeah. Now, Hono driving license one go school, and as the old Ghana, the end of Bano, who's a winning driving or Ghana or Mojitum, Sanam, this say.
And I make us a number to convention, to move to Ghana, you know, no better road test, but you better be a 1 month, temporary.
No, yes,
oh, near want to say, what's a crew no, Obetimi drive because those time ana Omana minimum. So many people only just see you later. The Omana no day Ghana driver's license a driver. What driver has in the to police in here now be you can drive. Police in Chiwa. Oh. You know, obey license, but when was it you are not driving with that license in there. Obama take it. Who do court and that's what me could defend on one alcohol. Okono one ya na ma fine the 200 be what you na call baby. That's how people do. Wow, when it comes to so bit you know. Na ya abre for ne dey. Oba, obi ta 5 years visa na ho. Obetimi akọ social security for ne amount 10 number. Ebe ma tax identification number ne bi. Edu betimi de no akọ je driver's license no. E wo state bi, state bi ane ne bra. Nti ano na ade koye adwuma. Nti bia na Uber for no eji tin number to drive. Say a business. Nti
Yeah.
wo e betimi de ama na ade. Nti bia no de ya o say o book Kevin Taylor bus. Bia Kevin e kire na kwan na mfanya na I don't know. Nti no.
Say Kevin there so beto car na man on tie enye se bia wa man. On the car no I promise to the so penko ade o be man.
But also that's the beauty of friendship. Ghana for them can say you do ba who know ideology ni dey buy but unless because we see
Of our grab budget of us is when you need to be person.
What are you
Of a committee, I see me by my imaginary dream before me see the trap.
Isaac, also a children to Isaac for a
Ayo, Fabate, o tunu po aye den. O man say na dey amanfo co position no. So o kan say that. Obi hu ana na comfortable lead. Now this year chiro. So hu.
But
Ana dey
me
ne che.
I dey ba kwa ye kasa ha me pese ye she no so no say. O do say ye dey DC for no say DC co position a. Yeah, wo no fa ho ben ti say me fa ho ben because answer na the whole party.
We are radio. This is Akwantufuo Radio.
Don't be sure, Adiba sure, waiting a mink, that day,